Kobe, you need us to send in Fudge?
I got this.
Okay, Kobe, are we looking in there? Come on, Kobe, let's wrap it up.
I've got a badge. Headed to the vault. Hey, not so bad, right, guys? So, what are you gonna do with your share?
The fact that Blabber has done it so consistently over the past few years is now a bottom side gank is in the works here. Ayla forced the flash already. Blabber with the Arctic Assault into flash to land the guaranteed knockup. Secures first blood for Cloud9. For him, he gets stunned up, knocked up by the Glacial Fissure. Ayla is forced to use the counter gank Assault so that makes sure that JoJo gets out alive. But Revenge is now soaking up all 5 members from Cloud9 and he just doesn't seem to die. JoJo jumps back in, has the stasis from the stopwatch to go golden. Sven throws out a winner's bite, but it's not going to do anything because now Evil Geniuses are the one pushing Cloud9 out of the pit. But Berserker keeps him at arm's length with the range. He's space gliding all over them. He's got the slows from his auto attacks, and Evil Geniuses are forced to run instead. Looking for the crash, looking to try and take this down. Poke comes out from JoJo P once again. Ayla with the flash engage. The Magnet Sword catches out too. Sven forced to flash as well. Blabber trying to frontline as everything as he could. His Revenge is diving past 2 turns, but he's got no more damage. He's got to get out of there. The Gorging and Thirsting Slash is not enough. He gives his life for the cause as Tier 1 turret does fall. Fissure right onto Revenge, but he soaks it on up. Fudge coming in for the left flank, and Evil Geniuses, all 5 like a pack of hyenas turned right into Fudge, but they kite this one out. Ayla falls. Cloud9 still have the man advantage, and they are pulling and pushing Evil Geniuses off the dragon.
Now MNS is their next site, but he's got flash and he is LeBlanc. They wait for his distortion #1 to be used. Teleport into counter.
If he finds a chain, Revenge or JoJo Pion is dead. He's forced to flash. He escapes the chain, but MNS finds his flash and takes out JoJo. Now Evil Geniuses and Cloud9 have pretty much swapped sides as Daisy finds the root caller onto Blabber. Frontline Glacial Prison right on top of Revenge. He soaks it all up. He has the trigger season, the shields, and the healing from Armail available as Cloud9 now starting to lean toward the right side of the mid lane. Glacial Incredent Arrow right on top of Ayla, but he's soaking on up, and Blabber's still lost a lot of HP. They find the root caller on Sven. He has no flash from him now. Last time is available as well. Sven burning down, Unforgiven flashing forward, and that is the Aphelios ult in the Moonlight Vigil. Fudge tries to find damage in the back, but he has forced to run away. Armail flashing forward to guarantee the root. Fudge trying to life steal as much as possible, but he goes down in the end. Being able to fire a volley in, Ayla engages right on top of MNS. He doesn't have flash. He uses it immediately right after, and he gets out alive, but he's on top of a ward. JoJo looking for the accelerated shock flash. Enchanted Arrow once again available, but Evil Geniuses should be able to walk this one out. Sven has no flash, no Glacial Fissure to keep them in line, but JoJo's pretty slow unless he can hit that air drake speed buff. He's trying to run away, but he's been tagged. Fudge is coming over the wall. Evil Geniuses might just have to leave their mid laner for death as Cloud9 find one straggler, and they don't want to let anyone go. Glacial Prison right on top of Revenge. Unforgiven, no flash available, still has a cleanse. Running out of mana, trying to fire as many autos as he can. Fudge gets stunned up in the tower! Cloud9, they thought they could get more, but Evil Geniuses withstand it all. JoJo's the only one that has really suffered any real damage as Armail also took about 1/3 of his HP.
Daisy down, Revenge is in!
They look for it, Sven is caught out. Root caller, does he have flash available? Yes, he does. He's able to jump over the wall, but he gets bursted down by the Moonlight Vigil. Unforgiven is on a tear. Fudge just can't even survive as Unforgiven with the damage bursts down Fudge. Teleport is coming from MNS as well. Can he look for the pick flank of an opportunity here in this game? Fudge gets turned on. Can they burst him down? MNS looking for the flank as well. Armail gets bursted out. JoJo goes down as well. And now Unforgiven is the last person standing because Revenge falls to the onslaught of Cloud9. Have they found it? But Unforgiven steps up. Finds a burst onto 2. Can he live to survive 3? No, he can't. Cloud9 at the footsteps of their base managed to pull out the defense of a lifetime. Look looking for engaged opportunities here. Glacial Prison still at the ready from Blabber. He throws it out, finds Revenge. Ayla forced to retreat as well. Revenge taking up as much as he could. Dominus, will it be enough? No, it's not. Berserker's able to put arrows into his back. Ayla falls as well, and suddenly, just like that, Evil Geniuses, they were just a few minutes or moments away from ending the game, being able to make one last push, but now Cloud9, they're the ones in the face of Evil Geniuses. They're gonna go all the way, Kobe.
They're gonna do it. Cloud9 looking for the end. They got 2 kills and they want the game.
Wait, someone's teleporting. Wait, Jojo is gonna try to go for a base race of his own.
They've got it.
They've got it. I don't know if that's the right play, but they had no other choice. Cloud9, take one chance.
A flash.
But Armeo is here to hover. Oh, but he's still gonna flash right on top of it. He's looking for the catch from Evanes, and they brute force it. First blood goes over to Cloud9, and Sven throws in a flash just for good measure to make sure Armeo doesn't go for Fudge.
See if they can get Fudge with no flash. Watch the slice and dice angle.
Looking for the flash Q3, but Armeo doesn't connect on the Arctic Assault, has to flash in for the permafrost. They should be able to get the damage down with the Q from Fudge, gives him enough lifesteal, and Revenge ends up getting the kill, but it costs Armeo's life. Sven was looking for that Hex Flash in the mid lane, just gonna show up with the crash down, looking for a Q stun, but Ayla is here for the counter roam, but MNS, nice explosive cast, punts away Ayla and Jojo, but he flashes right on it to guarantee the kill, lockdown onto Sven.
You know, there's a lot of melee, so I think EG should be happy right now with the game state.
Oh, they look for the explosive cast right on the Jojo. He has the flash available. Oh!
I'm sorry. I cast the curse though.
Welcome to the official Caster Curse Club.
I'm part of the club now.
So they're gonna have to look for picks and opportunities.
Picks like
this one.
Permafrost, Glacial Prison, the Chain, CC, Wamba.
Honestly, this is like their best chance right now.
Here we go. The double teleport comes in.
They called it. Glacial Prison right on top of Sven. They can burst down one target. He gets a Magna Storm at least before he goes down. Revenge is in the middle of everyone, and he just gets obliterated by Cloud9. Now they're trying to kite their way out. Evil Genius is trying to keep the range advantage as well. Fudge already popped the Dominance, but he's losing HP as Armeo flashing forward right on top of it. Fudge forced to flash as well. Ayla jumping. Arctic Assault lands the permafrost stun. Emanos trying to body block it with the body slam, but Unforgiven finds the damage. Blabber jumps in, forcing the flash. Berserker loop with the power instinct. They're so low for the side of EG. And Cloud9 just find a way to take them all down!
Oh my goodness, Cloud9 decimate Evil Geniuses.
Eminence, Blabber, and Fudge. Absolutely incredible as they look for the dive onto the bottom side of the map, but Fudge is going to get completely blown up as Evil Geniuses commit the teleport from Jojo to make sure that they save Revenge under the tower. Fudge has teleport available. Engage already from Sven. They're forcing the fight even before Fudge gets there, and they just blow up multiple members of Evil Geniuses. Fudge wasn't even needed. Now he comes in the teleport, and he can just completely zone Unforgiven off. Hopefully he doesn't take too much damage as Armeo is now the one isolated from the rest of the Evil Geniuses, looking for the Hex Portal, and Fudge able to rejoin the ranks. And this should just be an easy drag and pickup. Evil Geniuses have no room to play with in this bottom side jungle, and Jojo is just going to get dove under tower. There is nowhere for him to go. Blabber and Eminence are cut off by Ayla and Armeo, but do they have the damage? They have to wait for Revenge to join the fight, and they blow up Ayla before Revenge gets there, and he's trying to do as much as he can, but Berserker demolishes him. Evil Geniuses, what can they do?
Let's see. Hex Gates out here. Maybe they can catch something. They're getting a little desperate.
Nice explosive cast. Armeo forced a flash. Body slam flash from Eminence right on top of the backline here. Jojo gone. Ayla gone. Cloud9. They just cannot do any wrong. Evil Geniuses losing almost their entire team. And Armeo, I don't think those Krugs are safe for you to farm anymore. The explosive cast splits him and Jojo Pion up. The body slam connects. Armeo is gone.
Yeah, and they drove that bus straight through mid lane right at the beginning with 4 flashes. Blabber having some fun. I love this stage of the game with Assassins. Kha'Zix gets to go play around in the jungle.
Oh my goodness. Ayla's got to be careful. Thankfully, he is now grouped up with friends, so he's no longer isolated for that extra bonus damage from Kha'Zix. Now, Blabber might get punished. The short hop trying to look for the blast cone on the exit.
Like I said, they're just full recline, having some fun now.
But Berserker's able to pop some more stacks for his Magi Soul Stealers. He finds Unforgiven in the base. And now they're hammering their way through the middle lane inhibitor.
Why does these Sven elevate from the... Oh, never mind.
Glacial Prison right on top of Blabber. They blow up the Assassin. Hold up now, maybe Evil Geniuses could cook here. Nice explosive cast, catches Jojo Pion and is able to catch him right on top of it as well. Fudge answering back on the damage. Wait a minute, Evil Geniuses are defending the base. Cloud9 might have got it too comfortable. And now it's up to Unforgiven and Revenge to look for damage, but Berserker's still got a ton of stacks on that Magi, so he does insane damage. But Cloud9 with the Baron buff on their side, with Hex Soul on their side, super minions pouring in through 2 lanes. This should be their siege to take game 2 and put them at match point as one last attempt. They find Berserker! That's a huge shutdown from Evil Geniuses. Do they have the damage to back it on up? Unforgiven, able to relentlessly just pour damage into Cloud9. What is happening? This time they are not just, just diving forward. They are not giving a window for Evil Geniuses to engage this time.
The minions are focused. The minions are focused up. They're taking care of the Nexus turrets.
Oh, Armeo was looking for the Arctic Assault flash into the Glacial Prison, but Berserker just easily sidesteps, not even needing a flash. And this time the Nexus exposed, and Cloud9 find their window to look for the end of game 2. Cloud9 move to match point. Jojo with lane prio right on top. Eminez still low on HP as he's trying to fight right on back to make sure that Blabber can get on out. There's still no summoner spells for either junglers here. Blabber, can he look for an escape route? He can't! He can't even W over to the Raptors. It's first blood for Shaden, looking for one more. Eminez forced to flash.
This could be what they need to revitalize the series.
And potential mentality change as Jojo knows that no flash on Eminez means it's an easy scoop to whoop onto Eminez, and Shaden takes another kill on this battle board.
Yeah, take a picture there. Jace mid-swing, stuns him in the air. Jojo gives him the thumbs up. All right, let's see now, because Berserker...
Oh, wait, Berserker, he knows that Unforgiven still doesn't have flash from before. There's no more Mystic Shot. Berserker doesn't have flash, but if he can get an Arcade Shift, there it is, lines it true, and Berserker gets the solo kill on Unforgiven.
Berserker has just been so good. Jojo's at it again, though.
And here's a repeat. This time, Jojo spends his flash so he can get in range for the scoop, and Eminez is gone. This time, a kill going over to Jojo.
Yeah, give him Herald, too. Get this man some money. But all the same, that is a isolated flash blown 1v1. So Fudge now can set up for a Berserker gank.
I've never seen a ganking marksman before, but Berserker wants a kill on a flashless Crocodile. The Dominus is giving Revenge a little bit of HP to play with, but if he keeps himself at range, the cleanse, the stun, and Fudge is the one that gets the kill.
Takeaway
out is here, Permafrost, and then Ayla has the charm from the quickness. Unforgiven, nice Magnus Storm, buys some time, but it's not enough time as Revenge with the teleport comes in to take the kill under the tower, and Eminez has got nowhere to run, running under the tower for protection, but Shaden can take this one up as Unforgiven should be able to pick up the kill, gets a ward into the brush, so they find eyes onto Eminez and get vision down. Shaden trying to slow him down with the Arctic Assault. Voidseeker, they're making EG really work for this one. A Voidseeker might not be another available as well. Eminez flashing over the wall. No way! He's gonna get out! Arctic Assault over the wall. Can he find him in the brush? No! Eminez doesn't die, baby! Vicious Grasp. Sven is also ready. Doesn't need Magnus Storm. Just looks for the Q stun. True shot for Riot from across the map is what takes Jojo out in the end as Berserker adds another kill to his list. Sven Hex Flash over the wall, can't get out with the crash down. They canceled him and they can just look for an easy kill right on top of him. The Magnus Storm is already wasted. And Cloud9, they're not gonna get a chance to look for the dragon. That's EG's. Ooh, Berserker fires the flash over the wall. Unforgiven committed the killer instinct there, and Eminez is caught up. Jojo peeling over the wall! Finds a massive shuffle onto 2. Berserker and Eminez are taken out of the fight. Fudge goes all out, but he cannot withstand EG. And right at 20 minutes, EG are gonna turn right into the Baron. They do everything they can to correctly close this game 1 out as Sven gets caught out, but Ayla goes down. He's still surviving. Sven might go down to one more auto attack, but he walks on out as they look for the turnaround. Jojo's the one that disappears. Berserker's on a tear. They rip Unforgiven to shreds. Shaden is gone, and Berserker might just pick himself up just before Revenge slices and dices him out. That one goes over to Blabber.
Up is pretty important for them, and they feel like they can still fight it.
Ayla finds himself over the wall. Sven is going to spot it out. Eminez is now having the collapse. And, oh, Ayla gets clipped. Forced to flash. And is able to battle dance over the wall. Nature's Grasp now onto the front line of Evil Geniuses. Shaden forced a flash out. Revenge gets knocked up. Still has a flash to play with, but doesn't get to use it in time as he gets clipped by Blabber. And now it's the man advantage for Cloud9. They can just turn towards the dragon and take it for free.
I mean, he's definitely not strong now. He's trying, but...
Oh, good Glacial Prison right onto Eminez. But he's already forced off, and he's done so much damage to the rest of EG that they're forced off the Baron. Sven can just look for the easy Magnus Storm, and Berserker just gets to fire one Mystic Shot after another. He's cleaning and decimating the ranks of EG. Inhibitor tower falls, another inhibitor falls. Are they gonna push for the end? There's 16 seconds on Jojo and Unforgiven, 9 seconds on Shaden. They might just look to do it right here, right now. Revenge is gone. Jojo 1 second on Unforgiven, but Cloud9, you don't need to be an evil geniuses to just be better! Cloud9 will advance in the upper bracket.
I've got Blabber with me. First of all, did you know that you are 14-0 on Maokai?
Yeah, I was gonna go to my phone and tweet something about it, but you know, I was pulled here. But I do know I'm 14-0 on Maokai.
Just making sure. I didn't know if you were keeping up with that at all. But I do want to ask, how did this series go compared to your expectations? Because it was a 3-0, but there were some tight moments. Yes! I'm glad you could make it.
Welcome back.
Yes. Well, I was actually just asking Blabber about, this series, so I want to get your thoughts on it too. Was it tight in your opinion?
Honestly, I didn't expect the series to be very close. I thought we'd 3-0 them, not like this.
Yeah, unless inting Blabber with Kazakhs. Maybe you hate winning, right?
No, I won. Did you see Berserker Cleanse?
I mean, that's also true. But did you see Berserker Flash with each other?
I don't remember.
I agree.
Just all those moments forgotten. What do you think about your own performance last game and the ones before?
It was close to get player of this series, but I don't know with my Jace. Maybe you guys don't believe, but in Scream we always, I always 1v9 with Jace, so.
It's not the Maokai guys, trust me.
Not the 14-0 Maokai,
Oh.
just the Jace.
So not my carry, right? In Scream?
No, I said not my Maokai.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's you.
Okay. I agree.
I know that we got to catch up a little bit before the series. Seemed like you were in good spirits, very good mood, but also saying that you practiced a lot, maybe even too much going into this week. What were your thoughts on how you're preparing for playoffs compared to regular season?
I think nothing special, no?
Just lots and lots and lots of practice.
I agree.
I do have a very, very important question for you, though. There are big stakes on this matchup. It means that Cloud9 has qualified to Worlds in Korea. When we had interviews with you earlier in spring, you seemed so excited about that. Can you tell me your thoughts on this news?
I think my parents will watch this in their hospital, maybe. I think this time it will be they open their hospital and try to work. Yeah, I think it actually good. Actually good.
Yeah. Good feelings about it.
I don't know the word in English, but like in Korea we say 효도. Something like good thing for my parents. I think this time will be pretty good because they will see me in Korea in stage.
Have you been thinking about your parents a lot when performing here in the LCS?
No?
No?
I mean, I'm just focused game,
Which, Blabber, I feel like it's not a bad thing to hear that your mid laner is focused on the game, but I know for you this also means going into the finals weekend, the chances at a three-peat. What do you think of Cloud9's chances for a trophy lift this time compared to the previous splits when it was achieved?
Mid-cap?
I think in the regular season, we didn't look that dominant. Maybe not even today, we didn't look that dominant, but I honestly don't think we're going to drop a game this playoffs. I think we're a lot better than the other teams, and hopefully we're able to show it in the next 2 best of 5s we're going to have to play.
Yeah, there's more best of 5s to come. M&S, you just said it's going to be mid-gap. Are there any mids that you fear that you might potentially face? Because you'll have to play either Golden Guardians or NRG depending on how that series goes.
I mean, actually GG, I guess. I really don't see how they can lose. But yeah, I think NRG is actually not bad. So maybe if Palafox can stop like Gory and Lieber, their like mid-duo combo, then it'll be pretty good to watch. Unless I think GG 3-0.
We do love a good to watch series, that's for sure. But we'll have to see. Blabber, what do you think? How is it going to go?
I think it'll probably be closer than M&S thinks. But yeah, I think GG are going to win too. I think their mid-jungle support have been playing pretty well, and I think they'll take over and win.
We'll see. And M&S, before we go, just any last thoughts after the series has been done? First of the run for Cloud9, Worlds down the line. What would you like to say for those cheering you on?
See you, Korea.
You will see both of these fine gentlemen in Korea. Congratulations on your victory today and keeping that Maokai at a clean 14-0.
Thank you.
Which champion has the most skins?
What?
What is the new passive on Ginsu's?
I may have sabotaged the team.
There are 3 champions who only have 1 skin. Name one of those champions. Hello and welcome to Are You Smarter Than an LCS Caster? It's a different edition now. We've got the play-by-plays joining us. Going up against Golden Guardian. This is a trivia game show, so if you've never seen this before, they will be coming up one at a time to try and answer questions. If they buzz in first, they have to answer it alone. If they get it right, great, they get points. If they get it wrong, it goes to the entire enemy team. We have 3 categories today with a final bonus mystery thing at the end. You guys ready?
Yeah,
We're
always
ready.
ready, Mark.
Yeah. First 2 people up. The category is
Get in their flowers.
Okay. The big mid-season changes is the category.
I haven't looked at the patch yet, so rock and roll.
What is the new timer of Unleashed Teleport?
10 minutes.
Correct!
Damn. That's all right. We're off to a good start.
All right.
We're giving that false sense of security.
We're going to hit him with the CLG strat. Give him fake hope.
All right, you got this, bro. Let's see it.
All right, Pookie.
Here we go. There are 4 new items to League of Legends. Name one of them.
Echoes of Helia.
Echoes of Helia is on the board.
Yeah.
Here we go. There's 4, so we're gonna go back and forth. You have a chance to match here. What is one of the other new items?
Sorry, what was the question again?
One of the new items? No. This
No. What was the question again?
Name one of the 4 new items.
Name one of the 4 new items. Oh, yeah. Stormrazor. Is it?
No. All right, go back to your teams. You guys can go back to teams. Give me another new item.
Static Shiv.
Static Shiv is back. 2 points to them.
Guys, come on. Tank.
You should know these are like all support items.
They are? Even Shroud? No.
What? You played Blitzcrank with me. That's not new.
Do we get points if we can draw the icon?
No, if you don't know it, it's fine. All right, the other 2 are Lifewell Pendant and Chalice of Blessing.
Never mind.
Oh, okay.
I know that. Yeah, it's okay.
You got to see, you know, the Chalice crest.
All right, get in there, River. Okay.
You may be a river, but she's a mountain. She's going to put you into a stop.
Okay, here's the question. Ginsu's Rage Blade is a mythic item now, so it has a mythic passive. What is the new passive on Ginsu's? Do you know it?
No, I'm just coughing.
So I'll give a hint. It has pen. Can we help this? All right. Stop.
Gabby has her hand raised, Mark.
She got an answer from Rafa. All right, let's see.
Hybrid penetration.
Yeah, okay. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, but he was telling me he doesn't know any English.
Well, if you ever don't know, just you can press it.
Bad question, Mark. Just move on to the
They
next one.
broke the sound barrier first between contestant and team. So
Whoa. Jay was just coughing over here.
Something was in my throat.
All right, next 2 people we're starting for the next category. The category is skins.
Okay. Mark, I hope this one's about
Get in there, please.
Yeah.
Which champion has the most skins?
Lux.
No. Goes to the whole team.
I think it's that one, bro.
yeah.
Our guess is Ezreal, Mark.
Wrong. It is a marksman. It is a marksman. It goes to you guys.
Yeah, but it comes to
Yeah, it goes to them. Yeah,
we
take
can
your time.
think about it.
Yeah, take your time. You have like
Yeah.
5, 10, 20 seconds. I don't know.
But like, so we have to say answer and then give it to you, right?
Yeah,
So like,
that's-
if I say something like Ash, it doesn't count. But I can
Don't play this.
Bro, what are you trying to do here?
James, Ash,
No,
Taylor.
okay, you guys are wrong. Back over to here. You can just, you don't need to come, you can just say,
Is it still history?
no, you guys can just.
We are guessing Ash, Mark.
Wrong.
Okay. Really?
It's a marksman. It is a female champion.
Caitlyn.
No.
Misfortune.
Misfortune. She's got 19 skins.
19?
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Next 2 are up.
All right. Get back up there.
Similar line of question. There are 3 champions who only have 1 skin. Name one of those champions.
You want to go?
Milia.
Yes, Millie. There's 2 others. I'll give you as many points as you can get right. 2 more. Don't look at your team.
I can't look at them?
No, you're still alone. You're still answering by yourself.
Oh my god. Belvis?
Belveth is another.
Oh my god.
One more.
Emilio, Belvis.
5, 4,
Oh my god.
3, 2, 1. All right, it's still pretty good. All right, going over the whole enemy team over here.
Point of inquiry. Do prestige editions of skins count as an additional skin, or are they included?
You want? I don't actually know. This was based off the wiki. Three champs with 1 skin. I don't know, man. But we can go to you.
Something.
Wrong.
Well, prestige counts then. Thank you for my clarification, Mark.
You figured it out. It's a female champion. She's pretty new. She plays in the bot lane. She existed for like 3 games. Berserker played her.
Nyla!
Nyla!
She has a Sailor Moon skin.
She has the star.
Yeah, she has Star Guardian and Storm.
It said 1 on the site. I don't know.
Just blame the site. It's not
I-
Mark.
It's not the host.
Oh, Sailor Moon was actually her release skin, so that is the only one. I may have sabotaged the team.
I knew it! The host was
I
wrong!
apologize. That was my bad. I have griefed.
There's one more question in this category.
Oh, yeah, now Gabby's actually here.
Oh boy. All right. Ultimate skins.
Okay.
You know, like Gun Goddess MF, those kinds of things. How many ultimate skins are in the game? Go ahead and guess.
8.
Too high. Going over to you guys.
5?
Too high.
Oh.
Or too low, excuse me, too low, too low.
6.
6 is correct. Yes! There's Udyr, MF, Ezreal,
Lux,
Sona.
Sona. Who's the 6th one?
I can't remember now.
Whatever the 6th one is must not be memorable.
It's time for the final round of the game show. This one will be a chance to make up a lot of points. I'm going to ask the question. You're going to have a couple of minutes to start making a list.
Okay.
Then you will come up one at a time for rapid fire answering. Every one that you get right will be worth a point.
Okay.
Okay. The question is, list every player who has won a world championship since 2014, including 2014. So a couple things as you make your list, just to note, if you write a player down once and he won a couple times, I only care about the one time that he won. Oh, I'll also say subs, don't care about subs. Sorry, sub players. 3, 2, 1. All right, pens down for now.
Okay.
Everyone get ready to start. Pick the first person who's gonna start you off.
I'll go first.
You'll go first. Come up if you're gonna go first. So the other thing is, if you say a repeat or one that is wrong, you will lose a point, but we keep going until we exhaust all.
Okay.
And if we come up blank, we'll just call it. You will start since you guys are behind. Give me someone who won world championship.
I'm gonna go with Faker.
Wow! Starting off as easy as possible. You're up next.
I'm going to say Deft.
Deft. Okay. Recent.
Pioshik.
Pioshik. There you go.
Zeka.
Okay, Zeka off the board. Doimbi, here we go. You don't. I don't have the button. Okay, go ahead. Canyon. Canyon.
Kingen.
Core JJ.
Ruler.
Shot.
Deft. Oh, they said repeat. Repeat. That's a repeat. That's -1s over to them.
Use this list. Use this list. Crown.
Bengi.
Marion.
Bang.
Who?
Wolf.
Oh, Wolf. Yeah. My bad. Duke.
Kuve.
Kuve. Did anyone remember that?
Rookie.
Looper.
Samsung White, baby.
Ambition.
Ambition, yes. Scout. He was a sub. He did not play in the final games, did he?
What? Yeah. No, he won 2021.
He won.
Yeah.
Oh, Scout. Oh, you're right then. Yeah.
Jackie Love.
Dandy.
My answer's Balon.
Viper.
Ghost.
We're getting down to it. Starting to get to the hard ones.
JJ.
Nuguri.
Mako.
Flandre.
Mara.
Pawn.
There's only a couple left. You better hope the play-by-plays run out of cash. Imp. You guys are 3 points down. They keep going. They'll win it soon.
Tien.
Gimgoon.
Gimgoon. Yes. 2 people left. LWX. Crisp. But that does it. I'm pretty sure that's every player who's won world championship since then. Oh. You guys crushed it. The final score is 25-22. The play-by-play. Thank you everyone for watching. Are you starting? Scared of that.
I'll do that.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go.
You almost griefed us.
Anyways, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you for Golden Guardians for playing. Very good ending to the game show. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you guys next time.
See you.
Bye.
All right, we all know why we're here. Summer finals are right around the corner, which means the LCS trophy is back up for grabs. So you know what we're gonna do?
I'm gonna win it.
No, I'm gonna win it.
No, I am.
Winning is for losers. We're gonna steal it. Any questions?
You said there were going to be bagels?
Not a question. So here's the plan. The trophy's locked up in Riot's multi-level, titanium-fortified underground vault. Needless to say, security is going to be tight. There are state-of-the-art 4K biometric cameras at every entrance and exit, and a laser field protecting the trophy at every angle. For the last 2 weeks, Bucio's been working there as our inside man.
And I said, I'm not even from here.
He'll tap into the grid and cut power to the building. Once disabled, the core control will activate the vault's emergency protocols and send out an immediate repair notification. Licorice, your muscle. You'll intercept that call and roll up in uniform.
Maintenance.
A shark costume? What the hell?
It's the only costume I own.
All right, new plan, Fudge, you're the muscle.
Maintenance.
And Licorice, that makes you our eyes in the sky from the mobile command center.
Fudge taking my job again. What else is new?
Meanwhile, I'll shimmy through the ventilation system as Fudge disables the guard. Any day now. Guard neutralized, I'll lower myself down. Carefully, I'll weave my way through the laser grid using my finely honed body. Every move, every gesture, perfectly executed, thanks to my rigorous years of training. Like a praying mantis, I'll move completely undetected. All right, I'm through. What'd I say? Piece of cake.
New plan, new plan!
Don't worry, Kobe, you got this. I believe in you.
I got 20 bucks on the guards. Kobe, you need us to send in Fudge?
I got this.
Okay, Kobe, are we looking in there? Come on, Kobe, let's wrap it up.
I've got a badge. Headed to the vault. Hey, not so bad, right, guys? So, what are you gonna do with your share?
Hey guys, we're NRG here, and we're gonna take a look at our best and worst plays of the split.
Dude.
Oh no.
Dude,
oh, we've
actually,
seen this extensively, actually.
We've reviewed this play like for like 2 hours before.
Yeah. Christian's trying to explain.
There's nothing to be said here.
Yeah.
Wait, what? You said you reviewed it for 2 hours. What did your coaches tell you?
It was okay. So we were like talking about how we wanted to like, because I'm a big fan of min-maxing plays. Like I want to like really play the line and play the limit as much as possible.
Yeah.
So
we shouldn't like.
I was just trying to explain to them how we can still be in between turrets, but like we can't let him walk through the turret. But they just
Play with
said
the
just
balls.
leave. But I'm like, no, but we can play here.
No, but the
I
thing
kind of
is that
side with our coaches a little bit. We always push it a bit too much. You know what I mean?
You know, you guys died in between the
best
towers. Is like the
players in
same
the world
thing.
will play the
Where
line.
You guys are dying between tier 1, tier 2.
That's a scream.
The best players in the world will play the line. That's all I'm saying.
You're right. You
It is
could have
true.
been between the towers, and then after you weren't, then you shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. But I'm saying we should.
Oh no, it's starting up again.
Oh no.
Next flip, next flip.
EG, pentakill.
Oh, no flashes.
I mean, wait, but the only play that I did in this clip was already cut out.
Yeah,
the only
it
good
was
thing
the
I
best
did was
play.
flash, poppy
Yeah,
flash.
That was an insane reaction, bro.
Other than that,
I was actually so.
Actually, just right
I was like,
people,
holy shit, Victor, you're smurfing, bro.
Here, I tried to steal your penta, and then I was like, I'll be nice.
I miss Danny, bro. I miss Danny.
You actually need it for the mental. I don't know why I flashed either. Like, that was so dog.
Yeah, you were telling Juan to not tank, so I almost died actually.
Yeah.
No, because I was
like, I'm tanking, and then
I
the
was
coach is like,
yeah.
no, don't. And then I went away.
They couldn't leave, so just push the wave, man.
We need
Bro,
to
just
tank
get
it.
kill.
I know. I was like, but I want to do that. You guys.
Oh, I got a nice W here.
Yo, Niship is smurfing.
Look me, look me.
Oh my.
Oh my God, Jack Show.
That was actually a juice up.
Yeah.
Dude, good thing I didn't.
Yo, I got a 3-minute moo.
Okay, we actually could have lost this fight, by the way. If
Okay, but
Kaisa...
I got kind of confused in this fight. I'm not gonna lie. Look at me.
Oh, like if he went on me?
No, bro. If Kaisa cleanse flash, he would have killed all of us.
Yeah.
And they all
Okay, but like,
yeah,
dude, Kaisa's so OP. What is that? They need to reduce. They need.
I just remember baiting M&S here. I was laughing.
Dude, you know in our
If
game
he cleanse flashes here, he can actually kill us all.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
You have them all.
I mean, dude,
Look how low he got,
bro.
and
Dude, Contracts is gonna beat him down with that move.
I died to Kaisa mid today, like right as we were ending game 4. Like I'm like, bro, what?
Oh, yeah,
The
he was
cues
like
keep
1
coming
HP,
out, bro.
It was like 1 HP. I was like, you got him right.
He's not Jackie Love, dude.
Yeah, he ain't Jackie Love.
He just flashed so we could kill
Okay.
this.
Look at Kaisa, by the way. Look at how I die. You can say I'm
taking
minting,
it.
but like,
Oh,
okay. Look
okay,
at
let's see.
me. Look at me.
Clicks W.
Okay.
Dude, okay, what is
W
this?
auto-
What is that? What is that?
I mean, the champion's kind of OP. Not
You've
gonna
been
lie.
outplayed.
And I'm like, oh my god, I just
Imagine
threw the
thinking
game.
we
Like,
couldn't end it.
now we can't end. That was what I was
Imagine
like.
thinking we couldn't end.
I'm playing.
You're playing
Jax.
Gragas.
Oh god.
No, Christian Gragas. We gotta turn it
Oh,
off.
no, dude! Oh my
Why
god!
is Gragas eating out of the Lotus hook? That's
Dude,
what I'm
why
saying.
are you thinking I'm gonna take out my grade P Gragas?
Yeah, don't you?
Look at him. In the
What are
back
you
line,
doing,
he's
Christian?
smurfing.
Okay.
Okay, you kill yourself there, but
Looking
like,
like a goddamn blueberry. I mean, Tactic Plan went
Wait, don't go
crazy
hop
here,
on him,
though.
bro.
I can't, man.
Why?
But I got so
I'm
mad.
dead.
Kill yourself for him.
I'm not killing myself for him. I'm
You have
just
a- you have a
dying on
fucking
top of
loop,
it.
or-
Nah,
Yeah,
but
but you mean
whoever
that.
drafted it said you wanted Gragas mid jungle is reported.
Well, actually, I got like.
Okay, but we were up 10k.
Doesn't
Like,
matter, dude.
Yeah,
can
we
we
were
actually
literally
blame the
up
coaches, or do we have to take some
mean,
Whose fault
accountability?
is it?
Well, it's a good.
It's a team effort.
We're a team. We're a team.
Team effort.
Definitely wasn't the 15 kills there.
Nah.
I definitely didn't kill myself 2 times.
Okay, but like we just trolled. Like it was what, triple inhib almost, and we just
10K
died
gold league,
because we
10K
got
gold
mind controlled into
Dude, we need to
Kazakhs.
hear more of Ignar, bro.
Yeah.
Ignar, bro. next
Ignar, you can talk the whole
I
time.
don't know if you guys awake.
next play, you're gonna smurf.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see it.
I want to talk.
Okay.
What is this? I don't
You
remember.
should get a big engage on there. Yeah,
I
I remember.
remember.
Yeah.
I remember. You say go, go, go?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, fuck.
Ignar is f***ing smurfing, by the way. 4 man
well.
off.
That'll be the barrel.
Boom.
That was massive, bro.
2-man knock.
No, I was keep thinking about like the C9 play.
Okay, how did you not kill him, by the way?
Yeah, like before. Like we say it is
Yeah,
bad
Ivern,
play
I'll try and give you the
because
kill.
we give
You
all
would-
vision.
yeah,
But I think it's good play.
The top one.
No, when we get Nash.
You think he's getting away?
Oh,
I think
I'm
it's
not
good
gonna
play.
get away,
he's
but
got
like,
new what?
I remember. I was like, this noob.
no, you're like, Niship, come top. I'm like,
Dude, we could have killed both.
how am I gonna reach Renekton, man? Are
Because you were gonna be
trolling?
behind him if you just came and you're like, just hit Nash.
Okay, guys.
Man, just kill him.
Just kill him.
We didn't need you on Nash. You're a horn, man.
I need a tank.
What didn't we have like a set?
Yeah, I was definitely said you
Yeah, but I auto, like, it procs Seji.
Right.
So dumb, dude. And I'm like, oh my god, I just
Imagine
threw the
thinking
game.
we
Like,
couldn't end it.
now we can't end. That was what I was
Imagine
like.
thinking we couldn't end.
Dude, I was a bit fussed about it.
Wait, really?
Nah.
But your son is so OP.
I'm out there. I'm like,
It's Jax with no flash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No flash, no Zanyas.
The fact that Blabber has done it so consistently over the past few years, as now a bottom side gank is in the works here. Ayla forced the flash already. Blabber with the Arctic Assault into flash to land the guaranteed knockup. Secures first blood for Cloud9. For him, he gets stunned up, knocked up by the Glacial Fissure. Ayla is forced to use the counter gank Assault so that makes sure that JoJo gets out alive, but Revenge is now soaking up all 5 members from Cloud9, and he just doesn't seem to die. JoJo jumps back in, has the stasis from the stopwatch to go golden. Sven throws out a winner's bite, but it's not going to do anything because now Evil Geniuses are the one pushing Cloud9 out of the pit, but Berserker keeps him at arm's length with the range. He's space gliding all over them. He's got the slows from his auto attacks, and Evil Geniuses are forced to run instead. Looking for the crash, looking to try and take this down. Poke comes out from JoJo once again. Ayla with the flash engage. The Magnet Sword catches out too. Sven forced to flash as well. Blabber trying to frontline as everything as he could. His Revenge is diving past 2 turns, but he's got no more damage. He's got to get out of there. The Gorging and Thirsting Slash is not enough. He gives his life for the cause as Tier 1 turret does fall. Fissure right onto Revenge, but he soaks it on up. Fudge coming in for the left flank, and Evil Geniuses, all 5 like a pack of hyenas turned right into Fudge, but they kite this one out. Ayla falls. Cloud9 still have the man advantage, and they are pulling and pushing Evil Geniuses off the dragon.
Now MNS is their next site, but he's got flash and he is LeBlanc. They wait for his distortion #1 to be used. Teleport into counter.
If he finds a chain, Revenge or Jojo Pion is dead. He's forced to flash. He escapes the chain, but MNS finds his flash and takes out JoJo. Now Evil Geniuses and Cloud9 have pretty much swapped sides as Daisy finds the root caller onto Blabber. Frontline Glacial Prison right on top of Revenge. He soaks it all up. He has the trigger season, the shields, and the healing from Armail available as Cloud9 now starting to lean toward the right side of the mid lane. Glacial Incredent Arrow right on top of Ayla, but he's soaking on up, and Blabber's still lost a lot of HP. They find the root caller into Sven. He has no flash from him now. Last time is available as well. Sven burning down, Unforgiven flashing forward, and that is the Aphelios ult in the Moonlight Vigil. Fudge tries to find damage in the back, but he has forced to run away. Armail flashing forward to guarantee the root. Fudge trying to life steal as much as possible, but he goes down in the end. Being able to fire a volley in, Ayla engages right on top of MNS. He doesn't have flash. He uses it immediately right after, and he gets out alive, but he's on top of a ward. JoJo looking for the accelerated shock flash. Enchanted Arrow once again available, but Evil Geniuses should be able to walk this one out. Sven has no flash, no Glacial Fissure to keep them in line, but JoJo's pretty slow unless he can hit that air Dragon speed buff. He's trying to run away, but he's been tagged. Fudge is coming over the wall. Evil Geniuses might just have to leave their mid laner for death as Cloud9 find one straggler, and they don't want to let anyone go. Glacial Prison right on top of Revenge. Unforgiven, no flash available, still has a cleanse. Running out of mana, trying to fire as many autos as he can. Fudge gets stunned up in the tower! Cloud9, they thought they could get more, but Evil Geniuses withstand it all. JoJo's the only one that has really suffered any real damage as Armail also took about 1/3 of his HP.
Daisy down, Revenge is in!
They look for it, Sven is caught out. Root caller, does he have flash available? Yes, he does. He's able to jump over the wall, but he gets bursted down by the Moonlight Vigil. Unforgiven is on a tear. Fudge just can't even survive as Unforgiven with the damage bursts down Fudge. Teleport is coming from MNS as well. Can he look for the pick flank of an opportunity here in this game? Fudge gets turned on. Can they burst him down? MNS looking for the flank as well. Armail gets bursted out. JoJo goes down as well. And now Unforgiven is the last person standing because Revenge falls to the onslaught of Cloud9. Have they found it? But Unforgiven steps up. Finds a burst onto 2. Can he live to survive 3? No, he can't. Cloud9 at the footsteps of their base managed to pull out the defense of a lifetime. Looking for engaged opportunities here. Glacial Prison still at the ready from Blabber. He throws it out, finds Revenge. Ayla forced to retreat as well. Revenge taking up as much as he could. Dominus, will it be enough? No, it's not. Berserker's able to put arrows into his back. Ayla falls as well, and suddenly just like that, Evil Geniuses, they were just a few minutes or moments away from ending the game, being able to make one last push, but now Cloud9, they're the ones in the base of Evil Geniuses. They're gonna go all the way, Kobe.
They're gonna do it. Cloud9 looking for the end. They got 2 kills and they want the game.
Wait, someone's teleporting. Wait, JoJo is gonna try to go for a base race of his own.
They've got it.
They've got it. I don't know if that's the right play, but they had no other choice. Cloud9 take one chance.
Got flash.
But Armail is here to hover. Oh, but he's still gonna flash right on top of it. He's looking for the catch from MNS, and they brute force it. First blood goes over to Cloud9, and Sven throws in a flash just for good measure to make sure Armail doesn't go for Fudge.
See if they can get Fudge with no flash. Watch the slice and dice angle.
Looking for the flash Q3, but Armail doesn't connect on the Arctic Assault. Has to flash in for the permafrost. They should be able to get the damage down, but the Q from Fudge gives them enough lifesteal, and Revenge ends up getting the kill, but it costs Armail's life. Sven was looking for that Hex Flash in the mid lane. Just going to show up with the crash down, looking for a Q-stun. But Ayla is here for the counter roam. But M&S, nice explosive cast. Punts away Ayla and Jojo, but he flashes right on it to guarantee the kill. Lockdown onto Sven.
You know, there's a lot of melee, so I think EG should be happy right now with the game state.
Oh, they look for the explosive cast right on the Jojo. He has the flash available. Oh!
I'm sorry.
Speak up.
I caster curse though.
Welcome to the official Caster Curse Club.
I'm part of the club now.
So they're gonna have to look for picks and opportunities.
Picks like
this one.
Permafrost, Glacial Prison, the Chain, CC, Wamba.
Honestly, this is like their best chance right now.
Here we go. The double teleport comes in.
They call it a Glacial Prison right on top of Sven. They can burst down one target. He gets a Magna Storm at least before he goes down. Revenge is in the middle of everyone, and he just gets obliterated by Cloud9. Now they're trying to kite their way out. Evil Genius is trying to keep the range advantage as well. Fudge already popped the dominance, but he's losing HP as Armail flashing forward right on top of it. Fudge forced to flash as well. Ayla jumping. Arctic Assault lands the Permafrost stun. Eminos trying to body block it with the body slam. But Unforgiven finds the damage. Blobber jumps in, forcing the flash. Berserker with the Power Instinct. They're so low to the side of EG. And Cloud9 just find a way to take them all down!
Oh my goodness, Cloud9 decimate Evil Geniuses.
M&S Blabber and Fudge. Absolutely incredible. So they look for the dive onto the bottom side of the map, but Fudge is going to get completely blown up as Evil Geniuses commit the teleport from Jojo to make sure that they save Revenge under the tower. Fudge has teleport available. Engage already from Sven. They're forcing the fight even before Fudge gets there, and they just blow up multiple members of Evil Geniuses. Fudge wasn't even needed. Now he comes in to teleport, and he can just completely zone Unforgiven off. Hopefully he doesn't take too much damage as Armail is now the one isolated from the rest of the Evil Geniuses, looking for the Hex Portal, and Fudge able to rejoin the ranks. And this should just be an easy drag and pickup. Evil Geniuses have no room to play with in this bottom side jungle, and Jojo is just going to get dove under tower. There's nowhere for him to go. Blabber and M&S are cut off by Ayla and Armail, but do they have the damage? They have to wait for Revenge to join the fight, and they blow up Ayla before Revenge gets there, and he's trying to do as much as he can, but Berserker demolishes him. Evil Geniuses, what can they do?
Let's see. Hex Gates out here. Maybe they can catch something. They're getting a little desperate.
Nice explosive cast. Armail forced a flash. Body slam flash from M&S right on top of the backline here. Jojo gone. Ayla gone. Cloud9. They just cannot do any wrong. Evil Geniuses losing almost their entire team. And Armail, I don't think those Krugs are safe for you to farm anymore. The explosive cast splits him and Jojo Pion up. The body slam connects. Armail is gone.
Yeah, and they drove that bus straight through mid lane right at the beginning with 4 flashes. Blabber having some fun. I love this stage of the game with Assassins. Kha'Zix gets to go play around in the jungle.
Oh my goodness. Ayla's got to be careful. Thankfully, he is now grouped up with friends, so he's no longer isolated for that extra bonus damage from Kha'Zix. Now, Blabber might get punished. The short hop trying to look for the blast cone on the exit.
Like I said, they're just full recline, having some fun now.
But Berserker's able to pop some more stacks for his Magi Soul Stealers. He finds Unforgiven in the base. And now they're hammering their way through the middle lane inhibitor.
Why does these Sven elevate from the... Oh, never mind.
Glacial Prison right on top of Blabber. They blow up the Assassin. Hold up now, maybe Evil Geniuses could cook here. Nice explosive cast, catches Jojo Pion and is able to catch him right on top of it as well. Fudge answering back on the damage. Wait a minute, Evil Geniuses are defending the base. Cloud9 might have got it too comfortable. And now it's up to Unforgiven and Revenge to look for damage, but Berserker still got a ton of stacks on that Magi, so he does insane damage. But Cloud9 with the Baron buff on their side, with Hex Soul on their side. Super minions pouring in through 2 lanes. This should be their siege to take game 2 and put them at match point as one last attempt. They find Berserker! That's a huge shutdown from Evil Geniuses. Do they have the damage to back it on up? Unforgiven, able to relentlessly just pour damage into Cloud9. What is happening? This time they are not just diving forward. They are not giving a window for Evil Geniuses to engage this time.
The minions are focused. The minions are focused up. They're taking care of the Nexus turrets.
Oh, Armail was looking for the Arctic Assault flash into the Glacial Prison, but Berserker just easily sidesteps, not even needing a flash. And this time the Nexus exposed, and Cloud9 find their window to look for the end of game 2. Cloud9 move to match point. Jojo with lane prio right on top. M&S still low on HP as he's trying to fight right on back to make sure that Blabber can get on out. There's still no summoner spells for either junglers here. Blabber, can he look for an escape route? He can't. He can't even W over to the Raptors. This first blood for Shade and looking for one more. M&S forced to flash.
This could be what they need to revitalize the series.
Yeah, Potential mentality change as JoJo knows that no flash on M&S means it's an easy scoop to whoop onto M&S, and Shaden takes another kill on this battle board.
Yeah, take a picture there. Jace mid-swing, stuns him in the air. JoJo gives him the thumbs up. All right, let's see now, because Berserker...
Oh, wait, Berserker, he knows that Unforgiven still doesn't have flash from before. There's no more Mystic Shot. Berserker doesn't have flash, but if he can get an arcade shift, there it is, lines it true, and Berserker gets the solo kill on Unforgiven.
Berserker has just been so good. JoJo's at it again, though.
And here's a repeat. This time, JoJo spends his flash so he can get in range for the scoop, and M&S is gone. This time, a kill going over to JoJo.
Yeah, give him Herald, too. Get this man some money. But all the same, that is a isolated flash blown 1v1. So Fudge now can set up for a Berserker gank.
I've never seen a ganking marksman before, but Berserker wants a kill on a flashless Crocodile. The Dominus is giving Revenge a little bit of HP to play with, but if he keeps himself at range, the cleanse, the stun, and Fudge is the one that gets the kill.
Takeaway
out is here, Permafrost, and then Ayla has the charm for the quickness, Unforgiven. Nice Magnus Storm, buys some time, but it's not enough time as Revenge with the teleport comes in to take the kill under the tower, and M&S has got nowhere to run. Running under the tower for protection, but Shaden can take this one up as Unforgiven should be able to pick up the kill. Gets a ward into the brush, so they find eyes onto M&S and get vision down. Shaden trying to slow him down with the Arctic Assault. Voidseeker, they're making EG really work for this one. A Voidseeker might not be another available as well. M&S flashing over the wall. No way! He's gonna get out! Arctic Assault over the wall. Can he find him in the brush? No! M&S doesn't die, baby! Vicious Grasp. Sven is also ready. Doesn't need Magnus Storm, just looks for the Q stun. True shot barrage from across the map is what takes JoJo out in the end as Berserker adds another kill to his list. Sven, Hex Flash over the wall, can't get out with the crash down. They canceled him, and they can just look for an easy kill right on top of him. The Magnus Storm is already wasted. And Cloud9, they're not going to get a chance to look for the Dragon. That's EG's. Ooh, Berserker fires the flash over the wall. Unforgiven committed the killer instinct there, and M&S is caught up. JoJo peeling over the wall! Finds a massive shuffle onto two. Berserker and M&S are taken out of the fight. Fudge goes all out, but he cannot withstand EG. And right at 20 minutes, EG are going to turn right into the Baron. They do everything they can to correctly close this game one out as Sven gets caught out, but Ayla goes down. He's still surviving. Sven might go down to one more auto attack, but he walks on out as they look for the turnaround. JoJo's the one that disappears. Berserker's on a tear. They rip Unforgiven to shreds. Shaden is gone, and Berserker might just pick himself up before Revenge slices and dices him out. That one goes over to Blabber.
Up is pretty important for them, and they feel like they can still fight it.
Ayla finds himself over the wall. Sven is going to spot it out. M&S is now having the collapse. And, oh, Ayla gets clipped. Forced to flash. And is able to battle dance over the wall. Nature's Grasp now onto the front line of Evil Geniuses. Shaden forced a flash out. Revenge gets knocked up. Still has a flash to play with, but doesn't get to use it in time as he gets clipped by Blabber. And now it's the man advantage for Cloud9. They can just turn towards the Dragon and take it for free.
I mean, he's definitely not strong now. He's trying, but...
Oh, good Glacial Prison right onto M&S. But he's already forced off, and he's done so much damage to the rest of EG that they're forced off the Baron. Sven can just look for the easy Magnus Storm, and Berserker just gets to fire one Mystic Shot after another. He's cleaning and decimating the ranks of EG. Inhibitor tower falls, another inhibitor falls. Are they gonna push for the end? There's 16 seconds on JoJo and Unforgiven, 9 seconds on Shaden. They might just look to do it right here, right now. Revenge is gone, Ayla's gone. Cloud9 gonna start hitting onto the Nexus towers. There are multiple members low, but they will just push for the very end. 1 second on JoJo, 1 second on Unforgiven, but Cloud9, you don't need to be an Evil Geniuses to just be better. Cloud9 will advance in the upper bracket.
I've got Blabber with me. First of all, did you know that you are 14-0 on Maokai?
Yeah, I was going to go to my phone and tweet something about it, but, you know, I was pulled here, but I do know I'm 14-0 on Maokai.
Just making sure. I didn't know if you were keeping up with that at all. But I do want to ask, how did this series go compared to your expectations? Because it was a 3-0, but there were some tight moments.
Yes!
I'm glad you could make it.
Welcome back.
Yes. Well, I was actually just asking Blabber about, this series, so I want to get your thoughts on it too. Was it tight in your opinion?
Honestly, I didn't expect the series to be very close. I thought we'd 3-0 them, not like this.
Yeah, unless anything Blabber with Kazakhs. Maybe you hate winning, right?
No, I won. Did you see Berserker Cleanse?
I mean, that's also true. But did you see Berserker Flash with each other?
I don't remember.
I agree.
Just all those moments forgotten. What do you think about your own performance last game and the ones before?
It was close to get player of this series, but I don't know with my Jace. Maybe you guys don't believe, but in Scream we always, I always 1v9 with Jace, so.
It's not the Maokai, guys, trust me.
Not the 14-0 Maokai,
Oh.
just the Jace.
So not my carry, right? In Scream?
No, I said not my Maokai.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's you.
Okay. I agree.
Amanus, I know that we got to catch up a little bit before the series. Seemed like you were in good spirits, very good mood, but also saying that you practiced a lot, maybe even too much going into this week. What were your thoughts on how you're preparing for playoffs compared to regular season?
I think nothing special, no?
Just lots and lots and lots of practice.
I agree.
I do have a very, very important question for you, though. There are big stakes on this matchup. It means that Cloud9 has qualified to Worlds in Korea. When we had interviews with you earlier in spring, you seemed so excited about that. Can you tell me your thoughts on this news?
I think my parents will watch this in their hospital, maybe. I think this time it will be they open their hospital and try to work. Yeah, I think it actually good. Actually good.
Yeah. Good feelings about it.
I don't know the word in English, but like in Korea we say 효도. Something like good thing for my parents. I think this time will be pretty good because they will see me in Korea in stage.
Have you been thinking about your parents a lot when performing here in the LCS?
No?
No?
I mean, I'm just focused game, you know?
Which, Blabber, I feel like it's not a bad thing to hear that your mid laner is focused on the game, but I know for you this also means going into the finals weekend, the chances at a three-peat. What do you think of Cloud9's chances for a trophy lift this time compared to the previous splits when it was achieved?
Mid-cap?
I think in the regular season, we didn't look that dominant. Maybe not even today, we didn't look that dominant, but I honestly don't think we're going to drop a game this playoffs. I think we're a lot better than the other teams, and hopefully we're able to show it in the next 2 best of 5s we're going to have to play.
Yeah, there's more best of 5s to come. M&S, you just said it's going to be mid-gap. Are there any mids that you fear that you might potentially face? Because you'll have to play either Golden Guardians or NRG depending on how that series goes.
I mean, actually GG, I guess. I really don't see how they can lose, but yeah, I think NRG is actually not bad. So maybe if Palafox can stop like Gory and Lieber, their like mid duo combo, then it'll be pretty good to watch. Unless I think GG duo.
We do love a good to watch series, that's for sure, but we'll have to see. Blabber, what do you think? How is it going to go?
I think it'll probably be closer than M&S thinks. But yeah, I think GG are going to win too. I think their mid-jungle support have been playing pretty well, and I think they'll take over and win.
We'll see. And M&S, before we go, just any last thoughts after the series has been done? First of the run for Cloud9, Worlds down the line. What would you like to say for those cheering you on?
See you, Korea.
You will see both of these fine gentlemen in Korea. Congratulations on your victory today and keeping that Maokai at a clean 14-0.
Thank you.
Why are they jumping, bro? Why are they getting like that? Why are they getting their heart pumped, like, bro?
Glacial Fissure right onto Revenge, but he soaks it on up. Fudge coming in for the left flank, and the Evil Geniuses all five like a pack of hyenas turned right into Fudge. Then burning down, and Raven flashing forward, and that is the Aphelios ult in the Moonlight Vigil.
Renton. Change. I don't want to speak.
I'm chasing.
Avi, okay? Yeah, look 80. Look 80. I got it. Is that? We can. Can we? I think we can. Go, man. Bad randoms. Get him.
My bad. I misplayed defense this game.
Arctic Assault lands the Permafrost stun. Eminos trying to body block it with the body slam, but Unforgiven finds the damage. Blabber jumps in, forcing the flash to preserve a loop with the Power Instinct. They're so low on the side of EG, and Cloud9 just find a way to take them all down.
Big man. It's 45, just so you guys know.
Look, answer. And on him. Okay, nice. Got drawn in. I'm fine.
I'll play this week.
I'm gonna see now because Berserker.
Oh, wait, Berserker. He knows that Unforgiven still doesn't have flash from before. Mystic shot. Berserker doesn't have flash, but if he can get an arcade shift, there it is. Lines it true.
He's too good.
He's crane, bro.
M&S is caught up. Jojo peeling over the wall. Finds a massive shuffle onto two. Berserker and M&S are taken out of the fight. Fudge goes all out, but he cannot withstand EG. And they do everything they can to correctly close this game one out. As Sven gets caught out, but Ayla goes down. He's still surviving. Sven might go down to one more auto attack, but he walks on out. As they look for the turnaround, Jojo's the one that disappears. Berserker's on a tear. They rip Unforgiven to shreds. Shannon is gone, and Berserker might just pick himself up before Revenge slices and dices him out. That one goes over to Blabber.
Go to Blabber. Hey, I want to hit this. Look. Coming out.
Oh, zero.
Is it dead? What did he? Can we up? Yeah, we can. Go top.
They might just look to do it right here, right now. Revenge is gone. Ayla's gone. Cloud9 going to start hitting onto the Nexus towers. There's multiple members low, but they will just push for the very end. 1 second on Jojo, 1 second on Unforgiven, but Cloud9, you don't need to be an Evil Geniuses to just be better. Cloud9 will advance. We're going to
Welcome to LCS Waiting Room, where we are joined by Sven today. Apparently him and Mark have beef. There's a pile of pillows.
Yeah, between the two of you.
Yeah.
Separate sides of the bed here.
Troubles in paradise between Sven and I.
Thanks for joining us. Any words on yesterday's game overall?
I mean, I tweeted it out, but I played so bad, and we still won. So I was like, if I play well, there's no hope for the LCS. They can't beat us then, if I can play that badly and still go 3-0.
I thought your rel game at the end was good.
I got caught a couple times, I think, in that game as well. And I was also, yeah, it was just bad. But I think I had some good plays in the third game. It's true, I had a lot of good team fights that game, towards the end especially. But yeah, I played a really bad series overall. The second game especially was really bad, and then game 3, some early game mistakes. I was tunneling too hard, trying to stop Jodapune. We had this thing where, like, we said, if Jodapune doesn't 1v9, they can't win. So I was like, just trying really hard to always be mid, always gank him, overcommit really hard, but I shouldn't be, you know, these kind of things. But I didn't actually have to do that because MS was playing really well that series, I think.
Yeah.
Besides the Jace game.
Yeah.
The MS Jace incident.
That one was unlucky, but the other two games that M&S were really good. I think he would have ended up being player of the series if he had just even a normal third game. It was just unfortunate.
His was really good.
Yeah.
I was really surprised
That
how good he
Berserker
played.
flash at the end there, and then you almost not ending the game. That would have been so troll. He played he played well.
Yeah, he had a good series too. Always does. He's a very consistent player.
Well, congratulations on not only making it to finals weekend, but also making it to Worlds again.
Again.
We'll take a quick look at the playoff bracket to see where we stand. This is the last game of the week between GG and NRG. Obviously, C9 3-0ing EG going to finals weekend and Worlds. You join, I believe, from LPL, JDG, BLG, and now LNG.
Yeah, some low-level teams.
Easy wins right there.
Yeah.
And then TL will face EG coming up next week as well, and Dignitas will face the loser of today's game between GG and NRG. And Golden Guardians, we have not seen them yet in these playoffs, but they did narrowly, it came down to a tiebreaker between your team and GG for kind of top spot, and they also won coaching staff of the split. So Jat had a chance to
Can I
catch
help
up
you,
with
Sven?
them
Why are you
before,
laughing at
yeah.
that?
Okay, I mean, I just really think, okay, first of all, I think it's deserved. It makes sense. It's just a really shitty award.
No, it's not.
It doesn't make any sense because the people that vote for this award don't actually know what these guys do.
I don't think anyone knows what anyone does.
Yeah, but like, you can vote for players.
I don't know if you have
that
good
makes
comms.
sense.
You could have terrible comms. I'm playing you on my All-Pro Valid.
Yeah,
you
but
know?
at least you can watch me play, right?
I
But
guess I can watch them
can't-
draft.
You don't even know if it's like the player saying who to draft, right? So I have no idea who that. I don't know who he is. I don't know what he does for his team.
You're really hyping this up, Sven.
I know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just saying that like sometimes the coaches of teams are actually just frauds, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like some teams, even now, think their coaches are really bad. And maybe it's just like he's just the fucking mind controlling everyone, right? You don't know. So the award just doesn't make any sense because you don't know what the coaches are doing for the team. They could be like the best coaches ever or the worst.
It's true.
It's a
No,
narrative-based award.
So I'll say this.
Yes.
I actually agree. I never vote on the award. I always like just put NA. But at the same time, I think there's also the other argument where it's like this team did really well or like overperform expectations. So like it's a team award.
Narrative.
And Jet.
Yeah,
he did actually catch up with
I talked to them.
GG's coaches before today, so we'll throw that.
Welcome back. I'm here with Golden Guardians coaching staff of the split for 2023 summer. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Here with Spooks and Chews. I do have to ask a little bit, though, about the meaning of this because you've been with Golden Guardians for so long, actually. This is the end of your 4th full year with the org. So what's that journey been like?
Yeah, I mean, Golden Guardians has like a very like up and down history. Honestly, I'm just really grateful, particularly to like Nick, who has kind of mentored us from the very start and then also given us this opportunity. Also grateful to like our playing group because I think we're really fortunate. Like we have a bunch of really smart and experienced guys who make the experience a lot easier. And I'm just grateful and, you know, really, really happy to be here. So
Yeah. And for Chews, what do you feel like clicked this year to, you know, bring the success?
Yeah, I think just what Sam said. Like, we've got a really talented bunch of guys, and they feed off each other really well. So Sam and I have just tried to, I guess, point them in the right direction and more mediate this kind of group because we have so much talent. So, yeah.
Easiest or hardest player to coach on the team?
I think Jay, like who he is the easiest and hardest player to coach on the team. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he gets both.
That makes sense. Congratulations again on the award, guys, and best of luck in the best of 5 today.
Cheers, thank you.
That does it from here.
Thank you, Jet, for catching up with those coaches. We see who they mentioned on screen and who you also mentioned is possibly
the real coach,
the mastermind between Golden
we have
Guardians,
no idea, right?
actually. One of these teams is going to be going to Worlds, and it'll actually be a first for both orgs.
Yeah.
It's important to note that NRG is not
Wow, we are good.
is not taking CLG's prior World.
Yeah, NRG wanted a clean slate, so they do not inherit CLG's history, which means of the teams in the LCS, which are the ones on these graphs, GG and NRG are the 2 teams that haven't gone to Worlds ever. So they will be making organizational history, one of these teams, depending on the results today.
Really cool to have history made this weekend today. Sven was saying, wow, we're so good. You should put your money where your mouth is. Join one of the orgs that doesn't have many Worlds appearances and start boosting them up there.
You know what's funny? The one time Sven did make Worlds was when I joined. So yeah.
You entered it once, but then you got him a couple more times.
Yeah, I blame Niski for that one. That's fine.
Wow. So in looking at, I feel like to go slightly back to coaching staff the split, when this GG team started in spring and due to their spring performance, I feel like we definitely didn't expect them to perform not only as well as they did in playoffs last year and MSI, but also this split. They kind of stayed at the top where I think a lot of people expected them to fall. By contrast, NRG, so like a lot of their players made All-Pro, right? It was pretty much like C9 and then G.
They just left it blank.
Once again, I actually did not know this graphic was going to look exactly like this. No All-Pros. The apostrophe.
So this is the interesting part of the story for me is that NRG consistently finishes top half of the regular season, 4th, 5th. They are always up there, and yet they have not gotten an All-Pro nod with these guys yet. Through summer split, spring split, and again this summer split, 3 splits in a row, I don't think that they got an All-Pro player.
Always right on the cuff.
I thought didn't Palafox
might have picked up
split?
1/3 team All-Pro.
Because I voted him
Maybe.
second team last split.
I don't remember if he got it though. Anyways, point is, they consistently do well and they don't get much credit.
That is true.
Whereas GG, every single player was on there.
Who was the third team jungler? Pyosik?
Pyosik.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
okay.
was your ballot?
Yeah.
I don't know what my ballot was. We do it like, we ask each other. So Blabber did a ballot this year for our team, and he would ask like, Sven, who do you think is the best support players? I put mine in.
Yeah.
And he asked Berserker, best ADCs. You know, we go like roll by roll. So I'm not sure who the junglers are. I guess Blabber did his own voting for that. But I think Pyosik.
You think Contracts is better? You can say that if you think, or somewhere else.
I think he played better this split.
Right.
Whether he is better or not is like debatable. I think Pyosik is a little bit underrated by people. They think he's really bad, but I don't think he is. Contract is very important to his team though, while Pyosik is not.
Right.
So it's like, NRG depends on Contracts a lot to make plays, while teams like TL have a lot more laning phase prowess, I guess, in bot lane and top lane especially. So there's a lot more room to make plays.
Yeah.
It's hard to play jungle in a worse team. Well, NRG has a better record than TL, I think, right? But they are actually worse. It's just the laning phase is much stronger for TL when they're on their best game. So jungling is different in those kind of teams.
Yeah.
It's like the Boogie thing we talked about earlier. It's like Boogie has to do a lot of things to make his team win.
Yeah.
While a jungler like Blab or River have a lot more tools to work with because they have a good team. So.
Yeah. It is kind of interesting looking back at these GG players though, because I still think the assembly of these players, people think of this as kind of like a young team, I think, or like the perception is that they don't have a ton of accolades or whatever, but all of these players are incredibly experienced.
Well, I think the big thing too is that some of them have had acclaim in the past, but coming into this Golden Guardian lineup, the fact that all of them made all pro, something you would not have predicted at the start of the year when you assembled it, because they had been journeymen who had bounced all over the entire world.
Yeah, the River, when he originally joined Golden Guardians 2 at the tail end of 2022, they just lost all their games as well, because that was before they'd brought Huhi in, that was before they had Gory. It took a long time for this to come together. Interestingly enough, like both River and Licorice were acquired in trades, like mid-season LCS trades, and it's all come together here.
They say it's really funny, like how he was coaching Golden Guardians Academy, and then played because the guy Violet had a visa issue, and then suddenly he just now is second best AD carry in the LCS. It's a very strange.
Yeah, and then I know we've looked at the players. Golden Guardians, we already talked about how they made franchise history, but I think it is cool to look at kind of the timeline of their journey through the LCS.
Yeah, it's definitely not just the players who had their struggles and then have stepped up. Golden Guardians themselves as an org had a rough entry into the LCS. They wanted to make a splash. They signed a bunch of North American players, but they ended up getting multiple 10th place finishes, and they struggled for a while to find their footing. And then the problem for them was when they did find their footing, they couldn't hold on to those players. If you remember when they took down TSM, they started making a name with guys like Closer, like FBI, like Huhi in the support position, which he role swapped to. Everyone believed that this team had a future, and then they had some problems with budget, and they ended up having all their players heisted by 100 Thieves. So right when they hit this peak, they end up losing all of those players. They have to go back to that kind of developmental approach where they're trying to sign a lot of young North American talent. Unfortunately for them, they were not able to really hit on any diamonds in the rough, what they were trying to find with their kind of reduced budget. And so they had, again, returned back to that kind of 10th place history that they had. And people were wondering if this org was ever going to be able to turn it around. And that's when they kind of struck gold this offseason over into spring, where these guys, no one expected them to do as good as they did. They ended up winning much more than they thought, but it was still a dicey regular season. They finished 6th place. That's why this bullet point is not maybe as high as you think it should be for the fact that they made MSI, but it was a rough regular season. And you were worried that it was going to be a repeat of before, where you have this really nice showing one time, but you come back down to earth. That was not the case. They actually continued to smurf during the regular season. They tied Cloud9 for first place. They had to play a tiebreaker, ended up dropping that one. But if they can just win one best of 5s, as we already said, they can make their first Worlds appearance and kind of continue that upward trajectory.
Yeah, and you already mentioned it, but you know, they were on the same kind of initial GG roster core, and now having added FBI to NRG, Huhi and FBI are once again facing off against each other, and we're going to hear from FBI on facing against his former lane partner.
I just want to shit on Huhi, man. Like, this guy is so cocky, like, for no reason. Like why, dude? He's just following River around and get 3 kills, and he thinks he's good. So I can't wait to verse Golden Guardians.
Yeah, 3. No.
That's the the most I've ever heard
yeah.
of FBI. It's because he's played with Huhi for so many splits.
Yeah.
And wait, Sven just called this out. Huhi's played in the last 4 straight finals because he had the 3 with 100 Thieves, and then he also had the one with Golden Guardians.
Yeah.
He's a beast.
And lost to me on both teams.
You're better. You got to build up the other support.
Wait, there was the comms when you guys won the tiebreaker game against him in the regular season.
Yeah,
you get, oh yeah, there goes the best support in the league. Who he has.
I will say I was joking about it, but I think he deserves it. I think it's.
So on this point, this is a really fun game we've been thinking about. This is all pro. This is building a roster as well. Golden Guardians built the roster. The rules of this game is you have $15 to spend, and you can't spend it on players from the same team. The way we ranked it is $5 is first team all-pro, second team, third team, what would be fourth team, and what would be fifth team based off of the votes that came through. So, Sven, I want to get your $15 roster.
All right. Let's see here. Just gotta see who we have on the board first.
You think spending $4 on a support is grief?
Yes.
Okay, so
absolutely.
we're not spending $4.
I love myself, but I think also if I choose myself, I can't get like Blabber, Eminence, or Berserker, or even Fudge.
This is true. Yeah, this is the tricky part of him. Rich is high value because he's the only Dignitas player here. So
yeah. I mean, I don't want anyone from Dignitas anyways, besides Rich, so it's fine.
You're gonna go Rich?
No, I'm saying I don't want anyone else from that team anyway, so it doesn't matter if there's more Dignitas players. But I think I'm gonna go with Berserker for my $5 guy.
Okay, this is I mean,
ADC role is a little bit overpowered these days, so. Let's see here.
So that means no other C9 players.
Yes, I can't get Blabber now.
Do you have a red pen? You can X out the ones you can't pick.
Yeah,
I could.
Help him out by eliminations.
I think that Huhi is too expensive, even though he's really good. And Core J is, in my opinion, better than Ignar and Ayla, so I think we just go with Core J here.
Okay.
There's not too many other teams.
We get like Korean bonus here in bowling as well.
Yeah, true.
Not bad. So we're at $7 left.
Who cares?
Yeah. Now I can't get Summit though. I kind of want Summit.
No Summit.
Revenge, $1 is kind of like.
That's like decent value.
Good value, I think, yeah. But
we were running through it earlier. It's actually impossible to make a valid team with Berserker and JoJo, so you just can't get those two.
Oh, it's literally impossible.
Yeah. It's just with the way the teams and the dollars work, there's no way.
Okay, I gotta get one $4 player.
Yeah. So are you going Revenge?
River or Gory? I feel like
I go River for my jungler.
Okay.
Because
so you're a pretty expensive team now. That's That's $12. So you have $3 left.
Yeah, but you pick a 2 or a 1.
Now my options are like.
Yeah, you got to pick between Rich Revenge, Palafox, and Insanity.
Yeah.
You got to find your.
I feel like
your solo lanes. You're skimping on.
Rich Insanity or Palafox Revenge. It's got to be Palafox Revenge for me.
Palafox Revenge.
I actually kind of like this team.
This is a cool team.
It's not bad. You have it's kind of Golden Guardians-esque where you have like a core trio of the Korean speakers. This even works under import rules technically because Core JJ is also
really quick. Let's make a desk team. I
was considering like maybe getting like contracts and get Summit instead. But I would have
$4 on a top laner is too much.
But I would have Core JJ.
Emily, what was the team you threw together?
I mean, I still think you have to prio Berserker.
Okay.
Like, what do you guys think? Because you're either prioring Berserker or JoJo.
I'm slamming Rich too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't care about this revenge slander.
Is good value.
No, I'm saying Rich is good.
Anti-Dignitas slander. This just opens up the team.
I'm playing the rest of Dignitas, not him.
Okay, so Emily, do you agree with this, or we need to go in another direction?
Rich is good, I think. I mean, I feel like Mark can help with this too. Okay, I heavily prioed Berserker.
Yeah, I think for me, I said I actually picked Blabber and Sandy when I was doing mine, but since we already have Berserker, I really like River for the Golden Guardians player.
Yeah.
I think in a lot of ways you can argue he's the most
We're just going to make
impactful.
the same team, aren't we?
I mean, I also feel like River can just fit with so many different styles of play.
Then it's one of these two.
Yeah, because you're forced into it from here, which is the problem.
Yeah. And a support.
Well, then I'm going to go
I guess, the problem is Core is a steal at 3.
Okay, anyway, this graphic should be tweeted out. I'm curious what other people think. I think there is an Emily strategy where you have Blabber and build a team from there. It's just, weirdly enough, it's so hard to find a team like without this guy.
Really?
Yeah.
I think he's overrated, no? Right, Sven?
Berserker? A little bit, yeah.
Yeah,
he's getting
kind of carried support.
I taught him everything he knows.
I mean,
I think without me, he wouldn't be anything.
I remember you came up on the first split after you played with him, and it was your first play in support, and you were talking about how you had to teach him macro, how you had to teach him things that weren't just right-clicking minions.
Yeah.
You could play aggressive in lane.
Berserker did a lot of stupid things when he was playing at first. I remember when I was scrimming against him, he would like play, there was sort of the Udyr Hecarim meta, and he would buy like Gale Force, Fire Cannon, and Jinx against like Hecarim with 300 armor, and I'm like, why did you buy this? He tells me, opens the board as I'm talking. And he shows me Gumusi bought this in LCK. I'm like, yeah, but he's playing against like Jace mid, Jungle Kindred, you know, and you're playing against Ornn and Hecarim with 300 armor. He's like, yeah, that makes sense actually. You know, like this kind of thing. And I'm like, but then when we went to MSI, this like last MSI, Ruler started buying Kraken Slayer with Seal and then IE every game.
Yeah.
And then Berserker asked Gumayusi, why did you buy the Seal every game? And he said, because Ruler does it. So maybe that's just how it works in Korea. You know, you just do whatever the best guy does, and you know.
Yeah.
That's just how they do.
That's how the world works.
No, that's. I mean, why do the math? Just copy
why think about items when you can just copy the best player?
Two of the best players on Golden Guardians are River and Gory. I think, like, unironically, these two being able to link up together, I think River can be an incredibly creative jungler, and the two of them plus Huhi roaming is kind of the engine of their entire game.
Yeah, and for me, so much of this is just looking at the games that opponent mid laners end up having against this team, and so much of it I feel like is oftentimes River and Gory just link up to make them have terrible games. Huhi obviously a big part of that because we know they do split language comms. So the Korean speakers all group up and gang up on the enemy mid laner, and then they try and win the game from there a lot of times.
Yeah, it's really impressive to see how they are able to spill over to the rest of the map too. And like, it's obvious that they play a lot through Gory, but they are actually unpredictable in how they get there. River is really creative with his pathing. Huhi does a lot of roam timer, sticks on an island. Licorice has counter-picked topside. Sometimes they're playing through him. So they have a lot of angles to make their game plan happen. It's not, sometimes people talk about, oh, they have one play style and it's really telegraphed. I think the fact that River and Gory have so many ways to make it happen is what's hard to deal with.
Yeah, and I know, Sven, we were talking off camera, but you mentioned how, like, because of River's creative early game pathing, you kind of always have to have it in your head that he's going to be there, even if he's just, like, full clearing on Jarvan.
Once a jungler ganks you level 2 once, you will never forget about it. You will always have in mind he might gank level 2. So you should ward every game against River, while against our junglers, you never do that. River's also that kind of guy that he'll pick Jarvan and he'll full clear. Because everyone in the map is going to be afraid of him the whole game. It's just, he's just too good.
The accumulation of jungler mind games is actually really interesting.
Down payment. The more you do it, the more it rewards.
Like just spend half the split ganking everyone at level 2 to then never gank again, but they waste all their.
And every single time playing against Golden Guardians, we have a presentation about jungle pathing, tendencies, and such. And River will always gank you if he sees your ward. If he sees it placed somewhere, he will flash over every wall, EQ as Jarvan. He will go to the ends of the earth to dodge the ward, no matter what, and he will gank you. So you're always like thinking about River.
Like, where am I going to put this ward?
You're really sweating playing against this guy. He played Jarvan against us, I think, in the regular season when we lost.
In the last week.
And the whole game, everyone's like, "Where's Jarvan? Where's Jarvan? Please, someone find him." Are there any wards in the camps? No. Where is he? He could be anywhere right now.
And he still got you guys too. It's a crazy thing.
Yeah, we had a terrible draft, but.
I've heard you have a tiny little bit of record to set straight, because we talked about how NRG have a very good record against the top 4 teams versus the bottom 5. So obviously you guys, this is the discrepancy, which is hilarious.
Hate those guys.
Right? Because like you think about 3 and 7 versus the bottom 5 teams. 9 and 3 versus the top 4. But obviously you got to choose your opponents. And you chose away from the NRG TL side of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really easy choice since both TL and NRG, who we lost 0-2-2, were on that side. But for me personally, if it had been something like TL EG side of the bracket, we would have chosen NRG as our opponent, or TSM if they could win, right? So for me,
it was more scared of TL.
Yeah, I was more scared of TL at the time. But then that week after we chose our opponent, we scrimmed both teams, and NRG actually played really well. So maybe I was wrong about that initially.
Do you think there's something to this, like NRG performs against top teams, or is it just noise? Because it's a lot of.
It's a little bit of noise, but that many stats is like it becomes a real thing at some point. But yeah, I was personally just more afraid is a big word, but I thought TL was harder for us to beat than NRG at the time we chose opponent. Not sure about everyone else, but we just agreed because it was both of them, right?
The fact that you can ask if it's noise or a real thing, though, is I think why this matchup is so important for NRG and NRG fans.
Yeah.
Is because you have the ability to kind of discredit it right now, where it's like, oh, well, against the bottom teams, they struggled. And they haven't beaten these top teams in playoffs yet. It was only during the regular season. And so I think, they don't get all pro nods. They don't get the respect of the community despite these kinds of accomplishments against top teams in the regular season. So I think there is a lot on the line beyond the World's implications, beyond finals weekend's implications, which are all true for today. But personally, for the players on NRG, I think if they can win this, it's a huge, huge deal for their careers.
Yeah, I mean, I think they can then come forward and be like, I mean, Palafox was already last week being like, you should have voted for me for All Pro. Like, this is my audition. On that note, Mark, you've been very vocal about being like, this is the playoff run. I want to see NRG actually do something. Did you predict them today?
Well, we'll see. Of course I did. 3-1 NRG. Everyone else is sheep. Open your eyes.
I think this is an impossible series to predict. Because I literally feel like if you predict NRG, they will lose, and if you predict against them, they will win. So I cannot predict it correctly, was how I was feeling. Because, like, to the points we were talking about NRG not getting credit and Golden Guardians recently arriving as a top team, this conversation about NRG reminds me of the conversations we had about Golden Guardians in spring, where you don't believe that they're good because they just haven't proven it, but now they have a few months later. So I would not be shocked if we walked away from the series and we're like, oh yeah, NRG goes to Worlds. That makes sense.
I think so. I think also Contracts is a psychopath jungler, and you were saying that you thought he probably deserved.
River is just more crazy.
They're both crazy. And that's the thing. Like, Blabber can get crazy too, and Contracts actually goes better against, he scales with the other person's craziness. So I actually think
scales.
Yeah, he matches it.
I will say River toned it down when they got better as a team.
True.
Because once your team's actually playing the game well and you're winning lanes, you don't have to do the cheese games anymore. You can still do them, of course. They're good to have, but he actually became more, I won't say normal, but less of a psychopath, less cheesy, just more stable. But still a really good jungler, of course.
Yeah. I feel like that always has to be in your head, though, in terms of, again, like you said, kind of, you still have to watch out for him. Well, we will see if they can do it. Golden Guardians themselves finished 13-5 this summer, their best record in history. How did they do it? We may not know for sure, but GG may have revealed the secret to their success. Let's take a look before the game.
There is no other tradition in the LCS quite like this one. It's unique.
I remember the first time like it was yesterday. I felt such a rush. It was really special. It's an unreal feeling. I don't think I'll ever get tired of it. I'm so tired of it.
I'm getting chills just thinking about it.
It gives me something to look forward to.
I close my eyes every time just to make sure I cherish the moment and take it all in.
Honestly, it's just so hard to describe. It's a whole experience.
Yeah, I don't really know why the players like it so much, but if it helps, then whatever.
Hey Nick, you busy?
No.
I'm about to leave. Can I do the thing?
Yeah.
I think.
Go ahead.
No other team is doing what we're doing. Innovation. That's my bald eagle.
Ah, you love to see it. The Golden Guardians and their traditions bringing them to new heights here in the LCS in 2023. Welcome, everybody. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael for today's series. Golden Guardians going up against NRG. This one, just like what we got to see yesterday, is going to lock a spot in New Jersey and a spot at Worlds. Absolutely huge for either one of these squads. I'm excited to see them go head-to-head.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting one. The expectations for Golden Guardians absolutely are rising. They had their best regular season split ever. If they win here, they're going to Worlds. That would be massive for them. I have never been able to actually go to Worlds as an LCS representative, so that would be really, really big. And NRG on the other side, I think they make this such an interesting series because they're so hard to predict, right? Yeah. It's really hard to pin down how good this team is because they can come out, they can blast one of the top teams in the league, and then the very next week, go 0-2 against the worst teams in the league, right? You just don't know what you're going to get against this team. They really seem to play to the level of their opponents. So you want to believe that they can really rise to the occasion here and challenge Golden Guardians.
I mean, the way that I've been looking at it is NRG are a level scaling enemy in a video game. If LCS is a game, they're the level scaling opponent. If you're coming in at level 1, hey, they might be level 1. Might be easy to outplay them. If you're level 99, they're farmed and they're ready to go. So NRG, let's see what kind of a game they bring today up against the Golden Guardians. We've got the Ivern, the Poppy, the Tristana banned out by GG. NRG taking the Vi, the LeBlanc, and the Jax off the table. Jace locked in first for Golden Guardians.
Ooh, interesting. Very likely going to be going to Gory. He has been playing quite a bit of the Jace, looking good on it as well when he does bring it out. The Jax has just become the Licorice staple, right? He has been playing so much Jax, way more than any other pick. You know, it's 8 picks for him this split compared to 4, which is his next most played on Cassante, and then it drops up to 2 and then 1. So he is pretty much only playing Jax. You know, really does believe in his own skills, feels that he can outplay his opponents, and that is really kind of the LCK LPL style, where there's a tremendous amount of Jax in those leagues. They believe that you can get it done in those skill-based matchups and then just kind of outscale and take over.
Yeah.
So that is going to be taken away. Interested to see where Dokla will go. It is Kai'Sa, it is Maokai. So Rel has fallen through thus far. Rel and Khan are up and available. So both those could be pretty high priority picks here still.
Kai'Sa and Maokai can create quite a few problems, though, especially if you get ahead. The power of the Void Seeker spam, plus those saplings always being waiting in the brushes, can give you a lot of control, especially over neutral territory as it gets contested back and forth. Golden Guardians, second pick of the draft. Jumping around in a couple of different exciting options, but we're going to go with Sejuani instead.
Yep, Sejuani going to be getting locked in here. The Nefiri Hover, can't even pick it if you wanted to. Not allowed. Rumble makes a lot of sense, though. Rumble, pretty good pairing with a Sejuani on the top side. You already have physical damage from your mid laner with Gory, and now you have a lane bully there for Licorice. She has really been excelling on carries, so it's a tough answer, honestly, for Dokla. You know, talking to a lot of pros, they don't really feel that there is a good pick into Rumble, and if people do think there's a good one, then you'll talk to the next guy, and they don't agree. They think that loses too, so it is going to be, I think, a pretty tough matchup regardless of what he goes. So he just goes towards that Cassante. Pretty consistent pick up on that top side. You are going to be on the back foot against this Rumble, absolutely. Yeah. But you can maintain a decent deficit. Just try to stay stable. Make sure you're not giving up any deaths, not giving up turret plates, and try to kind of just make your value known in the 5v5.
Exactly. You play for later, go for one of the big ultis that might be able to really change a fight. We've seen some pretty massive engages from Cassante in larger team fights as well throughout the split. So let's see what things are going to look like in the second half of the draft, because both teams are still potentially needing to look at marksman. The Kai'Sa can, of course, go mid on the side of RNG, or it could go into the bottom lane. It's Xayah banned out by NRG. It's Golden Guardians taking that Rel off the table. You brought up the priority on it falling through. Well, it fell through only enough to get banned.
Yep, absolutely. So it is going to get banned out in that second stage. And you said it, yeah, you do still have to consider the fact that this could be a Palafox Kai'Sa. On this patch, we've been seeing, I want to say, almost only in the bot lane. It feels like in last patch, we're seeing a lot more of it mid lane. So I'm kind of expecting that to go to FBI, but there is still the chance that that could flex. There is still the chance that this Maokai could also go down towards Ignar. So there are some options there to move things around. But for sure, Golden Guardians need an ADC for Stixxay. And it has been the defensive options that are being banned out here by NRG. So they banned out the Ezreal. We saw FBI playing a lot of that in its last series. And it is going to be the Xayah taken away as well. So they're trying to ban away a lot of these safety picks, which to me does kind of tell you that they're looking to dive pretty heavily. But it's just going to be a snap lock in here of Zeri Nautilus as the bot lane for Stixxay and Huhi. So going to be going towards that hyper carry style. Some pretty powerful 5v5 here on the Golden Guardians side. And now it is just last pick here for Ignar. Is it going to be a jungle? Is it going to be a support? I'm expecting it will be a support answer. Yeah. The Blitzcrank would be kind of that lane counter, but it is really high risk, high reward.
Ooh.
Okay, so this, I think this is Trundle jungle. So I think it is actually just going to be Maokai support. So they're going to move Maokai to support. They're going to move Trundle into the jungle here. It's been seeing a bit of a comeback that I've been seeing in solo queue. There's a lot of these tank picks, especially tank junglers, that are quite popular these days, you know, between Maokai, Sejuani, etc. It can be really strong against Sejuani. People used to pick this all the time. And the kind of tech that Sejuani's would do is they'd actually stop going Aftershock. They go towards Phase Rush.
Exactly.
Because that allows you to kind of escape from these situations, get away from the pillar. And also you don't want to proc that Aftershock and then have the Trundle ult you and go into those massively stolen resistances, because the Sejuani passive can get stolen resistances, Aftershock can, and you can actually go all the way to almost like negative resistances where you're just getting shredded.
Yeah, if they're both active at the exact same time, and that's when Trundle hits the perfect timer on the Subjugate, you do see those values where it's like, all right, Sejuani's now the most vulnerable member of the team,
You're now
unfortunately.
a Yuumi.
Yeah, so in those situations, I much more like something like the Phase Rush. I remember back when Trundle versus Sejuani was just every game in LCS. Also, sometimes you'd even see things like Fleet Footwork or something. Just anything not Aftershock to prevent those truly dire situations where you just melt on the front line. But all right, let's get cooking. Golden Guardians versus NRG, game number 1, spot at Worlds, spot at the finals in New Jersey, both on the line for whoever wins this series. Of course, even if you lose it, you're still going to have another chance. But why would you want a second chance when you can just take the first one? Let's do it. All right, let's see how they want to open this one up, because it doesn't look like we're going to get a whole lot going on here at level 1. You can see a small grouping of Golden Guardians at the entrance to their own jungle, but since it looks like we're not going to be getting any PvP too soon here, let's go ahead and toss things down to Emily, standing by with an interview with Coach ThinkCard.
Hello, thank you for taking the time. ThinkCard, just generally in prepping for Golden Guardians, is this kind of what you expected from them in draft? Because the most interesting thing to me is that Rumble was left open by you guys.
Yeah, so Rumble's obviously a strong pick. They usually go for just really strong mid jungles together, and we're expecting them to put pressure around mid with like Huhi roaming and stuff like that. But we're pretty happy with our answer into it, so we'll just see how the comps kind of stick up against each other. Let's see which team shows up.
Yeah, and then the other thing I obviously have to point out is the flexing Maokai into the support position and then taking out the Trundle jungle for contracts. Is this something you prepared specifically for GG, or just something the flexibility of your players allows you to do?
Yeah, that's a strong pick. It's been popping up in other regions, the flex, and getting AD jungle allows Kai'Sa to be able to build more into AP. So it makes sense. It's a pretty good matchup into Nolus, and we still get like the CC from the ultimate in team fight, so it's still very strong.
Nice. Well, we'll see how this works out. I don't want to keep you any longer because I know you want to watch the game. We'll toss it back to the casters.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see how it does play out. Ignar is playing Aftershock, and he is on the Relic Shield, so it's going to be more that tank style, likely just going in towards even Shroud. It is not going to be, Sapling Max, kind of that old school style that we saw a while ago with First Strike and whatnot, as Gory's going to get a really nice trade through mid. And it's also interesting, he's saying it allows the Kai'Sa to go more towards AP when you do have that Trundle in there. Of course, Trundle's not going to be doing a tremendous amount of physical damage to the front line, but you do have the ultimate, which is going to make them a lot squishier, and that can make a pretty big difference here in helping the Azir and the Kai'Sa just fight front to back in some of these situations.
Speaking of front to back, both of these marksmen do have a lot of scaling potential in terms of the damage. Obviously, Kai'Sa, not so much of a traditional marksman anymore with the way the champion is played these days, but I still wake up in a cold sweat sometimes remembering Terry's position in the meta not that long ago as Huhi having a flash over the wall here to get away from NRG. They brought their jungler down here nice and early. Contracts forcing a summoner spell, but it's the Golden Guardians who are going to look for something on Dokla potentially underneath the tier 1. Flash already forced out. They followed up with the Arctic Assault. Easy first blood for Licorice. River flashes to make sure he doesn't trade one back.
That was perfectly done. Golden Guardians just waited for so long. Gory should be able to get out of here with the phase rush. Yep. Nice to the skies there in hammer form. Just jumps on the contracts and does get away. But notice how they forced so many of the cooldowns there from Dokla before they actually picked up tower aggro, right? Yeah. They made him dash. They made him flash. He's trying to outplay in this situation, but he's only level 2. So he didn't have the W, I believe. He was just on Q and E. And they just waited until a lot of those spells were already on cooldown. Then they set it up. They're able to get the overheat at the perfect timing, get that first blood. And mind you, this is not even an Ignite Rumble. It is just TP Rumble here, playing with the Comet. So Licorice doesn't even have to use his TP, gets first blood, walks back the lane. You maybe lose a couple minions on the push, but the wave is stacked here for you. You can farm that up. And he's just in an incredible spot because now one more bad trade here for Dokla, one more gank that pushes him out of lane, and you are going to fully lose control of this top lane matchup.
Blasting Wand fully purchased too with that first recall. Always going to feel nice to get the massive
Versus
AP
a refillable
infusion.
only.
Yeah, it's Doran's Shield refillable 2 cookies versus a Blasting Wand there on the first back. Some very nice lane state for Licorice thanks to the early pressure here in the top side from River on the Sejuani. We look back in mid, Palafox again taking a bit of a beating from Gory, but it's important to remember Palafox still has his TP.
Exactly.
He's fine trading however he needs to with Gory here. Just tax as many resources as you can from the Golden Guardians mid laner, then once you TP back with full, you got the edge.
Yep, exactly. If you TP back second, it generally is in your favor because of that reason. Contract's looking down towards bot, but River showing up here on mid. Palafox is pretty weak, but should be able to walk it out no problem and does have that TP to get back. Question is just, can they find an angle on bot side? It's now Dokla's in a position where I have to actually check the minion wave. Let's see. The wave is actually frozen, so now it's kind of just game over. Now you don't get to play anymore, unfortunately for Dokla.
The top lane experience.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, this wave is going to stack, and Licorice, if he holds it off the turret, can deny a full wave and just hold it right here. So now the experience differential is going to become massive. Dokla is level 4. Let's see, how close to 5 is he? He's about 80%, I would say, through level 4. But Licorice is about halfway through 5, and it's going to increase that experience lead. So off of these plays, it's going to be Licorice probably hitting 6 around, you know, when Dokla's still like almost a full level away, or at the very least a half level away from that. So he's going to have a massive advantage. And yeah, still the only real buy. Like, he starts with D-Shield, so his only real buy is the Null Magic Mantle and a refillable. Like, that's all he's gotten so far. And Licorice already has more combat power, plus has an additional 700 gold in pocket. Like, it is really rough from the spot. It's a great early dive and great manipulation of that wave to trim it just enough. And it's also the reason why, notice how Licorice is playing past the wave here?
Yeah.
Because if you just stand on your melees and just use your Q to kind of harass him as he comes up, you're actually going to slow push that wave because you're going to be having your Flame Spitter hitting the enemy minions. So that is why he is playing so far past the wave to really delay when that wave will push out towards Dokla.
And
but it will eventually do so.
Properly managing that Flame Spitter and the way that it interacts with the minions and making sure that you're getting your last hits and everything. Really one of those important skill sets on Rumble as Licorice wanted the kill there, even committed the flash for it, but he was overheated, did not have the damage to finish the job.
Yeah, miscalculated there for sure. Does have a massive experience advantage though. And Dokla is going to actually be forced back to base. So at the end of the day, it's not that bad for Licorice. I definitely don't think he needed to flash in that situation, but Hui's going to find a hook.
Hui with the dredge line. Palafox under pressure. Ignar wants to protect him. River's ready to swoop in, but there's no Sejuani ulti ready yet, so it's not like they've got the lockdown to finish either one of these kills. NRG's going to escape that one. Palafox still has his flash. Didn't even have to use the summoner spell there. So honestly, NRG not too sad about that one.
Yeah, not at all. But Dokla definitely really sad about everything happening in top lane. He had to base and it wasn't a cannon wave. So he loses about 4 or 5 minions there. And the wave is now pushing out away from him. So it's 47 CS to 23. There's going to be more minions to collect for Licorice as he gets back. And he just got a full Giant's Belt. So good luck actually bursting him down. He's going to be going what is kind of becoming a bit of the new meta, this demonic embrace build. Where people are just rushing that for a bit of tankiness on the Rumble. Makes it really hard to look for kind of those all-in plays or to try to burst them down on a gank.
Yeah.
It is pretty tanky, so really, really tough situation for NRG up in that top side. And they're going to be depending on mid lane, on bot lane to be able to kind of make things happen to try to account for that.
And the top lane's really the only spot where there is much of a difference at all in this game. If we look at the farm, if we look at the lane state everywhere else, it's pretty much neck and neck. Like, nobody's really pulling ahead bottom. Mid's having trades back and forth. We've seen a little bit of roams coming out from both sides here as Palafox flashing away. Gets hit by the second part of that flail there from River, but still got 200 HP left, so he will not drop. But Golden Guardians trying to keep the pressure on here in mid.
Yeah, that was really close. And you might be wondering, why didn't River flash in there, for 1 auto and then the E? It's because Palafox still had his ulti. So if you flash in there to try to finish him, you're likely to get scooped in the turret, and things could go potentially really bad off the back of that. But some good aggressive trades. They have full control up on top side. The Equalizer's just about back off cooldown, so this should absolutely be their Rift Herald. And they can use that to really snowball up through that top side. Just continue this lead for Licorice. It has been kind of all about Licorice and these counter picks. When you think back to playoffs last split, and so far they're starting off on that same foot. Having the confidence in him to make things happen.
And Contracts wanted to walk up there and see if there was anything he could do. Obviously, Trundle versus Sejuani, you're always confident in that matchup, but it's just the state of both of the solo lanes.
Yeah.
Dokla has been completely set behind, so far back compared to his lane opponent. Palafox just had to recall like we were talking about, so not a whole lot for Contracts to do there about that Rift Herald take from the Golden Guardians. Up 1,500 gold now. They've got the one neutral objective so far in the game. Yeah, just now level 7 for Dokla against an already level 8 Rumble.
And he's 8.5. He's a full level and a half down. Like, that is ridiculous. That is a massive experience disadvantage. And if they can kill him one more time, it's going to get even worse here because they have that Herald, so they could potentially even take down that tower. They're moving all the way up towards topside, so 4 members top. Dokla is getting that top lane experience.
Arctic Assault comes in. Dokla goes all out, trying to bring River back underneath the turret. The turret shot just kills him. Big Dokes just stopped that plan before it started.
Dokla with the outplay on the top side. Nicely done, absorbing all this pressure. Definitely a little bit too quick on the trigger pull. There was River though, and I think River, wasn't really taking into consideration the fact that he has bombies. So when you're under tower, even if you don't hit him, bombies is gonna pull aggro from that tower.
Ooh.
But Dokla stays around, and they do get him at the end of the day.
Got him on that one. The follow-up there from Stixay and who he was enough to get the job done just a little bit late. Meanwhile, Contracts recognizing that the enemy jungler was trying to make the play in the top side means he can grab that first Drake of the game for NRG down here on the other side of the map. Licorice uses his teleport to make sure that they don't end up losing a bunch of minions and plates excessively. He'll clear the wave with the Equalizer. And as River goes back to farming his own jungle, you can see that Contracts and Ignar were thinking about looking for a little bit more there, but all they're going to do is get the control ward down in the brush. That'll immediately be cleared out by Licorice, and doesn't look like we're going to get a whole lot more down here in bottom lane now.
I mean, Licorice doesn't really want to fight because he actually had to TP down towards bot to cover. He didn't actually go back to base yet. So he has 1,400 gold in pocket still. So, definitely did not want to look to fight. That's why he goes down towards bot. He just uses the Equalizer on the wave, clears that out, buys time for them to farm some plates up on top side. So they took 3 plates off the top lane turret. There's 1 or 2 more autos until that last plate does fall. So if they want, they can drop Herald there. But they're sending Zeri back out towards top again, so Licorice will move down towards bot, and they'll continue trying to farm these plates up on top side and utilize that power. Zeri now already out to early tier 2 boots plus the Shiv, so on a really strong spike here also.
Yeah, the Shiv just got completed pretty much the exact same time for both the AD carries, but it is that Berserker's Greave difference that's showing all the extra gold in Stixay's pocket because of not only the kill that he got up here in the top side, but the plates that he was able to mine off of the turret too.
I mean, they were basically farming completely even in bot lane. He's up 1k now, just straight up up 1k, because he cashed out the call, so he had the greedier start with that. That's part of it. And then farmed a lot of plates, and now gets local first tower gold there as they're going to make a TP play into Licorice. We'll see if he should just be able to walk this out.
Yeah, he just walks to the left, the direction his opponent is not. Palafox swoops in. Licorice's flash doesn't get him where he needs to go. And now FBI's going to burn, but he ain't going to burn all the way. He'll take the kill on Licorice. NRG at least find themselves something with a pick on the enemy top lane.
Yeah, nicely done. They get that pick onto Licorice. I thought he was just going to be able to walk it out, but Palafox arrives. The flash does not get him to safety, gets scooped back in. And the Maokai ult had a pretty good angle there. So despite the fact that Demonic Embrace, was in pocket, does get burst down, but at the end of the day, they're going to get zoned off some of these plates. So more plates going the way of Golden Guardians here, who are 3k up at 12 minutes, have done such a good job of pushing the pace of this game, utilizing the power through top lane. Really smart lane swap on the timing that they did it to get the Zarya accelerated as well. So Golden Guardians have just been playing kind of a beautiful macro game.
Stixay's burst there. Nothing to trifle with for FBI. It's going to be the first plate taken mid. You can see NRG have claimed none of their own there. NRG have claimed only a single plate the entire game.
7.
All 5 are done. Yeah, all 5 in top, 1 in mid. Now in bottom, who he's making the engage. There's the layered CC. Palafox has no way home. And Gory's taking his first kill of the game.
Yeah, even has the crown, but just cannot move whatsoever. Another aggressive play there. Who he just flashes the wall, finds the angle. Stixay will be pushed back, but again, it's going to be more plates going down on bot. They still have another minute to farm more plates, so they get another one down on that bot side. We'll be basing and heading out on the map here once more, as they're likely going to be playing towards this next Herald when it does spawn, just trying to continue to accelerate the gold lead.
Man, that gold lead is 4,500 before the plates are down. This is an absolutely massive early game for the Golden Guardians. They're only up a single kill. It's 3-2. They're down the one Drake, but 4.5K at this stage of the game is huge. NRG are stuck on the back foot for a while.
Absolutely. They are so far behind. And with this kind of a lead, the biggest problem is we're going to start seeing, that second item completion way before NRG carries do get towards that. So you're going to have this kind of mid game where it's 2 items towards 1. You can see across the board, every carry is ahead of their counterpart on the other side. 6A, Gory, and Licorice all have more gold. Even River has more gold than his counterpart. Huhi even has more gold. So it's 5 for 5.
Everybody, man.
Everybody's getting involved. There's enough money for everybody. They're making it rain.
And Dokla down there with contracts in terms of overall economy value. Just the early advantage never let up. Licorice always maintaining that extra edge in the lane. We talked a lot about the way that the minion wave state was just doomed entirely. And it's real difficult to be able to get yourself back in there, especially in a meta game where going top and trying to solve top lane's problems is usually just not the win con. Let's see if River face checks the brush here, how bad this one's gonna go. Burst back down into Ignar, but it's River who drops first. FBI taking the kill as Dokla arrives with the TP, but the fight is already over mostly. FBI and Dokla falling back here. NRG, good pick, but can they get anything else from it?
Yeah, they can go towards Herald, but the problem is no one's answering Gory now. Nice swoop in.
Palafox going after Licorice. They do overheat him. Licorice has no way out of this one, and Dokla's gonna bring him down. NRG, 2 back-to-back kills.
They do get 2 back-to-back kills, but they're gonna lose the tier 2 bot, right? So this is kind of why they're playing up there, trying to harass them, try to keep them interested. Obviously, Golden Guardians did not want to die, and it is a good bit of a punishment. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a lot of gold here going over towards Gory. And Golden Guardians are just playing the map so intelligently. Now, I even like the fact that Licorice obviously had this kind of dominating 1v1. He could have just stayed in that 1v1. They could have left him there to expand that gold lead. But instead, they swapped 6A up towards top where he could get involved, where he could create that gold lead for himself, because that is going to be more important going forward in this game. And they've gotten to a point now where 6A is like 1,500 gold ahead of the richest person on NRG, right? Like, he is really far ahead on this Zeri. And Licorice's farm has slowed down. He's died a couple times, but honestly, who cares? He's in a lead already and is going to have value in these 5v5s.
You can always just drop an equalizer to make space for Zeri. When she is this far ahead in the game, your win condition is right there with big blinking yellow electric lights as Golden Guardians are going after the tier 1 turret. Huhi blasted down underneath. The turret aggro is enough to guarantee it, and FBI is getting the paycheck.
They're getting another kill. Golden Guardians getting a little bit sloppy. Wanted to push aggressively here to get that last outer turret. They've already taken down 3 turrets in 16 minutes, which is pretty crazy. They're trying to go for that final outer here, but the TP response was there, and Huhi a little bit far up. The hook comes through to try to get him to safety, but it's too little too late. As Golden Guardians, though, relentless here. Palafox is getting chunked and should be able to bully this one down, but Ignar's gonna pop the ulti.
They have ulti coming through from the right. River stuck underneath the turret. Eats a lot of damage from the shots, but it's not enough to bring him down this time. Gory wants to get something back on contracts or Ignar. Subjugate used there to keep his HP topped off. His contracts gets brought down. It's hammer time. Double kill for Gory to the skies. Brings NRG to their knees.
Yeah, he goes to the skies, sends him right back to the spawn platform. Gory flexing on him, got so much gold on that bot lane split push while there was all these skirmishes around mid lane, around Herald. He got paid, came back with a fully completed mythic, had the tier 2 boots. Now he's on 2 full items already, as is Stixay. These carries are going to be so difficult to deal with from this point. And Golden Guardians knows it, so they're just really pushing the pace. They're not allowing NRG to have any time. This is something that I think Golden Guardians does really well, is they will force you to fight at all times. They will not allow you the kind of peace of mind to sit back and scale and farm up. They will fight you at objectives. They will fight you before objectives to force your cooldowns. They will always challenge you when they feel that they are in the advantage.
It's the opposite of do nothing and scale. It's always click and fight.
Yeah.
They are ready to go at any given time here on Summoner's Rift. 1 Drake to 1 Drake so far. 3 minutes until the next one spawns. Baron is live in 2 minutes. A 5,000 gold lead. If you're Golden Guardians and you're doing this plan like you're talking about, Isaac, where you always want to force fights, with that much of a commanding advantage over your opponent, you just demand they come answer you a Baron soon.
Absolutely. FBI, at the very least, though, did pick up a couple kills, so he does have 2 items. He's still down 1,300 gold to where Stixay is. Yeah. but he has 2 items, so he is becoming more relevant. We can see this one more time, as did get a little bit dicey with the tower onto River, but they're able to finish it off. And then on the side, it's basically just a 1v2 here from Gory. He is going crazy on them. And then the equalizer comes through, tags him just barely. I think that equalizer was expecting that Palafox as well as FBI would have been coming down through that brush, but the shock blast connects on the both, gets them both low, and then flash forward to the skies. It's hammer time, baby. And he's just like, oh my God.
You just so rarely get to do that with an ability that has such a small AoE on it.
Kill,
like that was sick, man. NRG using the Herald here in the bottom side of the map. It's 4 turrets to none. NRG really needs to at least pick this up here. It's about all they're gonna get. River's coming around from the side. Palafox goes for the dive, and now they've immediately found a shutdown into Gory. Massive amount of gold coming in from that one, and NRG's bringing the rest of the boys down to try to follow it up. River galloping away through the top part here of this river as he gets away to the rest of his team. NRG, they're only going to get the 1, but they get that shutdown on top of the tier 1 turret. They are struggling. They are fighting to claw their way back into this game. Equalizer from Licorice, they're going to zone him away, but not set up any sort of kill, and the Golden Guardians walk back to mid.
Yeah, they do try to find Ignar, who was recalling there. They tried to pick him off, weren't quite able to do it, but neither of these teams are one to back away from a fight. NRG will fight you every step of the way as well. They're not a team to just roll over and die when they get behind. They are going to scrap, they are going to fight, they are going to claw for every little advantage that they can find to try to find a way to win this game. And that's one of the things that I think makes these two teams so much fun to watch. And they have maintained this 4K gold lead, but it is not growing, and they were already at about this mark a few minutes ago. So NRG, slowly kind of like pulling their ways back into this game a little bit. We'll see if they can get anything more.
Yeah, I believe the highest amount that it was so far in this game was around 5.1, 5.2K, around the 17, 18-minute mark. So NRG trying to stop this from bleeding any further, let the game march forward a little bit where it's going to mean less. The Kaisa can continue to become that massive thorn in the side of Golden Guardians later on. Because when you look at the Golden Guardians members, there's only one person, and it's River, who can really deal with repeated Void Seeker spam. If anybody else gets constantly poked by these, that is an opportunity for NRG to find themselves a way into a fight they otherwise wouldn't have.
Absolutely, and you can see that some respect is being given over to how much magic damage is on the NRG side. Stixie already has a Hex Drinker here as that early third item, which is going to be very efficient. Yeah, sure, Trundle does some physical damage, but everyone else is basically magic, and it's going to be difficult to be able to actually burst him down with all of the CC, with the counter engage that does exist on this squad. But FBI definitely needs to get towards that third item.
Ooh, there's a shock blast on the FBI's health bar as this Drake has spawned, and it's NRG with control over the bot side River to begin with. But you can see pings from the Golden Guardians going down onto the Baron pit. They're just going to say, all right, it's 1-1 on Drakes. This is not an immediately relevant objective. We're going to start up the Baron instead.
It's warded though. They didn't actually even sweep this out, so it's fully on vision here. So NRG are making their response. Contract's already up here. Ignar's already up here. Will they commit to this? If they can keep contracts out, they can just try to secure it. It's going down fast.
Baron's at about 3,000 HP, 2,000 HP. Palafox coming around, but the Baron's already been secured by River and the Golden Guardians. Now he's here on the front line. Palafox goes for the scoop, and River is down. Palafox trying to get away now. Ignores into the back line, but Gory's found the kill on Palafox. Dokla's all out. Gory is gone. NRG are killing everybody. Licorice goes over the wall to try to barely escape as who he has to Spider-Man his way back to safety. It'll be a Baron in exchange for a 3-for-1 trade.
NRG come up huge in that fight. They're able to pile in on top of Stixie and just train him into the ground here, as it looked like it was going to be a pretty good angle for a fight from Stixie. They did a good job keeping contracts out of the pit as long as they possibly could here, but the problem was Huhi took so much damage during this, and they're taking a lot of damage over the wall as well from Palafox, who then goes forward, flashes in. It's a double flash reaction there from Gory and Stixie, but then in comes Dokla, in comes Ignar, everyone piling in onto the backline. FBI fighting through Huhi, fighting through Gory, getting in onto FBI, as well, getting in on Stixie as well to be able to knock him down. Was very aggressive there, really well played, and now FBI 5 kills here on the Kaisa, has the components for his Ludens really close now to that third item, and that is his 1,000th career LCS kill, a massive benchmark.
Massive benchmark and a massive moment in the game to achieve it as well. Not just a random lane kill, but that was huge. If Golden Guardians take that Baron and don't suffer big losses coming out of it, they're at an insane spot to just go ahead and steamroll the rest of this game. But you can see in the top left, power play is currently at a -1. It starts out at plus 1,500. So NRG did a really good job of stopping that from actually benefiting their opponents. As long as they don't let the couple surviving Baron buffs translate into some big turret takes in the remainder of the timer here, about 1 minute and 10 seconds, they're feeling really good.
Absolutely, and I think Golden Guardians did such a good job of pushing the pace early in the game, but now the gold lead is meaning so much less. The carries are getting pretty strong on the other side, and NRG has some really strong late game. You know, Maokai support is going to make things difficult with the ulti, with the peel. Contracts is going to be just ulting River in every single fight. He's going to be getting shredded. You have Azir Kaisa, so it's going to be tough potentially for Golden Guardians in some of these 5v5s. Especially when you consider the possibility of an Ocean Soul, as it's been back-to-back dragons here for NRG. They are the tankier team, and if they're able to get towards that Ocean Soul, I think it's going to be lights out for Golden Guardians. So they're going to have to find a way to problem solve for this, either play through sides, find some better skirmishes, or start taking some of these neutrals pretty quick.
The man that I got my eyes on here in this one is Palafox. I think he's had a lot of really good ultis on the Azir so far to find some picks, as well as have good impact in the larger fights. And if he can keep farming up, if we can get this Azir to that raid boss status where he's got 4 or 5 items, NRG's going to be feeling great about it, as the Maokai ulti fired out by Ignar there, just trying to slow down Golden Guardians a bit, but it will not stop them from taking the tier 2 turret. The Baron expires right as the rubble falls, so it's the last thing Golden Guardians is going to get out of this Baron. But even with the purple fading from all around them, man, it's still plus 3.5 thousand gold. That is less than what it was before they took the objective.
Yep, the power play, if I saw it right, was about -174 at the end of the day. Palafox obviously went top lane with Dokla. Yeah, sure, they got the tier 2 mid, but they gave up the tier 1 top as well for that. They took away some jungle camps. They obviously had the team fight win. So NRG really, you know, pulling themselves back from what was looking like a really one-sided game and making it very, very competitive. There is still a significant advantage here in the gold for Golden Guardians, but it's really down to execution at this point. This is not going to be just an absolute wallet diff game. You're looking at the carries. They're pretty much even keel right now. It's 2.5 items for Palafox. Gory is, of course, closer to his 3rd item, but the ADCs are both on the exact same points right now as well. And it is much more defensive itemization for Stixxay.
And top lane's all caught up. Dokla now has the same farm as Licorice. He's got 2 fully completed items, the second of which is the "Don't Kill Me, Bro" button. So he knows that when he goes into these fights, he can have an impact. He can stay alive long enough to do something meaningful in there. He's no longer stuck in this jail of being underneath the tier 1 turret, just hoping Licorice unfreezes the wave.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Licorice obviously swapped out of that pretty quick. They had this massive top lane advantage, but they elected to just move their bot lane up towards top, farm plates, get Stixxay into a good spot. That worked out, so I can't say, you know, they really did anything wrong, you know, with that decision. But at the end of the day, has not really paid dividends. Licorice got kind of sacrificed a little bit from that, then got picked off a couple times, and they have been losing these major skirmishes. Another tower going down to the Azir split push here. It was going to be at a really strong point. They will be giving up a dragon for this, but they're still pushing. Someone has got to come help Licorice here.
Yeah, Licorice is having a very difficult time dealing with this Azir, who just ripped half the HP off of the tier 3 turret. And it's not just those larger skirmishes that I think are being the thorn in the side of the Golden Guardians. So many different times we saw random pick here, random pick there, random pick over here. And it's just amounting to, after a while, enough time where you're not making the play you would otherwise want to be making because you're down in manpower across the map. You can't have the macro that you want. Huhi trying to stop Palafox's back. He'll use the shifting sands to get some distance away from the enemy support. You could see, because we have perfect vision, we know the rest of the team was coming up behind him. Palafox had a similar idea, so gets himself out of town there, but is tied up now 2-2 in the Drakes. Baron back on the map in just about 20 seconds. 2,500 gold lead for the Golden Guardians. The number keeps getting smaller.
It absolutely does, but at the very least, they kill some of the tempo here from the Azir with that delay on his base, so they can move in, try to take a bit of vision here around that Baron, get the push through mid. We'll see what the game plan is for them here now. I mean, really all you can do is play towards Baron side, get Gory pushing out top, use your 4-man squad here to bounce between mid and that Baron area and just try to maintain control of that vision, because there's no dragon for another 4 minutes here, so it's really only Baron on the map to play for.
Void Staff, third completed item for Palafox, now done here too. You know you're up against a Sejuani. You know that the enemy Zeri already has a Maul of Malmortius completed, so I like this pickup, just prioritizing being able to punch through some of that MR and guarantee that when he goes in, the damage is there.
It's also going to be double Maw. Gory already has the pieces for his, so it's going to be double Maw. There's Merc Treads, of course, up on Licorice. There's MR on the Sejuani. There's Merc Treads down on Huhi. So everyone is going to have a decent amount of magic resist to really make that valuable here. So Palafox has put himself in a pretty good position. The experience leads have completely gone away. NRG, I don't think are really at much of a deficit whatsoever anymore here. And it's going to be Golden Guardians that have to problem solve their way out of this, because I don't think they can really win front to back. I think River's almost always going to go down first when he gets Trundle ulted. So you have to be able to find poke like this. You have to be able to really put yourselves in a good position before the fight breaks out in earnest.
And I mean, that's why this is the classic counter pick. Contracts is a little bit low here, but now he's fine. Huhi coming around from the side, drops the depth charge. Ignar bursts it down to about half as FBI barely gets away the killer instinct, but he won't survive. Stick stays popping off. Needs a little bit more damage to find it as Dokka fights in a 1v2, finds the Q3 to knock them both up into the air, but he's still gonna fall. A double kill back over to Stixay, and the Golden Guardians finally find themselves a fight. It's a 4-for-1.
That fight was huge for Golden Guardians, and they're just going to push down mid here, go straight for the inhibitor. Can they potentially look to end the game? They might just be able to do it. There's 24 seconds on FBI, and he's the first one to be able to come back up. They're going to go for the end, I think.
The scary Zeri carry, man. No matter how far removed it is from the meta, when you have a player who can pilot it, you can never disrespect it. Golden Guardians, they're going for the end. River takes one more turret shot. It's about all he could do. Licorice popping the stasis. Stick stays too low. Golden Guardians have stuck around too long. It's time to leave.
Palafox has TP, so they can actually go for a TP flank here, and Dokka has TP. When he gets up, they go for a double TP, try to kill them, and then take Baron.
Palafox coming over the wall. Shifting Sands ready to go. Sundis summoned up just to make sure they can't try to turn it around.
Dokka's
right back onto him. Dokka ready to TP in and join up with these guys. Huhi goes for the dredge line, finds Palafox, but it ain't gonna matter too much. Dokka coming in, looks to lock down Huhi, burst him out. There you go. Gory with a nice accelerated shock blast over the wall, but it ain't gonna slow anybody down. FBI has his sights set on the enemy top laner, and he finds him. Now Gory's gonna try to escape. Contracts and FBI are having none of it, and the Golden Guardians overplay their hand and find it smashed under the hammer of NRG.
They thought they had the game. It was a really close call there on the push, but they only had a couple minions, so they had to actually tank up the towers for the minions. They could not end the game, and now what could have been a guaranteed Baron and a massive advantage turns into this turnaround here. But this fight was beautiful here as they collapse from multiple sides. Huhi comes in, look at this ult through multiple members, knocks up both the carries, then Gory flashes into the back line onto FBI. The equalizer across multiple members. There's no threat onto Stixay either. Golden Guardians played up this 5v5 about as well as it's possible to, and they thought, that's it, that's game one. They made the risky call to go for the Nexus instead of taking the guaranteed Baron, and it comes back to bite them in the butt as the double TPs off the respawn mean there's just no way that Golden Guardians can really get out safely. Hui's the first to fall. We're back to live.
River has to Arctic Assault over the wall to escape the pillar, as FBI has Contracts and Dokka right next to him. The Kai'Sa 8-1 in this game. The previous team fight before that base push from the Golden Guardians, the first time he even died in this one. Drake about to spawn. It's the 5th Drake of the game, 2-2 so far. Golden Guardians know that NRG have this Baron buff. They have priority over the River. It looks like they're still going to think about contesting it.
Yeah, they are. And you have to remember, there are supers coming through mid, so it's just going to be a rush down here. NRG do get it, and now Golden Guardians have to back off because they are pretty spread out. Licorice does have an angle here, but if they get hard engaged on Stixay, he's going to be too late.
Dokka's here on the front line, popping the Gargoyle Stone Plate immediately as Huhi's dragged back into the Sun Disc, and FBI goes on a killing spree. Stixay's here on the front line, guns one down, but he won't be able to get himself back away. Ignar controlling Gory, keeping him out. Palafox slides forward with the Conquering Sands and conquers the Golden Guardians. A double kill back over to the NRG AD carry, and NRG absolutely slammed the fight. It's an ace with the long-range Void Seeker.
The Void Seeker procs the passive, and he's going to be able to knock him down, and now they're going to try to end here, and I think this time for sure it is over. You have the Baron to push in here, and NRG have stolen game one away from Golden Guardians.
An awesome final fight. They find their engage, they find their moment. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. He's back up. Is it gonna go south? I don't think so. NRG making paper out of these Nexus turrets, making fools out of the Golden Guardians, and making a good start to this series. They're up 1-0.
Wow, the slimmest of margins there. Keep NRG alive as Golden Guardians went for the end, couldn't get it, and NRG punishes them the maximum amount here. Kills them, takes the Baron, wins a fight around mid lane here that Golden Guardians tried to force, and is able to end the game right off of that. I wonder, if Licorice hadn't died to that final Void Seeker, if they could have potentially delayed enough, maybe stayed alive to get some respawns or something, but that was a crazy turnaround from NRG. They've got to be feeling themselves after how badly that early game went. Everything went Golden Guardians' way in the early stages. We were sitting at a point earlier on in the game where we thought this was pretty much toast. I did not like the angle on this fight, though, for Golden Guardians. Look at where Licorice and Gory are. They're way down here at the bottom of the fight, barely even involved, as everyone is piling in on Stixxay up at the top of your screen here. He's just getting ran down. And it was Gory and Licorice who were getting zoned out by Ignar's ulti. They were trying to play further back. It was a good equalizer from Licorice when he does join, but by the time the two soul laners have really joined the fight in earnest, it was already decided. It was already over. They didn't have a good angle there, and Golden Guardians just didn't have the proper setup off of that dragon take. They're the ones that had knocked down that mid lane inhibitor, but NRG just rushed down the dragon, and I think Golden Guardians were a little bit unsure how to play out the situation from there, because I don't think they wanted to cede full mid lane control against this Baron buff team. As a result, they ended up in a fight NRG was always down to take, and they just didn't really have the positioning for it.
It was a high-octane game number one. A reminder, Viva la LCS! LCS in Espanol is the official Spanish-language stream of the LCS. The new viewing experience is live on LLA's Twitch and YouTube channels right now. You can scan the QR code or go to lolesports.com to learn more. But for now, we're going to toss to a break. Game number 2 is coming right up. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey guys, we're NRG here, and we're gonna take a look at our best and worst plays of the split.
Dude.
Oh no.
Dude,
oh, we've
actually,
seen this extensively,
dude,
actually.
We've reviewed this play like for like 2 hours before.
Yeah. Christian's trying to explain.
There's nothing to be said here.
Yeah.
Wait, what? You said you reviewed it for 2 hours. What did your coaches tell you?
It was okay. So we were like talking about how we wanted to like, because I'm a big fan of min-maxing plays. Like I want to like really play the line and play the limit as much as possible.
Yeah.
So
we shouldn't like.
I was just trying to explain to them how we can still be in between turrets, but like. We can't let him walk through the turret. But they just said just leave. But I'm like, no, but we can play here.
No, but I kind of side with our coaches a little bit. We always push it a bit too much. You know what I mean?
You guys died in between the towers.
The best players in the world will play the line.
You guys are dying between tier 1, tier 2.
That's a scream.
The best players in the world will play the line. That's all I'm saying.
You're right. You could have been between the towers, and then after you weren't, then you shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. But I'm saying we should.
Oh no, it's starting up again.
Oh no.
Next clip, next clip.
EG, pentakill.
Oh, no flashes.
I mean, wait, but the only play that I did in this clip was already cut out.
Yeah,
the only
it
good
was
thing
the best
I did
play.
was flash, poppy flash.
That was an insane reaction, bro.
Other than that,
I was actually so.
I was like,
holy shit, Victor, you're smurfing, bro.
Here, I tried to steal your penta, and then I was like, I'll be nice.
I miss Danny, bro. I miss Danny.
We actually need it for the mental. I don't know why I flashed either. Like that was so dog.
Yeah, you were telling Juan to not tank, so I almost died actually.
Yeah.
No, because I was
like, I'm tanking, and then the coach is like, no, don't, and then I went away.
They couldn't leave, so just push the wave, man.
We need to just get
I know. I was like, but I want to do the. You guys.
Oh, I got a nice W here.
Yo, Nisha is smurfing.
Look me.
Oh my.
Oh my God, Jack Show.
That was actually a juice up.
Yeah. Dude, good thing I didn't.
Yo, I got a 3-minute moo.
Okay, we actually could have lost this fight, by the way. If
I got kind of confused in this fight. I'm not gonna lie. Look at me.
Oh, like if he went on me?
No, bro. If Kaisa cleanse flash, he would have killed all of us.
Yeah.
And they all
but like, dude, Kaisa's so OP. What is that? They need to reduce.
I just remember baiting M&S here. I was laughing.
Dude, you know,
if he cleanse flashes here, he can actually kill us all.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Really?
Yeah.
You have them all.
I mean, dude,
look how low he got.
And dude, Contracts is gonna beat him down with that.
Okay, I died to Kaisa mid today, like right as we were ending game 4. Like I'm like, bro, what? The Qs keep coming out, bro.
It was like 1 HP. I was like, you got him right.
He's not Jackie Love, dude.
Yeah, he ain't Jackie Love.
He just flashed so we could kill this.
Look at Kaisa, by the way. Look at how I die. You can say I'm minting, but like.
Oh.
Okay. Look at me. Look at me.
W.
Okay.
Dude. Okay. What is this? What is that? What is that?
I mean, the champ is kind of OP.
You've been outplayed.
And I'm like, oh my God, I just threw the game. Like, now we can't end. That was what I was like.
Imagine thinking we couldn't end.
I'm playing.
You're playing Gragas.
Oh God.
No, Christian Gragas, we gotta turn it
off. Dude, oh my God.
Why is Gragas eaing out of the Lotus hook? That's
Dude, why are you thinking I'm gonna take? I'm a great AP Gragas.
Yeah, don't you?
Look at him.
What are you doing, Christian?
Okay.
Okay, you kill yourself there, but
looking like a goddamn blueberry. I mean, Tactic kind of went crazy here, though.
I can't, man.
But I got so mad.
I'm dead.
Kill yourself for him.
I'm not killing myself for him. I'm just dying on top of it.
Nah, but whoever drafted it said you wanted Gragas mid jungle is reported.
Well, actually, I got like.
Okay, but we were up 10K. Like, can we actually blame the coaches, or do we have to take some accountability?
Whose fault is it?
Well, it's
a team effort.
We're a team. We're a team.
Team effort.
Definitely wasn't the 15 kills there.
No.
I definitely didn't kill myself 2 times.
Okay, but like we just trolled. Like it was what, triple inhib almost, and we just died because we got mind controlled into Kha'Zix.
We need to hear more of Ignar, bro.
Yeah.
Ignar, bro.
Ignar, you can talk the whole time.
I don't know if you guys awake.
Next play, you're gonna smurf.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see it.
I want to talk.
Okay.
What is this? I don't remember.
You could get a big engage on there. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
I remember. You say go, go, go?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Ignar is f***ing smurfing, by the way. 4 man off.
I'll be the barrel.
Boom.
You know, that was massive, bro.
Two-man
No, I
knockout.
was keep thinking about like, the C9 play.
Okay, how did you not kill him, by the way?
Yeah, like before. Like we say it's bad
Ivern,
play
I'll try and give you the
because
kill.
we give
You
all
would-
vision.
yeah,
But I think it's good play.
The top right.
No, when we get Nash.
You think he's getting away?
Oh,
I think it's
I'm
good
gonna
play.
get away,
he's
but
got
like,
new wood.
I remember. I was like, this noob.
no, you're like, Miship, come top. I'm like,
Dude, we could have killed both.
how am I gonna reach Renekton, man? Are
Because you were gonna be
trolling?
behind him if you just came and you're like, just hit Nash.
Okay, guys.
Man, just kill him.
Just kill him.
We didn't need you on Nash. You're a horn, man.
I need a tank.
What didn't we have like a say?
Yeah, I was definitely said you.
Yeah, but I auto, like, it procs Seji.
Right.
So dumb, dude. And I'm like, oh my god, I just
Imagine
threw the
thinking
game.
we
Like,
couldn't end it.
now we can't end. That's what I was
Imagine
like.
thinking we couldn't end.
Dude, I was a bit fussed about it.
Wait, really?
Nah.
No, Tristan is so OP.
I'm at it. I'm like,
It's Jax
Yeah.
with no flash.
Yeah. No flash, no Zanyas.
Welcome back, everybody. A reminder, tickets are officially on sale for the LCS Championship in Newark, New Jersey on August 19th and 20th. Head on over to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot. Hope to see you there. We got somebody here on the desk that we're going to be seeing there, guaranteed, as of yesterday's series. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Sven to the cast here for game number 2. I'm happy to have you, buddy.
Woo! Happy to be here.
Yeah, M&S is here too. He just came over and waved, but you don't know Waldem.
Wait, who?
M&S.
Your mid laner.
What's up, bro? How you doing?
He came over and he's like, and Sven's just like,
I'm sorry, bro.
Well,
it's kind of messed up.
let me ask, what did you think of game number 1 there? Because that was a bit of a wild ride.
Yeah, that was a game. So
Certainly
Golden
was.
Guardians were ahead by 7,000 gold. They threw a Baron, then they ace NRG, don't take Baron, try to end, they can't end, they get counter-aced, lose Baron, and then they get aced again mid.
Yep.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
So how exactly did that happen again? How did we just blow a massive lead like that?
It was definitely a sequence of events over time. I would
Even when they were
describe it.
ahead early game, they were dying left and right for no reason. Like Rivers top def to Cassante, the Gory 1k shot down in bot lane, that one team fight where Gory's pushing bottom getting bot tier 2 and they just die mid for like no reason in 45. I'm like, what is going on here? We're just dying for nothing.
That's where it started to look a little bit rough to me
what
too.
is
Is in the
going on,
mid
bro?
game when we just have the random picks all over the place. Like that one definitely hurt the War Machine a little bit. Stopped that tempo. I think if I'm looking at Golden Guardian specifically for this second game, obviously they got what it takes to win. Like they built a massive lead. It's
Their
just,
early game was super good.
yeah, the early game was awesome. They just need to clean up some of that Wild West stuff they're doing in the mid game.
When they were going for the end, did you think they were going to be able to end it all?
I thought
it was going to be close, but I wasn't sure. That's a risky call.
we have a 20-second rule where if you're on the inhib tower at 20 seconds on respawn timers, you can probably end, depending on your champions, right?
Yeah.
The time of the game. I thought it was a bit too close for comfort. You
or
could
3
just-
seconds if you have Ziggs.
Yeah.
One auto
Yeah, I
for
mean,
each
sure.
tower. And
you could just, take Baron and just win. for
Yeah,
free.
yeah.
But I respect it. I mean,
yeah, it was like a super risky call. The part that to me that I had to question the most is if you're getting slammed, I think that's a call you make.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
Where it's like, okay, we just got a miracle ace. We're down 10k.
Absolutely.
Let's flip it, baby.
as
But
a support, I'm always more on the just go Baron, guys. and
yeah,
just win because
you're already winning.
I have no damage to towers as well. I don't know if you can end or not.
You're not unless you hit it for
I'm not the
43.
guy playing mid or ADC anymore. I don't have any damage to towers. Yeah. But I think for NRG, they really got slammed early game by the Rumble especially. They got to find a different pick against Rumble this game if they're not going to ban it. They banned Jax over Rumble as top lane ban. I feel like you can't be opening Rumble and then getting slammed that hard in lane phase. You're getting dove at level 3 by TP Rumble. That's just too much power to the Rumble.
Licorice also, I think, played the waves really, really well after that.
He's a very good Rumble player as well in general. So I
He
think
just played so far
He was
past
the
the
first person to play that in scrims and in LCS, I think, as well. When he got buffed earlier this split. So
It's interesting because obviously they're worried about the Jax because he's I don't know if you know how much Jax he's playing in LCS, but he's basically just playing Jax like every game, right? Which is kind of like LPL, LCK style. A lot of those top laners who are feeling confident will just say, I just pick Jax blind every game because they feel that Jax is able to actually just win in whatever matchup if you're good enough.
it's just interesting that they banned the Jax when the Rumble that was left open counters the Jax in lane phase. At least Summit was playing this matchup, Rumble versus Jax, and he was winning really hard as the Rumble side against Jax. When they just blind picked the Jax. So it's just very weird that they just didn't do that as well themselves. They have Kai'Sa, so maybe they don't want to be too much AP, but they had 2 tanks with Kai'Sa here anyway, so
Yeah, they were really AP heavy anyway. I mean, their coach obviously, I don't know if you saw the sideline interview, but Thinkar was talking about how that's why they went Trundle, have a lot of physical damage, and the ulti, to be fair, did make Sejuani look like paper.
I also feel like the Maokai flex pick value wasn't that high to pick Trundle into like Rumble J series. It's not that great. If you're playing as Xante and the Sejuani, I would get it, but just the one tank comp, no, it's like a half tank, I guess, but it didn't feel like it was the sickest counter pick ever to put Maokai support that game. Ignore is much better when he can play engaged champs than he's playing like the defensive type of supports.
Do you think they'll any chance they'll first pick Rumble here? Because they banned Jax, they're on blue side. So Golden Guardians lost, they go red side.
I think based on FBI just having a massive Kai'Sa game, they probably just want to keep playing that, and they don't want to overload their AP damage in their team. So I think if anything, they're just gonna ban Rumble.
Ban Rumble and Jax both.
Yeah, honestly, it's fine to admit that you just got slammed, you know, and you just want to ban that. It's not a problem. You won the game. Just take what you can get and just drop the ego.
All right, there it is. Rumble's banned away. Game number 2. Ivern was also banned out in game number 1, so we're not going to see him in this game here either. Golden Guardians, I'm curious what they're going to go with. The Azir, they do not want to play against Palafox on that one again. He had a couple of really good ultis in the previous game, setting up both picks and team fights, so I like seeing the respect put on that too.
Yeah, he was getting FBI ahead early game with that one shuffle in the ball lane onto, I think it was Licorice in the tri-push. That was a really good play by him. Getting that shuffle, getting FBI his Kai'Sa lead, which is really important because he needs a lot of items on Kai'Sa to really like do the poke thing.
Especially after Zeri like lane swap towards top. Zeri was up like 1,500 gold, which I thought was actually a smart move because they could have just kept Licorice in that 1v1, but honestly, who cares? They got their Zeri ahead. So it was actually really important that they got a couple kills in a row
Kai'Sa.
For the Kai'Sa.
It's got to be Kai'Sa.
Yeah, it's definitely
when you win a game like this, you have so much confidence. You can pick Kai'Sa into anything.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, yes, log in Kai'Sa, bros.
I mean, he died the one fight in the whole game.
Yeah.
And then everything else he's just doing
so
great.
We're expecting it to be Kai'Sa then. What do you think is the response? Like, do you think
Jace is open though? Jace Maokai has been like picked in every single region and every single game has been open. A lot of teams don't want to give away both to any team, so often it's like one team picks Jace, you pick Maokai type of thing. Golden Guardians are pretty good at the Jace, so...
Where do you stand on the Rel Rakan stuff then? Because that feels like that's kind of falling out of priority a little bit.
Yeah, it just depends on your team as well. Both these support players are melee-only players. It's all about the engage, all about the tanks, so I don't like when Ignar's playing like Braum or Maokai. Same for Hui. I think those guys are just way better playing the Rel, the Nautilus, so I hope we see that this game.
Oh, Trist. So it's Trist Maokai. So instead of the Jace, they're going for Trist. Stixxay is one of the few ADs that actually will play Trist bot as well. So it's actually a flex for Golden Guardians.
It's an actual flex pick, it's
not you know, guys, it could go bot.
It's not a fake flex pick for sure. I think just on a bot lane with something like Rel is actually pretty good. So I think that could be something that Golden Guardians could look for here on their third pick. NRG.
We saw Palafox actually play this Trist matchup versus APA, and he was winning both sides of it. He was actually looking pretty comfortable in it. So it would be interesting to me if they do actually flex it to try to get a different matchup for Gory mid, if there's something that he would be more comfortable in playing there.
I remember APA with a solo kill into question mark into getting slammed every single lane after that combo. Not a good combo for him there.
Good early game combo. Yeah.
I like this from NRG a lot. I think this Johnny could have been nice as well for Renekton there. But I like that they put Dokla on the Renekton. It was previous something that NRG was very good at was playing Renekton and fighting Herald early game. And last game, when they couldn't fight the Herald, they were just dizzy in the early game. They had no idea how to play. So I like this pick a lot from NRG.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's smart, especially because knowing Licorice, if you go Xante here, he's probably just going to play Gwen, right? Like, he's going to get a matchup that he wants to play, a style of champion that he wants to play. In this situation, normally he would go Jax, but Jax is banned, so he's just going Xante, so it's just kind of like a neutralizing matchup, and you're taking Licorice off of a carry, which I think is kind of his biggest strength.
Yeah, I agree. He could have gone for something like Kennen maybe, if he wants to play a more aggressive matchup, but I think it's totally fine to pick Xante. He was very good on this pick during MSI as well. He had a lot of good moments on it, so it's big comfort for him as well.
So standard stuff with the Renekton in top side, and then some very powerful poke with Jace and Kai'Sa. Nice damage profile there too in the first half of the draft for NRG. K'Sante, Trist, Maokai, all just very solid picks in their own right for Golden Guardians. Lilia and Sejuani both banned out by Golden Guardians, so we will not see the Sejuani again this game. Means we also could probably bet on not seeing the Trundle again too. And the Rakan's banned out by NRG, so there's one of those engaged supports that you were talking about, like these guys being melee players. They want to engage. I wouldn't be surprised to see Rel banned out here. Nope, Ari instead.
Might just be a handshake, Rel, Alice, and Nautilus type of thing.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to say, they're obviously a little bit physical damage heavy on the Golden Guardian side, so there's maybe more of a chance of the Tristana getting flex spot and, you know, get some AP and through mid. But a lot of teams also seem to like to play solo AP Maokai. You know, it's like you just do Maokai as jungle Maokai, build demonic, and people are pretty chill with that. Especially because Golden Guardians don't really have to worry about a super tank on NRG side. There's nothing that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Ooh, well, it looks like it's going to be support Maokai again. Because, all right, we got Viego locked in for River.
Yeah, I don't really like Maokai support blind pick. I feel like it's a good pick into Nautilus. You can stop his hook when he hooks your UQ and then nothing happens. But just blind picking Maokai support, not sure what happened in scripts this week.
How do you feel about Maokai Rel then? Because it's looking like that's probably going to be locked in.
I think this is favored for the Rel side. I think that Maokai can't really interrupt Rel's jump. You have to be too close to her, and at that point, the W already hits you. So even if you knock her away, it still hits you. So it's not as good as Nautilus matchup. I also just think that Huhi, like I said earlier, he's much better on the engage champs. Maokai can engage, or like start a fight rather, but it's not the same as the Nautilus or the Rel. And yeah, I think it's just not the best thing for Golden Guardians. But they know better than I do what's best for them, I think. So.
Oh! He locked it in. Nidalee Renekton.
Okay.
They have confidence after last game.
Yeah, man.
After getting
that is
blasted in the early game, they're feeling really confident.
Okay. I mean, I like that a lot from them. It's nice. Definitely a we're up 1-0 type of pick.
So it is going to be Lissandra mid. So they are flexing the Tristana down towards bot. So it is Liss, which I think Lissandra plus Viego seems like a pretty good pairing. There's a lot of upfront burst. And if you can get the first reset, you get the ghost out. Like there's a lot of burst damage on this composition. So I feel like it makes sense. And there's going to be so much pressure on NRG to get a lot done early.
Oh, yeah.
So much pressure.
They do have the late game insurance with the Kai'Sa and the Jace poke, and even Nidalee poke, I guess. But the top side definitely gets outscaled. Yeah, they don't have a lot of CC besides the Rel engage.
Yeah. And it feels like anyone who goes in gets Lissandra ulted and dies, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of things that can stop Rel from engaging this game. And Maokai ult, Tristana ult, you know, Viego can buffer his ultimate as well. So there's a lot of slippery slopes there. Slippery slopes. The slippery champs, I guess. I'm not sure about this Nidalee pick, honestly.
Yeah?
I feel like after you get slammed in the early game, you don't pick full early game, but maybe that's why they think they need more early game power. So.
Right, just trying to remedy, hey, if we don't fall behind 5,000 gold, imagine how easy that is. Now we pick early game champions and take that approach. Which draft would you rather be playing on?
I think I'd rather play the Rel side of the ball matchup. But I would rather have the Viego as on mid jungle than the Nidalee.
Okay, that's also fair.
So it's ball matchup or team matchup, or team combo rather.
But are you worried, like if you're talking about, okay, so you prefer playing the Rel side of the 2v2, but is this a 2v2 that you think you can create a significant advantage in? Because if it's not, then you should be playing more towards what your team advantage is, right?
Yeah, I think that Tristana can farm just fine as matchup bot. It's just the Rel's a stronger champ, I think, than Maokai support. I think Maokai's strengths are, you know, saplings and using demonic embrace to create those kind of like standoff powers. So yeah.
All right, well, as we're just throwing some skill shots into the brushes here, checking around at level 1, let's go ahead and toss things over to Emily, who's standing by with an interview with the Golden Guardians coaches.
Hello, I am here with Coach Cheese of Golden Guardians. So first of all, before we get into this draft, I just wanted to say, after game 1, kind of how do you take the guys aside, calm them down? Like, what was the mental like after that game?
Yeah, it was rough. I think Spooks and I, like, we both thought, like, that's probably the hardest way game 1 could have gone for us. But we've been down a lot this entire year, so there's nothing out of the ordinary for us, yeah.
And then in this draft, obviously playing with the red side ability, especially with your team, to be able to flex the Tristana into bot. Another Maokai support, which is a little surprising. I remember when I first saw Beryl playing it, and now it's kind of spread throughout other regions to the LCS. What is the strength of this pick, and why are we seeing it so much already in the series?
I mean, he offers so much in every stage of the game with saplings, with his ultimate, with his W, even his Q. Like the knockback is really good versus Rel, for instance. And yeah, in this case, Jay really wanted it. This bot lane is something we haven't practiced too much, but that's kind of what we do. We first time stuff on stage. So yeah, just stay tuned for it.
Yeah, that sounds a lot like Huhi. Well, I'll let you get to watching the game. Thank you so much for taking the time. And back to you guys at the caster desk.
Love that answer. How do you deal with losing? We're used to it.
It's the Bane monologue about being born in the darkness and molded by it. Golden Guardians putting in all the work with all the tough years up until now.
And then,
we were born in it.
Then the Maokai support is useful because of his Q, W, E, and R. Yep, that's true. I agree with that.
A lot of good abilities in that kit.
Yep.
Well, Contract's off to a nice speedy farm here on the Nidalee. Is one of those champions that's very adept
to do a little invade here. Maybe a gank bottom. Not going to his topside camp, so he's looking for a bottom gank with the Rel.
Should know that River is just on the chicken camp.
He's spotted. Q flash from Ignore maybe?
They're already going in. Huhi's the target. We throw out the spear. It's a miss. Huhi's still getting jumped on. There's no way out for him. Contract saying I could give it to my AD carry, but I'm on Nidalee. First blood over the side of Energy.
And getting Nidalee accelerated is actually pretty important, especially because he shows there. They know that the top side is going to be available. So River actually not feeling confident to take any of this because Renekton had pushed top. So Renekton moves down to cover the jungle. So he's not going to be able to steal anything away, which actually really sucks for Golden Guardians because normally you would expect, you know, if top lane is neutral, your jungler gets a camp or two there.
Yeah. I think nice plan from Contracts to be a bit more active in this game, helping his lanes. I think this is a little bit of a risky play. It doesn't work. But yeah, I mean, he found a good angle there.
Yeah, and I mean, the wave is so far up, right? Hui was in the front brush. He flashed from the front brush to the second one, but he got stunned.
He was hit by the Rel spells without Rel flashing on him, but he flashed himself, so he must have been very overextended there. It's a little... I guess he didn't expect it. I think most teams expect Nidalee to path up to the Renekton lane, try to dive level 3. That's why you pick this combo so often. It's just to W, spear, it's dead. So maybe he didn't think he was going to come down there.
Ignar with over 1,600 assists now in his LCS career. Dude has been a part of a lot of plays being made, but I mean, when you think about Ignar as a player, he's always been, it's what you were talking about, Sven. He likes to play melee, he likes to play engage, he wants to set up the kills, so I think a pick like Rel is perfect for him, and I'm glad that NRG ended up going with that, especially now that they're already off to the races down here in the bottom lane, getting a nice little bit of a lead from that first blood thanks to Contracts. Feels good.
There's also an opportunity to just repeat bot if Hui pushes up at all now, because you have no flash on Hui, you have flash on Ignar. Q flash crash down, even with like a lane gank, if he's pushed up at all, is a pretty free kill there for Contracts. So they're gonna have to like, be playing really safe around it. I think keep saplings and all the different approaches. And we can see that River did base, he's heading straight out towards bot, so may feel that he needs cover.
Yeah, it can be really hard to manage a wave as Tristana, thanks to the passive of the E. So once NRG crashes this wave, they could pull it backwards and just, you know, force Golden Guardians to take a 2v3 or something like that. But I think they will just be fine with just pushing as well and maybe looking for some early game dragons or something like that with Nidalee. You kind of want to make the game more accelerated when you play Nidalee. You're fine farming, but you don't farm that fast until level 6, from what I'm understanding of the Nidalee champion.
Well, let's see if he can get involved in something else up here in mid lane as Gory's getting jumped on by Palafox. Takes a chunk of damage, but Contracts did have to walk over the ward to approach here. So that last shock blast not accelerated, still going to make contact. But now that Gory's got level 6, there shouldn't be an opportunity for NRG to just immediately burst him down. Jason, Nidalee obviously both having plenty of damage, but no CC to prevent the self-cast the ulti makes this play a little bit more difficult to execute.
I mean, Contracts is still here, so clearly they think they can get something. But now with River behind him, this could actually go really bad if they look for this play, because they don't have eyes on River.
Waiting over the wall, Contracts jumps in. There it is, the self-ulti forces the flash back out of the Energy jungler. They continue stepping back up though to the skies. Gonna force Gory to flash away back to the safety of his turret too.
That was actually a really good flash from Gory. That's one of those instances, if he just kept going with the claw, he would have died, so he had to reactively flash out. So at the end of the day, it's a trade of flashes, Contracts for Gory. So not as bad as I thought it was gonna be for NRG when I saw River there for the counter gank.
I agree, but I think Gory could have maybe just ulted Contract when he jumped in there. I think he wouldn't get one shot by the jump in. So
does it disjoint the pounce if you ult in midair? Because I know like some things like Lee Sin, for example, if you stop in midair, it cancels the Q damage.
Thunder ult definitely stops people midair, like jumps like Tristana, but he might just die to the. It's a close call, I think. You could maybe like even just flash away and then ult him or something like that. I think there was an angle there for Golden Guardians to fight. But nonetheless, the play is even at the end of the day. Flash for flash and an ultimate, I guess. So a win for NRG, but
engage! Flash from Ignar leading the way as Stick stays down to 100 HP. He gets himself back underneath the tier 1. He blocks NRG from being able to follow up any further. Golden Guardian's gonna have to retreat after that one, but they're happy to keep their AD carry alive.
Nice buffer there on the jump from Stick. It was it's a hard-felt time, Rel W, so not bad there from him. Flash for cleanse, good trade.
Dokla going in here with the Dominus. Licorice forced to fall all the way back to his own turret. Still has his flash, still has the all-out. Cassante at low HP underneath his own turret with his ulti is a spot where many a top laner has found their doom.
But
so
Nidalee coming up, and the thing is, even with River around, if Licorice just gets one shot and a stun,
there it is! Contracts puts a spear in him, and Energy pick up their second kill of the game thanks to the jungle Nidalee.
That's the thing. It's like River's there to respond, but what are you gonna do? You can't react to that. Yeah.
Stun, spear, dead.
Yep. Flash, stun in. And it's just, he was just too low, right? It's so risky to do that. I think from that situation, River actually needs to be standing under the tower with him. I think he was thinking about it from the mindset of, we'll get a counter gank and turn it around. But like, he needs to be there and block the spear if you get flash stun.
Yeah. Dokla also flash stunning Licorice to make sure he can't react in time with the Pathmaker to be, what do you call that? Unstoppable.
Yep.
So, nice play by them. It's worth noting that he used his ultimate to do this though, so they can't do the Herald now. So I think Golden Guardians might get the Herald here. Thinks they have a very strong mid-jungle 2v2 at Herald fights. Without the ultimate from Dokla, I think they can't really compete. So it might just be a free Herald here for Golden Guardians.
It's also spellbook for Gory, which I do really like. If you're just gonna play in a neutral lane, you get so much value from this, I feel like, later on.
I think he took heal earlier, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Yeah, he just was on heal after he used his flash. You can watch this one more time. This is where I just think if River is there under tower with him and he blocks the spear, maybe there's a potential for him to actually get out of this stun, but it would have been tough either way. But well played by Contracts, and Contracts able to get a kill in bot lane, get a kill in top lane. Looks pretty unfazed there, but great start to his Nidalee.
Sweaty hands.
Yeah, gotta make sure that it's like, oh, I hope this doesn't mess up. Cassante tower dive. Palafox trying to get this last little bit of a wave pushed out here. Gory's almost completely out of mana. Nearly has the TP ready to go again. Same story being told here for Palafox. Worth pointing out, we saw it as the camera panned bottom after the play top, but pretty much as soon as Huhi's flash was good to go again, he had to once more use it because FBI tagged him with a Void Seeker, and he was potentially in danger of a second death there in bottom lane. So still one of those potential targets for the side of Energy as Dokla continues to trade aggressively into Licorice's Cassante. Plus 900 gold for Energy. Peak was about plus 1.5k so far for these guys, so Golden Guardians making a little bit of it back by taking the Herald, and I'm still curious how much value they're going to be able to get out of the activation of that eye.
So what I want to ask you, Sven, is how far ahead do you think Energy needs to be with this comp to be comfortable? Because they're not taking any dragons.
It really depends on who has the gold. If Kai'Sa has a 1,000 gold lead at this point in the game, you're chilling. Like you're set, right? But if it's Nidalee only who has all the gold, he can die one shot and team fight at any point and then be useless. And also the spears are a bit narrower than the Kai'Sa W's to dodge, so... oh, hang on.
Well, Licorice using the all-out to get away from Contracts. It's ulti for
13.
ulti trade from top laners. Licorice will escape.
That champ, man.
Yep.
It's that champ. He does the thing.
What are you talking about? He's incredibly...
That's the thing where he just jumps around a little bit. But yeah, I think if NRG's gold is on people like Palafox and FBI, I think that they're... Oh.
Huhi and Stixxay wanting to fight this here with the 2v2. Maokai ulti finds FBI, but the cleanse immediately as the response. Contracts and Dokla want to set it up on Licorice here again as Stixxay and Huhi back away in the bottom lane. Dokla going in for the dive here, trying to use that Pathmaker to get away, flashing back to the other side of the turret. Licorice just outplayed him. He might be able to even find another. The third in Tofo strike is ready to go. Somebody get the pasta ready. Cassante with a 1v2. Gory coming up now, ready to lock down Contracts and make good on the second half of this outplay as Contracts falls. Shut down over to Licorice. Golden Guardians tie up the game.
Licorice played that so well. This time he did get the unstoppable with the Pathmaker on the stun there, so he was able to actually negate so much of that damage with the damage reduction.
He bought time as well.
Yep, had a great flash.
Contracts' flash was like 3 seconds when he died there at the end. I guess it was timed perfectly by Huhi. The first all-pro support there.
Is that some salt on your tank there?
Guys. He deserves it. But yeah.
From the support prince?
Yep.
Support prince according to All-Pro. But really, really well played by Licorice here in this circumstance. You know, he was low, he had no ult, but great W, great flash, buys time. And at the end of the day, he got both of those kills, including the shutdown off of Contracts. So now, this Nidalee Renekton combo that you draft, well, Licorice is actually ahead in the 1v1. Like, he's got his Iceborne, he's gonna have Tabbies here.
He's set for life.
Yeah, like, he's chilling now. So this is gonna be really rough now for NRG, because when you start playing goes bad as Nidalee, there's no like fallback plan. You just have to keep making plays and hope that you can snowball the game.
The skill isn't that bad if you're ahead. You can keep poking from Fog of War, but they lost both neutrals this game. They lost both the Herald, they lost the first Dragon, one more coming up in 3 minutes. It's gonna be a good soul this game as well, with Gemtech and Cloud Soul out of the equation, so honestly, the goal lead isn't that good. Right now, it's obviously a big spike. Hang on.
Gory deciding to turn it back around. He's got River behind him, and the Magnet Storm locks them both down. I don't think that was the play. River escapes. Huhi coming in here with a Nature's Grasp trying to follow this one up. River is low, but he's still alive for now. Huhi, River, and Stixay looking to turn back on the Palafox, but FBI is going to Killer Instinct, and River is down. Ignar survives. Palafox contracts and FBI looking for a little bit more damage. Accelerated Shock Blast onto Huhi, but he'll walk it off. NRG goes in. Golden Guardians think they can stand and fight and immediately get shut down.
I was going to say, right now they have an advantage that they have Mythic item on contract, and River just bought his after he died, so they shouldn't fight right now, but then they just flashed in. Gory had stopwatch. Maybe he thought he could like flash in, ult them, and then stopwatch and buy time for the reset or something, but that fight is so unnecessary to take. They could just... Well, they're heralding as well, that's why they want to fight, I guess. But Ignar was here first, and they saw him, and then they still went in afterwards.
Yeah,
at 2v3. What?
I mean, it feels like they really underestimated.
It wasn't even close.
Yeah. I mean, Stixay is coming as well.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't realize how far away Stixay was and who he was, because they were obviously making the move, but yeah.
Maybe if you have the Sunder on Viego, there's an angle where you get a 1-for-1 reset, and then you can carry the fight from there, but that seemed like it wasn't even like anywhere close.
Little bit audacious there. Let's say,
the duality of coaching
yeah,
cameras.
that's the coach reaction I was expecting after that one. So
top out plate, let's go, and then oh my god, guys.
It's just like, did we really do that? Was that really the call? All right, River trying to use the Herald path to creep around the edges here, make sure that NRG's not setting up something else here against their own mid laner, as it's 1 minute and 15 seconds till the next Drake spawns. Sven, you already pointed it out, it's the Golden Guardians with that first one, also the team that was able to secure that first Herald, as NRG is just going to continue farming up down here in the bottom side. Void Seekers flying off, but those aren't going to be a huge problem until we get some more AP on the Kai'Sa. Static Shiv is fully completed. There is that item power spike advantage for the AD carry of NRG versus that of Golden Guardians. Now, Maokai ultimate is going off to Zimbabwe.
Was that like a scouting ultimate or a misclick?
I mean, I think you could just use saplings for scouting.
Yeah, it seems like a misclick, right? Like,
I mean, yeah, I mean, it has to be.
Okay, well, that's cooldown spent, so Golden Guardians are, they're not going to have that tool for the dragon fight, which is very unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunate indeed. I think they're going to have to give up the dragon now. They are behind a fair bit of gold. But the only thing this comp can do for Golden Guardians is fight. They don't really have any like side laning power or like split pushing or something. They can scale, but they kind of want to just fight right now. They have mythics on everyone, so.
But it looks like NRG might be playing towards Herald, so Golden Guardians are still moving down towards Dragon again. Like they're feeling relatively confident. It feels like even without the Maokai ult. And they do have, Everfrost down now. They have a lot of lockdown. If you can get that first kill for Viego.
Gory gets jumped on there, takes the claw back out, but with To the Skies and the Accelerated Shock Blast both hitting, the enemy mid laner is now down to about 1/3 HP, so NRG knows that they're in a good spot to fight for this bottom side River, to fight for this vision, this control, this objective. Ignar's going to gallop forward. Huhi, River, and Stixay all just hanging out together as a grouped up 3-man squad. NRG, though, have a 4-man squad of their own ready to go. River using the Spectral Maul to create a little bit of extra distance, so Ignar isn't to catch up to him here, but nice poke. Stixay at half HP. Gory now resetting, coming back out of the base, but he does have the Unleashed Teleport ready to go. Also available, that Summoner spell for both top laners if they want to get involved in any kind of a fight.
Yeah, there was actually some pings from Golden Guardians on those wards in the side brush.
Yeah.
In bot lane, so I think they were trying to see if they could get them to engage and then get Gory to come in, but at the end of the day, they don't commit to it. Stixay gets poked down, so now there's no use in using TP. You just have to give up the dragon. And going to be a slight victory here for NRG. You can even see Doka just sitting in base, so he's waiting to see if there's any sort of a challenge that he can TP on.
I mentioned it earlier, but if you have control of the area, it's very easy to hit poke as Nidalee and Jace and even Kai'Sa. So if they have the zone first and they're sitting on it, they can always hit that poke and then win the fights before they even start.
It feels like in situations like that, that's when you need your top laner not to be TPing, but to be grouped before the fight, so they can be the first one to walk in.
Yeah, they kind of need Huhi to put a TP ward somewhere so that Gory or Liquid can get a good angle for like the all-out insect type of play, or some sort of Gory flank into Viego gets a reset and then carries fight from there. Tristana as well, right? Very good champs at like, once the fight is like 1 kill in, they win the whole fight from there. Thanks to Viego and Tristana carrying everything from there. But NRG doing a good job at taking all the vision away from Golden Guardians. They have one ward in the top side here where Jace is right now. They can maybe use that ward if it lasts long enough. I think they kind of have to TP behind. It's the only way they can win, I think.
The gold lead's still about where it was a few minutes ago, so at least if you're Golden Guardians, you know that NRG aren't building that up into anything greater. They still do have the Nidalee as the clock marches forward, so you can always hope for that moment that you were talking about earlier, Sven. If you just find him, blow him up in one team fight, boom, that lead's useless, he's down. The Rift Herald has spawned here again, and it's NRG committing lots and lots of dudes to this top side. River immediately ready to clear out some of the vision from Golden Guardians, who are also ready to fight for this. You can see the 4v4 square off with Gory versus Dokla in the bottom lane. Both of those players having the Unleashed teleports ready to go to join if this turns into a fight. NRG are going to start up the Herald as Ignar rotates his way back over to the mid lane, helping FBI push that one up. Stixay will have to answer. NRG with control over the top side. River, they'll start this up. River's on the back side of the pit. The Void Seeker flying out. River's at only 40% HP. But the Golden Guardians want to commit a teleport. Same thing's going to be done from NRG now. Gory taking a little bit of poke. Takes the claw in, but he only finds Ignar. Maokai ulti coming in over the wall is FBI. Going to get jumped on, popping the cleanse. Stixay wants to go in after him, but Gory's still at only 300 HP on the other side of the fight. Dokla's gone in, but Licorice and River are trying to keep him away. The Croc is low. The Herald is going to be secured by the side of NRG as River tries to use the Heartbreaker back over the wall, but he barely escapes. Dokla gets picked up by Licorice. Gory and River barely survive. Golden Guardians end up getting the 1-for-nothing in kills, but the Herald goes over to NRG.
Man, I cannot believe no one on Golden Guardians died there. Gory and River were so low, and that initial start of the fight looked like it was going to be really bad for Gory.
Yeah, that looked terrible to start the fight from Golden Guardians. TV Boy was just not good enough. It's too far away from everything. Yeah. So Golden Guardians, I think, should be happy that this was somehow the outcome of this. They also got top tower on Licorice there afterwards, so I think that's the first tower of the game, isn't it?
Yep,
so that
should be first
not
tower.
bad as well. Licorice actually really strong in this game. This engage was just not it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really forced, right? Like you say, you almost need like a ward back here, right? Like if you can TP back from that spot, then the Maokai ult is coming in from one side, the Lissandra comes in from the other side, and that's where you're getting pincered. But it felt like they're just calling for Gory to start the fight, and he kind of has to just overextend so much to do it, because NRG are always going to try to kite back, disengage, and poke you as you look for engage.
I think that control of the area is too important, so Golden Guardians should have just given up the Dragon earlier and then try to go here to the Herald side first and have control of it, so they can have TP wards, they can have flanks. They just can't fight like straight up like that. You saw River was low HP already before the fight started, like one spear or one shock blast, and he's just half HP, so they really need to have control. You see, like, same thing here, one spear hits and it's...
Yeah. And there is so much poke, right? It's triple poke champs on the other side.
Dodgeball.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's funny to say, but it's kind of true, right? At the end of the day, especially with Kai'Sa, because Kai'Sa is just like, once she starts hitting Void Seekers and starts hitting cooldown reset, it gets so oppressive.
Yeah, right now it's okay, but once it gets the Ludens, it starts getting really bad.
Do you think that then it should be to a state where it's like NRG just plays through sides with Jace, try to force Cassante to answer there, because then there's no one to actual block poke, no one to actually walk in first? Do you think that 4v4 is preferential for NRG, or is it better to have everyone there, even if it means Licorice is with the team too?
I think Golden Guardians needs Licorice in the fights.
So I feel.
He's like, he has all the gold this game. He has the first tower, he has 3 kills. He's the 2 items right now. He's by far the strongest person in the game, actually. So I think Golden Guardians need to include him in the game. They want a 5v5. FBI and Palafox aren't there yet, but very soon on the 2 to 3 item spike is when they get strong. I think both teams are just gonna do the same thing this game. One team is a poke comp, the other team wants to find the engage. That's why I didn't like the Maokai and the Diego that much, because I don't feel like Golden Guardians have the engage to stick on this poke comp. They need more. They need like a Rel or Nautilus.
You have a Rakan or
like CC that actually sticks, right? Like hard CC, like knockups or the hooks, for example.
Yeah.
So it's going to be hard for Golden Guardians to find a reset for the Viego unless there's a massive mistake from NRG.
Or a really good flank, like you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Which kind of requires them to get pushed, get to the objective first, and no one has moved into that bot side around the river, right? So if they want to play for this next dragon, there is an opportunity to try to get some vision around that, but let's see if they can do it.
Void Seeker flies out and misses. Second fully completed item there for Gory, the Banshee's Veil. So Lissandra with not a very high damage build, but the Everfrost and the Banshee's Veil going to give some utility there. Still have the stopwatch that he's had in his inventory for a very long time and has not yet used in any of these fights.
I think that's his rune, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, so he had the whole game.
I mean, he's only died once, so really there's only one opportunity that he could have used it. So it's not like it's any sort of big mistake there, but they are playing down on this bot side. They are already first on the dragon, but now Golden Guardians is split, so things get awkward as the Herald's going to get dropped too.
Yeah, Herald summoned up
Man,
here.
look at that poke.
If nothing else, it'll be a distraction. Gory's still down in the Drake pit as the Void Seekers continue flying out and finding targets. Maokai ulti used by Huhi, but he's taking a lot of damage here on the approach. Ignar trying to back up, but they got to be careful about the counter engage. Magnet Storm on a 2. River's going to be the target. Has to Heartbreaker back away again. The Golden Guardians having such a hard time getting close to NRG here. Yes, the Herald died before it was able to get a charge, but NRG end up taking the fight easily. Half health on Stixay, on Huhi, on Licorice. River and Gory both still doing all right, but NRG have such a massive advantage in terms of HP. They can force down the tier 1 turret, Herald or not, and have control over the bot side. River
They still have to engage. The Maokai ult comes out, nothing happens. Yeah, no one follows it up. There's nothing. There's no hook. There's no anything. No poke. No nothing. So they just can't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, Lissandra was trying to come from the bot side, but Dokla marked him, and you can't fight through him.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So frustrating for Golden Guardians to play this game. They feel like they have no choices at all. They have to just give up every single neutral.
It feels like they have to be first to the dragon, all 5 there, right? Because they had 2 members on it, and River was kind of starting it. And I think that they thought the other 3 could play through mid, get push, and then come down. But NRG just had all 5 members in between them. So it became this really awkward situation where then they have to force a hard engage, but they don't really have the angle to do it.
I think Gory just has to, like, he was at a dragon at some point, hitting with River. He has to just claw over the wall and skins the chicken pit or something for NRG and just send it. You can't just stand there and wait for one spear to hit one Void Seeker and then you're just half HP. Just go.
Yeah.
And just send it, and if you lose, you lose. Then blame draft next game, you know? It's what it is, you know? Sometimes you're out drafted and you just gotta admit that your comp is hard to play and you have to just, hang on.
Wow, Licorice going for the solo kill on Dokla here. Not afraid to use the all out. Dokla getting away, had to flash to escape the third and Tofo strike that would have knocked him back into his own death. Golden Guardians now, though, they know that they've got their strongest guy down there in that 1v1. Both top laners low. Licorice completely out of mana there for a second. That's going to reset as the all-out expires. But now he'll be able to take down the tier 1 turret, get some of that gold back, bring this game a little bit closer.
Yeah.
And it's what you were talking about, Sven. If this guy's in a fight, Golden Guardians have a chance. But if he's not there, don't go.
It's that simple.
I mean, at least he's creating some sort of an opportunity, some sort of action on the map for them. Almost gets a solo kill, does force out the ult, does force out the flash. So that is a bright spot for them, but it does become very, very difficult, I think, to play this game. I do expect that Golden Guardians are going to be really early to the next dragon and just try to send it, right?
Or not be that at all.
Yeah. Well, that's the other option, I guess.
This thing where they show up to the objective later than their opponents, and then they don't have control of the line bushes or the pixel bush or anything, and then they just eat spears or shock blasts, and they're like, well, guess we lose. And then they leave. They could at least just give the objective and then take control of Baron side, right?
Right, get a turret somewhere.
Yeah, try to get a tower somewhere, get some control of Baron, and then maybe you can find a fight in there with your Lissandra or something like that. Just going there and losing is just useless, right?
Yeah.
So.
It's tough. I mean, because they lost game 1 and they were in a really good spot in game 1, now the pressure is way more on in this game. Right? You're obviously joking a bit, but it's like, you can say, oh, blame draft, go next game, but then you're a match point, right? So it's like, you definitely do not want to give this game up. You need to find a way to problem solve. And I will say, these poke comps can sometimes look impossible to beat, right up to the point that they make a mistake.
So frustrating.
And then if they make a big mistake, though, then it can exactly, right? Like, it could be that one big team fight where they find the angle or NRG makes a mistake, and you can wipe them off the map, and things can go so bad so fast for poke comps. Because then if you're pinned in your base against a Baron buff or whatever, it's really hard to actually find angles.
Feels so good once you finally get to them and you take them all out.
They're just slapping you back and forth the whole game.
Finally.
One of the best feelings in League of Legends right there.
There's so little engage on the side of Golden Guardians. That really sticks. FBI has to cleanse. Halfox is full screen away the whole time. I haven't seen him on the same screen as Gory since laning phase, right? So it's just hard to find a target, really, that dies.
Well, Gory and Huhi both have their flashes up at least, so Golden Guardians have those resources available for this next fight if they do want to try to hard force something. That next Drake will be spawning in under 2 minutes now. Just about 26 minutes into the game, it's a plus 2,000 gold lead for the side of NRG. The Kai'Sa and the Jace both about halfway to that third completed item that you guys were talking about being the power spike, where this poke becomes really and truly obnoxious, because once Kai'Sa's got the Ludens, you have all the AP, constant W spam.
Half HP off one spear.
Yeah, the spears are not treating him very kindly. The Night Harvester plus Shadow Flame plus Sorcerer Shoes is just so much magic penetration and extra damage.
Yeah, once the Ludens get in here, Cyril does, it starts coming at... What's that? He's just evolving right there in front of him?
That might have been. That is definitely rough, but at the very least, one thing that is nice is Stixay is going to go Bloodthirster third, and then he can start to start off a lot of poke, but this Baron might just be theirs, because It's gonna be so hard for Golden Guardians to walk in. I think they're aware that it's going on, but can they actually get over there fast enough to do anything about it?
Yeah, Ignar's trying to stop River from showing up here. The Magnet Storm being used. They want to keep him away, but River's ready on the approach. He's only got 100 HP left. He wants to go in over the wall, but the Baron's going to be secured, and River is already down. Stixay coming in from the side as who he's taking a 20% HP, and he's going to be popped by FBI with a killer instinct. Stixay drops. The Golden Guardians have no chance. Licorice is all out, but what's it matter? He's in a 1v4. Not even Cassante wins these. Ignar's on the chase. Another Void Seeker finds his heart. Golden Guardians lose the Baron, and they lose 4-1.
Wow. Just like that.
Just like that. I mean,
got a spear to the face. W from Kai'Sa. A few more. They base. No vision. Start Baron.
I want to see how close this this steal was, because River did get in the pit with almost no HP.
Yeah,
if he
was
steals
so low.
it was really close. Okay, so it's down at 23, 1600. He goes in. Oh, he smited to 79, I think I saw. That was really, really close to actually being able to steal. I don't know how much of a difference it makes in the fight. Stixay was coming around the side, but he unfortunately does not have Licorice with him. He doesn't have that guy in front of him. So they just kind of turn on him and just instantly one-shot the Tristana.
I mean, NRG made it work, but I feel like them starting Baron is like maybe Golden Guardians' only win condition in this game. It's like a Baron throw from NRG, so a little risky, but I respect it. They're feeling it, and they're playing this Pokemon really well. So
yeah,
you know, I was a Nidalee hater in the draft. I always am a hater of Nidalee, but they're making it work this game. From early game to mid game, a lot of spears been hitting.
And
so,
they're
well played.
accelerating the game. That's the other reason why I like them going for the Baron there, even if it might be a lost condition in another timeline, is because I don't want to see you playing Nidalee at 45 minutes. I don't want to see anyone playing Nidalee at 45 minutes, right? You want to end the game faster than that. And it looks like that's what they're looking for here, as Ignar has to use the crash down to get away from River off to the side. The Drake has been secured. It's now sole points for the side of NRG as the accelerated shock blast knocks off half of River's health bar. Doke was putting the work in on the mid lane tier 2. The Crocodile hasn't had the greatest game here. The Cassante matchup has been a bit of a struggle, but it's not really him that's the focus of the comp, the focus of the game right now. They're up 7,000 gold with those 3 Drakes to only the 1 of Golden Guardians. They've smashed 5 turrets. The only structure left standing outside of the GG base is the tier 2 in top.
Yeah, there's a lane ward in the bot lane right now behind where the tower is, so looks like Golden Guardians knows their only hope at this point is a TP behind and just send it. So I'm thinking that if NRG goes topside here, that Hui will try to get some wards behind in the jungle or in the lane, just anywhere behind them, so that Hui and Glory can finally find an actual angle to get River a reset, because the way the fight's been going so far is just not working for Golden Guardians. They need to flank. They need to have an angle that isn't just front to back.
I mean, Viego hasn't been able to get involved in anything the entire game.
Yeah,
right? He's
he hasn't played the
0-2-1.
game yet.
Yeah, like he hasn't been able to do anything. This is one of those games where Viego's gonna have a couple thousand damage done at the end, right?
It's one of those games.
He hasn't been able to hit anything. I don't even think he's trying to play passive or anything like that. It's just he can't get in range.
The wards.
Yeah, they're playing it really well.
They stick here.
I feel like one of the things that is really nice about this comp, like they're playing Nidalee, which obviously receives a lot of criticism, but the fact that they're pairing it with the Jace and the AP Kai'Sa gives you such an overwhelming amount of poke. I feel like when teams... Okay, here we go.
FBI's the target. Stixay's jumping in. They're ready to send it here as Gory wants to go over the wall with the claw, but immediately he's going to get bursted. He uses the ulti to try to keep himself alive as Dopa disengages from the rest of the Golden Guardians. Licorice is into the back line, and he found the shutdown on the enemy mid laner. Golden Guardians may have just found what they're looking for. River gets the kills. It's 3 down on NRG. Dopa's going to be the last man standing as Ignar falls. A double kill back over to Gory, and an ace for 1. The Golden Guardians come to life.
Massive fight there for Golden Guardians. How much gold can they clean off the map now? They have the wave mid. They're going to push up there, get at least 1 or 2 towers off this as well. And they're clawing back in this game. They finally find a fight, and everything goes wrong for NRG.
It's what you were saying, Isaac. Up until you find that one moment, the poke comp just looks unplayable. But when you finally close the distance and get to beat on him a little bit, you can get yourself back in the game. Let's take another look.
Double TP and just full send here from everyone. Gory knows he has to take the claw no matter what and just go. Honestly, like, I mean, it looks so bad even here for Golden Guardians.
Yeah.
But Licorice is just doing so much work in this fight.
Exactly.
The whole game, honestly, like not just this fight, the whole game he's been targeted by the early game from Nidalee, and he's been just doing so well in lane, in side lane, in this team fight here. Even earlier, he was 1v5ing earlier in the last team fight. He's actually a one-man army this game.
I mean, it's crazy. And last game he was dominating the lane. Licorice is just kind of...
It's tough being a coach, bro.
Yeah, the years being taken off his life. Licorice was just able to kind of flip a switch. Coming into playoffs last split, he just started playing so much better.
Yeah.
You look at how much damage he got done. Obviously, Stixxay a big contribution there as well. But now the problem is you got to do it again, and then you got to do it again. And now there's a Zhonya's on the FBI, which is going to make that even harder. There's almost a GA done for Palafox, so they're building up these tools that are going to make their life really difficult. But clearly, Golden Guardians are trying to get to the Dragon early. They want to control vision in the enemy jungle.
The gold lead has collapsed. Yes, it's still plus 2,500 for energy, but it was up to almost 7.5K earlier after they had their big major play. So huge turnaround for here for the Golden Guardians, excuse me. As we have under a minute and a half, though, until the soul spawns for energy, Golden Guardians need to be there early. They need to be ready to go. If they're just playing dodgeball walking up to the river, that's going to be Mountain Soul for energy, which makes the game a whole lot harder.
A big problem here for Golden Guardians is that they can't trade Baron for Dragon. It'll be sold for NRG. So NRG could just say like, hey, we'll give the Dragon and go Baron side. Now we have control of the area and we can actually try to, you know, use our control to hit that poke. But if Golden Guardians goes to where NRG is, they will lose.
Yeah.
Look at this though, man. Two stopwatches, GA finished, and Zhonya's.
This Viego is not getting reset again.
Yeah, no,
that was his last team fight of the game.
That team fight, the graph said he did about 3,000 damage in that team fight. That's going to end up being the vast majority of his damage for the whole game just because of how difficult it is for him to get in there. Accelerated Shock Blast going to hit Huhi. Again, the name of the game, just poke for energy from start to finish. It's all they're trying to do. Golden Guardians trying to contest this vision here. The Baron is live. The Drake going to spawn here in 20 seconds.
Licorice is a brick wall, though. He has a Force of Nature done now, too. So 4 full items done. He's a full item up on Dokla. And he really is the hope because he is the one guy that can take that poke without actually taking too much damage. So forget the side lanes at this point. Group with the team. Try to be that guy who can bully your way in. They absolutely cannot give up Soul.
It just feels so hard for Golden Guardians here because they can't trade objectives. While the team has Kai'Sa as well. So they can just burn out Baron so fast if you ever leave. It's a hard position to be in for Golden Guardians. Look at who he's just getting.
Do you think you should just send one member down and try to solo Dragon if you're Golden Guardians?
It takes too long, I think.
Ooh!
Void Seeker,
Ear Lance,
Spears, Traps, another one. Oh, it's so frustrating to watch even. Can't imagine what they feel like in the game here. Even being down 1-0 makes this even worse. You know,
they're losing Soul.
You're thinking about it.
Yep.
I feel like that's got to be the end. Like if you lose, it's Mountain Soul as well. It's like
the best Soul in the game in this particular
situation. Yeah. You have the only way you win is hard.
They're losing 1v5 to Kai'Sa.
Oh my God, he just killed him! FBI with a Void Seeker, he's dead in the dirt for the next 41 seconds. Golden Guardian staring down the barrel of a 4v5 as Energy's control over the top side. River just got a whole lot easier. Poke lands onto Gory too, takes a third of his HP away. This comp is suffocating the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, I think, I won't say it's GG because I've seen worse throws recently this weekend.
Yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you said it.
I saw your reaction during those player camps.
Dude, it was so funny. I looked up. I was in disbelief that we won somehow. I look at Revenge on the other side. He's also in disbelief that they lost. We're both doing the same pose. Like, no way this has happened.
The two different sides of the no way reaction.
Yep. But I don't even know. Golden Guardians have to do the same thing. Just TP one behind, just full send, and just hope that the Zhonya's and the GAs aren't enough to buy time.
Now Ignar even has a stopwatch. So they have 5. They have GA plus
they really
4
hate him.
stopwatches.
Even the redemption just to like not lose, I guess. Or not,
It is honestly really hard to think of a winning team fight for Golden Guardians. Even if you have the perfect flank from this situation, the stopwatches should buy enough time that there's never a reset. It's like it would have to be catastrophic. I
think NRG definitely has one in the back. But I've said that before about NRG. They had some of the, I think the worst throws early in the season, like the biggest
first
goal.
Immortals one was the 10 or 12.
Oh yeah, the 12,000 gold.
Yeah.
That was a tale to tell. Well, let's see if they can make this one a little bit cleaner than that. 4,500 gold, man. Mountain Soul. They've got the Baron for another 2 minutes still. They have everything they should need to close this one out. They can set up shop outside the enemy base here with the Baron up minion wave. Just keep on shooting out those Void Seekers, those Spears, those Shock Blasts. And all they do is just need anything to hit, right? You don't have to have 100% accuracy because eventually you're going to hit something, and that's when the Golden Guardians will no longer be able to defend.
Also nearing the point where now if FBI hits W's, he actually might take it and just go in and just kill you one shot at this point.
Oh, yeah.
One W hits, you can now wait 2 seconds for the next W and then ult behind them and just W while you're flying and no counterplay. You're just dead on the spot.
Yep, I mean, late game, it's like,
Yeah,
your
it's-
TDR gets so low, you hit 2 Ws, that procs the plasma, they just die.
He has Sonya, he has Flash, he can easily go for it, and then just first Sonya in the fight, you use the E, evolve.
Licorice.
There's just no engage. There's no ward behind him. There's nothing they can do. Gory can go in, but it won't work if he goes like this.
Yeah. He throws out the claw. You saw NRG didn't even back up because they know if he goes in,
They don't care.
It's just it's food delivery service.
Mountain Soul right in front of them. It's just so hard. Even if Gory actually hits a good engage, who follows up?
And there's no
what do they
wards.
have?
There's no wards, right? You look at the map, like these are your only TP wards is over here. Which
Well, they're ready to go. Gory trying to go in, but he's going to be locked down and blown up before he even has the chance. Dokeless stasis prevents any sort of a counter punch. It's who he tries to walk it off, but a double kill over to FBI means the fight is already done. There's nobody left standing for the Golden Guardians. Licorice will not have his hero moment today as he tries to flash out and keep him distracted, but Void Seeker made it way too easy. The poke comp reigns supreme, and NRG riddles him full of holes. They're going to take the win in this one in 37 minutes. No way that River can hold on here. NRG are moving to match point 2-0 against the Golden Guardians.
This is not what I thought was going to happen today. When I came into studio today, I was like, this is not in my,
I think a lot of people are probably in that same boat with you, buddy.
Yeah. I mean, Golden Guardians have to just cope that the first game was a win for them and just, I think, drop the ego. Ban Kaisa. FBI is having such a good time on it.
11-1 in first game, 8-1 in second game.
He looks so confident on it too, and I think Golden Guardians need 1, who he gonna engage champ, 2, Ban Kaisa, and then 3, they need to get Licorice a matchup where he can shine.
Yeah.
Something more aggressive top, not a next matchup where you just auto lose no matter what you do, right? Like, put the matchup top something like a Jax versus Exante or like.
But how do you do that? They're banning Jax Rumble and then they're blinding Renekton. So what's the answer?
You just gotta ban Renekton, I think, away from Dokla. It's too easy to just pick and just neutralize your opponent. So you gotta just force some sort of like, I don't know what happens top end once you ban the Jax, the Renekton, the Rumble. You know, what do you top in play? You say Exante, blind pick maybe, and then you pick Gwen. You know, something like this. You try to like force the skill matchup. Always play around your best player on the day. Right now it's Licorice. You just have to make him your main carry, I think.
I mean, I think Licorice, even in both the losses, was clearly a standout, right? He was looking really, really good. But I agree, it's big adjustments now. And you have to just wonder, how is your mental? Because game 1, losing a game that you were winning feels so bad. And then you go into game 2 where you're playing basically bullet hell, just trying to dodge skill shots the entire time with what felt like no chance to win. And now you have to reverse sweep to try to have a chance.
Golden Guardians have been there before. It's not their first rodeo in playoffs. Maybe the org, not the players. And they can say, guys, first game, we were so far ahead. It's basically a win, right? So that's their cope. I think just change draft, give Hui some engage power, some more agency. The Maokai is just not it. It looked terrible both games, even though NRG won with it the first game.
Well, times are tough for the Golden Guardians as NRG command a 2-0 lead. We're going to head on over to the LCS Lounge to break that one down.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
2-0.
NRG up 2-0, as Mark predicted.
I guess they'll 3-0. Oh, I thought it was going to be a 3-1.
Yeah, it's 3-0.
I didn't even believe in them this much.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. I'm so used to you predicting 3-2. I predicted... I'm already done so.
NRG
we'll
3-1, make it a 3-0. Let's go. They're
Let's
going to
take
close
a
this
look
out.
at Nidalee Renekton. Everyone hates this. One thing I do want to point out is Contract's early path. He starts Red, Krugs, Birds. You're expecting him to go top, right? Because there's a big old fat Renekton up there. No. He goes bot instead.
Cheeser.
And again, I think when NRG have been at their best both last year and this year, it was absolutely from Contracts getting involved early. Their insane first blood rate previously last year was part of that as well.
Well, that's also what I was saying at the top of the show is Contracts is a bit of a psychopath jungler. He just has games that he wins on his own pre-5 minutes. And this game wasn't quite that extreme because they're playing this poke comp, and everyone hates the poke comp, both the team playing it and the team playing against it. And they did a really good job of actually getting enough of a lead with the poke comp that the engages in the mid game required really high execution out of Golden Guardians.
Here's my weird hot take about this game, though. Like, the early game seemed like this win could be because of Nidalee, but then this happened, so then it just became a win, I think, because of Jason Kaisa.
Yes.
Like, yes, Nidalee Spears landed, but if that's a Maokai jungler and he's saplinging people that makes the Jace and the Kaisa poke easier to land, the comp is just better. So I think they played this really well. Like, I do actually think they played the poke really well. But for me, it was actually more about the Jace Kai'Sa poke than it was about the Nidalee poke.
I think the Nidalee added enough at times to actually force Golden Guardians off of objectives, because sometimes you land some poke and it's like, okay, we're still starting the fight, but we're at 60% HP. There were a lot of times where Huhi got so low, he just couldn't do anything. And I think that speaks to how well NRG played, because as you heard the casters talking about, notoriously with these comps, it's like, great, you get a 2K Goldie because you have Prio in every lane and you're really annoying, and then you lose the game. But they were so aggressive, especially with calls like this.
This was a little close, if I remember. Yeah.
And even here, Huhi flashes in and then kind of abandons frontlining sticks. I wonder if they could have slow played it a little bit more. I don't know.
The Trist Maokai bottom lane just is not it. Like, I think, as the caster was saying, this series is in such a weird spot, because I think Golden Guardians legitimately was in winning positions in game 1 multiple times.
Yes.
And I really don't like the draft. I just really don't like what they set up here. They don't have Prio top. They have the Lissandra that needs to all-in initiate, but they don't have other ways to set up a Lissandra to follow. It seemed really, really hard to play.
I mean, it's one of these drafts where you're like, well, they're not good enough to execute this, and we have all the tools to punish it.
Yeah.
So it's like we have so much engage and so many resets through a team fight. If we just get a flank, they're dead. But then NRG actually played.
NRG is good.
I mean,
they played the hard parts of the game well.
That's the surprising thing to me, because we saw both them and TL flub these poke comps last week when the two played. And so it's obviously a risk, because you're just going to get kind of dunked on again if you mess this up. So credit to NRG for looking improved since they last tried to trot this out.
Well, you bring up NRG last week versus TL, who's not technically an air quotes good team. If you pull that up, Emily, I think you have to do the whole.
I mean, NRG did beat TL.
There we go.
But they were a top 4 team. They were a top 4 team, so it counts in this. This is not counting today, so they're actually 11-3.
Yes.
Versus top 4 now. And who cares about 3
Yeah, just black it out.
If they never go losers bracket.
Just cover the right side, because they're playing good teams in playoffs.
There we go.
Win quality more important than loss quality. Fact or fiction?
Usually.
Fact today.
Okay.
Today it's a fact.
All right, fair enough.
Other days it's fiction.
So I will say as well, for NRG, I love these guys. They've been playing well for multiple splits in a row, but they haven't had the make everyone acknowledge how great they are, and they keep getting snubbed as a result. And so if you take down a team that's stacked with first and second team All-Pro, every single one is first or second, not even third team All-Pro out of Golden Guardians, and you have none, what does that say?
Golden Guardians got too much credit. No, I don't know.
And they didn't get enough. It says both.
Yes, it says both. And I also do think Golden Guardians had a great split. This has just been a really bad 2 games for them. And it still could be even more historic, because both NRG and Golden Guardians as orgs have 0 Worlds appearances. Yes, when NRG was COG, they had more, but they do not inherit their history as per what NRG wanted. Golden Guardians still looking for their first Worlds appearance. A lot of people thought it would be today, because they were 13-5. They were pretty big favorites coming into the series, but now they have to win 3 games in a row, and NRG just has to win 1 of 3.
I also think about how much this would mean for, in particular, Dokla and Palafox, right? Who have kind of been the 2 NA solo laners who have really said, we are here, we want to win, we want to go to Worlds. Oh man, Palafox is so excited already.
I worry a little bit that they're too hyped up. It's this is such a big moment for them, for the underappreciated team. Palafox and Dokla have never been to Worlds. It is actually really hard to close these series when you're the surprise 2-0 team up.
Yeah, the fact that they have had 3 straight regular seasons where they finished top half of the league but have not attended any international tournaments so far makes me so excited for NRG if they can close this one out.
Yep. Well, you said put up or shut up to NRG. They're 1 game away from doing that. Golden Guardians chooses blue side going into game 3, coming after the other side of the break.
Okay. Oh, on us? Go!
It looks good. It looks really good.
Yeah, I'm looking at Viego.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trista. I'm coming too with ult if they ever can.
Looks good. Huhi coming in here with a Nature's Grasp trying to follow this one up. River is low, but he's still alive for now. Huhi, River, and Stixay looking to turn back on the Palafox, but FBI is going to kill her instinct, and River is down. He uses the ulti to try to keep himself alive as Dokla disengages from the rest of the Golden Guardians. Licorice into the back line, and he found the shutdown on the enemy mid laner. Golden Guardians may have just found what they're looking for. River gets the kill. It's 3 dead on NRG. Dokla's going to be the last man standing as Ignore falls. A double kill back over to Gory, and an ace for 1. The Golden Guardians come to life. There you go. Gory trying to go in, but he's going to be locked down and blown up before he even has the chance. Dokless stasis prevents any sort of a counter punch as Hui tries to walk it off, but a double kill over to FBI means the fight is already done. There's nobody left standing for the Golden Guardians.
I missed like 3 spears in my jungle camps this game. It was kind of embarrassing.
3 spears on what? Yeah, I watched a spear come out mid lane. I was like, oh, what are you doing, hon?
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro series. Shall we get started then? This speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. Through the in-house controller, the per-watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls heat. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Typical beginner's mistake.
Yes, they all start from the outside.
So, will we help him?
What else? Here, try it with Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Honestly, I think Golden Guardians is a pretty strong team. I think generally their mid-jungle support link up really well, and I think the mid jungle is probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest in the league. So, I mean, our mid jungle is pretty good too. You know, we've got Palafaker and Contract, who's always playing very well. And I think as long as we can hold it down in bot and probably them, then I think we'll be good for the series.
And on them, they're up 2-0 so far. That was FBI talking about the Golden Guardians before the series. Before we get into Champ Select for game number 3, congratulations to all you at home who topped your leagues in Fantasy LCS on Sleeper. For those of y'all who didn't make it to the winner's circle, come back next split for a shot at redemption. And speaking of redemption, the Golden Guardians are going to need a big old shot of that right about now. They're down 0-2.
Well, they got M&S cheering for him in the crowd. We saw M&S with the gory sign.
I think he's Korean biased.
Oh, okay.
Cheering for his Korean friends.
That's the real team. It's not C9. It's just Team Korea.
Yeah. They're all buddies in here.
Well, maybe the blessing of M&S will be enough. We'll see. Golden Guardians are over on the blue side. NRG on the red. It's the Ivern and Tristana banned out by Golden Guardians. Vi banned out by NRG. I saw a lot of people online clamoring for a Kai'Sa ban from Golden Guardians this time around if they're not going to first pick it themselves. Exactly. Just keeping it away from FBI, who has had 2 monster performances on it so far.
This is interesting because we're back to Golden Guardians on blue side, and there's no Rumble ban or Jax ban, so they can only ban one of them. And I think Licorice for sure is going to go the other.
Yeah.
So I mean, to me, it's like if I'm Golden Guardians, I just slam first pick Kai'Sa if it's not banned, and then I play Jax or Rumble.
Yep.
And you kind of just play around Licorice. You deny one of those big picks. So I feel like NRG have drafted in a way that really does kind of favor what Golden Guardians wants.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. Also, Golden Guardians on the blue side here, having a lot more options. I lost my train of thought thanks to the sign. Oh wow. Just insta-lock like that. They could. Right. Oh, never mind.
So now, do you think there's any shot that Dokla just goes Rumble? Because they banned the Jax.
He doesn't strike me as
a Rumble
enjoyer
no.
like Licorice does, and it would force him into a more volatile matchup. And today, I think Licorice has been showing that he's a much better laner today, at least. I mean, honestly, Dokla played well in the last game in laning phase. They dove him early game thanks to a good trade from him. So I think he's playing fine. Just Magnus is so OP in lane. He just can't lose to anything.
I mean, Licorice has just straight up been really good this split, right? Like, I think deservingly so. Yeah. He got first team All-Pro. Yeah. He has really impressed me. He was good at MSI as well, even against, Ben in 369 and stuff.
Yeah, definitely the most improved player
by far this year.
But also the player who initially regressed the most from where he was. He was an LCS champion in 2020 with us, and then he just had a really bad slump for a while, and now he's picking back up. Now he's showing us why he was champion at some point.
It's so interesting, right? Because some of these players on Golden Guardians, it's a similar story for Stixxay as well. They both came in a league, they won titles. They're kind of almost, it's like they peaked right out of the gate, and then it felt like it was downhill. Yeah. And we talked to them on the dive last split, and they felt that they hadn't individually regressed. They just felt that the circumstances around them had changed a lot, and they were struggling to succeed, on a team where things aren't working in the same way. So it is interesting though to see Licorice, kind of just has flipped that switch and been able to.
Honestly, that I know everything about. When I was in TSM, I felt like I wasn't worse than when I was in T9.
But it just didn't work.
It just didn't work, and sometimes that just happens to even the best of teams. And there it is, the Rumble.
All right, they're going to find that Rumble there for Licorice. They also lock in the Rakan, putting Huhi on an engage. I know this is one of the big changes we wanted to see. Support Maokai was not the recipe for success, so that's out the window. Instead, they're going to be able to break up the Xayah Rakan as well as secure the engage for themselves. I'm liking what we're seeing from Golden Guardians so far here in the Game 3 draft.
It's interesting that NRG didn't pick the Rakan over the Xayah, even though Golden Guardians already had the Kai'Sa, so they actually want Golden Guardians to pick the Rakan. It seems like they have some counter pick to it, they seem to think at least.
Do you think that they were thinking that they wouldn't have grabbed it?
I'm not sure what they were thinking, honestly, but they don't seem to care about the Xayah Rakan part. They just want the Xayah only. They don't seem to think that they need the Rakan or anything. Ignar's a very good Rakan player though, so it's a bit strange, but of course he can always play the Nautilus or the Rel.
I mean, the Azir prio is obviously pretty high, right?
Yeah, but they could have picked a Azir Rakan if they wanted to, right?
Yeah.
But I guess then they can't pick Dokla's champ into the Rumble, so it makes some sense what they're doing.
Yep.
Golden Guardians could have banned away the Rel and Nautilus. I think that would have been a good choice by them. Poppy also annoying for Rakan, of course.
Yep. Now it seems like it's just protection bans for the Azir, right? Yone is kind of the go-to, but I'm a little bit concerned for NRG. I mean, we have to see, right? Like game 1 was a catastrophic top lane for Dokla. You can't expect it to go like that. They also got Sejuani in that game, so I wonder, does NRG take Sejuani on 4 here to try to deny it? Because I feel like Sejuani is just such a strong early game jungler that can actually punish.
Yeah, I'm not sure what else he would go for at this point with Poppy, Ivern, and
Yeah.
The Nocturne, the Vi band.
Rel band.
The Maokai is open, of course, but without, you know, Tristana and Jace in the game, it doesn't really feel as good to play. It's just a tank at that point that's worse than Sejuani.
Yeah, I feel like
he could give it away to Golden Guardians to play Trundle again. It wasn't that impactful in the first game.
So Nautilus instead. So now probably Sedge just goes over to Golden Guardians. I feel like they just do physical damage mid plus Sedge potentially. Silas, if you go Silas, I don't know that they want to play
I think
Sedge. Then you need a
ults.
physical damage jungler.
Yeah, you need more ults, I think, than just the Nautilus ult. Asir is okay, of course. Saya is okay. Xante, I don't think it's good.
Yeah, he's just hovering.
Yeah.
Okay, Jarvan makes sense. This is really aggressive.
River Jarvan.
Oh, okay.
He is feared for this one.
It feels like they want to play heavily to side lanes then. Will be interesting to see actually where they want to go, if they want to just try to slam home advantages for Licorice, because you're going J4 Talia, which is, you know, really powerful as far as being able to move those side lanes. There's not point and click setup for Talia though. Yeah. There is, of course, like, okay, Jarvan can hit a knockup, Rakan can hit a knockup, but those are not like Leona or Nautilus or whatever, where it's like super free, Alistar. So it is a little bit more difficult, I think, to pull off that combo, but at the same time, you look at the other side, there's 3 melee champs here. The rocks are going to be pretty problematic in team fights for all those champions moving forward. And if you can actually kite back, you have a lot of damage.
One thing for Golden Guardians is that they are very heavy AP damage. So I think Stick is going to be forced to go AD Kai'Sa here.
Yeah.
And the whole reason Kai'Sa is OP is because of that poke build, right? It has everything. It has DPS on the Baron. It has poke. It has CDR for more ults. Like, it has everything. But if you're playing Kai'Sa with AD, you're kind of forced to full send, you know, get in there and just play like an AD assassin almost.
Yeah.
So
do you think there's room for a hybrid build where you could still get like multiple upgrades, like people used to do some of those old builds?
Yeah, the
where you go
Happy Meal builds.
Yeah, you go like Nashers and you go Quick Blades. You do like a little bit of this.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm not a fan of like there's a lot of Kai'Sa theory crafters out there doing like the worst shit I've ever seen, but you know, like, I'm not a fan of that.
They're cooking. It's garbage, but they're cooking something.
If you're playing AD, just buy Kraken Slayer and never Quick Blades, guys.
Yeah.
It's not a crime to buy real items on Kai'Sa. You know, Storm Racer, Ginsu's like, all my upgrades. If I get 3 items and a half,
let him cook, but I ain't eating.
Some guy on Solo game buys 2 BF swords first base. I'm like, bro, what is this, man?
Well, and he's lethal tempo, so I think it is just gonna be fully.
Yeah, it has to be at this point. Yeah. I mean, he can't play AB Kai'Sa with Talia and Rumble with Jarvan jungle.
Especially when there's actual tanks on the other side. It's Cassante Sejuani.
In solo queue, my agency will always have AB build here. And every team buys Maw and Fortune Nature, and we just can't win.
It's like, all right, well.
Dexter, of course, not lucky. Solo queue, ADC.
Well,
I will say this comp for Golden Guardians. This is what they play the whole split. This is how they win games. Full send, early game pressure, who you engage. All the boxes are checked. Top lane matchup is a lot more, not Licorice favorite, but just Licorice comfort zone, I would say. So they've done a good job adapting this one.
Now or never for the Golden Guardians. That first one, the throw, still probably hurting a little bit. That second one, a much stronger performance for NRG, dominating from the early game, being able to just absolutely choke them out with the power of the poke composition. River on Jarvan, this is one of my favorite picks of his. I just love seeing the way that he finds creative opportunities and plays to make with some of the pathing and early ganking power that the champion has.
And then he full clears. Against River, there's the thing where when he plays Jarvan, he always full clears because everyone on the whole map is shaking in their boots. They know he can be anywhere. He can EQ over Dragon Wall, the Baron Wall, he can dodge your wards, he can flash over the Tribush. So he just full clears. And he knows everyone else can play safe because the pressure of River Jarvan is something else.
Just by existing,
trust me, I've been there.
The lanes.
No wards anywhere. Oh, guys, where is he? Please, someone find him.
I mean, honestly, it can work out really well in those circumstances because if you're paying too much respect to a jungler, you're kind of just passively losing your lanes.
Just look at the vision in the river. There's a ward in the river bush. There's a ward in the pixel bush on bot side. There's a ward in the top ramp. There's wards everywhere for NRG. They are not getting ganked level 2 by River as he's going from the mid lane.
Oh,
not getting ganked level 2. Oh,
flashy Q, and he forces.
I thought you were a pro player or something, Sven. You know,
but that one you can't stop. if he wants to play flashes, he can. There's nothing you can do about that.
But I actually kind of love that because he didn't spend a lot of time. One of the things I am critical of sometimes is when he goes for these aggressive plays, but then he spends like 30 seconds sitting inside brushes.
Oh, Ignor's just gonna die if he's not careful here. Down
they
to
didn't even
50
heal, man.
HP.
That was confident.
Yeah, if they had the Hail of Blades there instead of the Lethal Tempo, I think that might have been a much better trade. Maybe getting a flash or a heal or something there. But Lethal Tempo in lane is good in a long fight, but in a short burst like that, it doesn't do much.
Anything.
Yeah.
But obviously, you're playing AD Kai'Sa for being able to have some frontline damage later on.
Exactly.
Well, all the lanes are feeling pretty solid for Golden Guardians now. I mean, bottom lane, you had a nice little edge there for Stixxay and Huhi nearly
Ignar
getting
still
the
has
kill.
flash. They could be dead bot.
Let's see. Ignar's still also only got about half HP, so I hope that they're ready to commit here and not just
really low though.
into the doom.
If he postures aggressively, they might know it's coming.
All right, there it is. Flash, dredge line into the wall. And Huhi and Stixxay just walk it off.
I feel like you gotta aim towards like, both of them there, not just the Kai'Sa. So if he flashes, you can go for the Rakan afterwards. Or just flash alt-tech instead, and then once he flashes, you hook.
Yeah.
A little bit forced play here for NRG, now really behind in tempo on contract here. He's down almost 2 camps of time here.
Yeah.
Of course, he didn't lose his camp time, they're still there, right? He just won't get them in time, so River might be able to get level 4 here on his Krugs and just make a play somewhere.
And that's what I was saying earlier. What I like about it is he can just go right back towards mid. I mean, he spent no time on the early gank. Now he spotted that vision plant actually saved Palafox's life.
Yeah, that was way too important there. Palafox is shifting sands, get him away from River. Who, without that plant, that would have been a freebie.
That was actually crazy close, though. He almost got knocked out of that. He would have been dead, I think.
Back up in topside, the Rumble versus K'Sante matchup. This was a major pain point in game number 1 as Dokla fell very far behind Licorice's Rumble. Obviously, we know how that game still ended up going. Dokla eventually catching up as Golden Guardians' errors caught up with them, but the laning phase itself was just no opportunities anywhere for the K'Sante.
Yeah, this game is doing much better in CS, but he's still low, has a base early here. Of course, in the first game, the biggest problem was that he got dove early by Sejuani, right?
Yeah.
This game, River has been all around the mid lane, so I'm not a believer of this matchup in top lane. It looks really hard for K'Sante. Whenever the camera's on him, his wave is always frozen, he's always low HP, gankable by anything. I feel like if River had focused on top side this game, it could have been looking a lot different. Still down 10 CS at least here, once this wave is collected by Licorice, so looks really hard for NRG. I'm not sure if they think this is the best matchup they can get in top lane.
I mean, this is the thing. I don't know if you've had discussions with people, with the top laners I've all talked to. When you ask them what's the good matchup that you want to play in a Rumble, no one seems to really have an answer. Everyone's kind of like, well, everything kind of loses. Sometimes people will say, oh, we could play Gnar and do it, but then the response is generally, but then if he hits one Electro Harpoon, then you die.
Once and it's over for you. Some people, oh my god, that's a good trade.
Yeah, this is real bad news for Dokla.
He has no TP, and Licorice still has TP. He has no buy. He can just base at any point here, buy his items, and then it gets even worse for him.
Contracts
is
good here. At least coming up to try to help shadow this a little bit, but no. Dokla can regenerate a little bit of HP thanks to the refillable potion. River goes back into his own jungle. It's a plus 500 gold lead for the Golden Guardians with no kills on the board. A huge part of that is this advantage in the top lane in the farm department, but there's small advantages in all 3 lanes for the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, exactly, and this pressure towards mid, we'll see if they can find any sort of a repeat before the flash comes up. I think that's why Huhi's moving here, trying to see if there is some sort of an angle. They clearly want to unlock Gory. Like when you're playing Taliyah, you don't want Taliyah locked in mid lane getting perma-shoved in by Azir. So you want the Azir scared. You want to be able to get pushed so he can move around with his jungler and try to make plays.
Ever since she got nerfed a long time ago, she doesn't have the same wave clear she used to have anymore. So now you have to gank for her to give her some timings to roam and enable him to like go top, for example, and dive Dokla or help Licorice, set up a freeze in the game, something like that. So I like Golden Guardians' game plan so far this game. But top lane is looking so rough. Down double CS here. There's a big wave deflect, so you'll only down like 20 CS at the end of this, but
yeah, there's about 8-10 minions there from
this game. The Rumble is so good against the 3 tanks of NRG.
Triple melee? Yeah.
With the Demonic Embrace build especially, he's gonna do so much damage to those tanks in team fights.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying with Taliyah as well. I feel like when you're playing these triple melee comps, it's actually so hard to fight through Rumble Wall and Taliyah. You're trying to walk through the rocks, or just getting
Jarn ult as well.
Yep.
Jarn Rumble onto the Saya.
Yeah, it's a good point.
He's just proxying right on top lane. He's chilling.
Oh, contracts. Ignar finding River there in his own jungle. They drop the Ignite on him. The flash from the Golden Guardians jungler trying to get away from this one. Flash to land the second half of the W from contracts. He needs a little bit more to finish off River. He's not going to find it. Meanwhile, it was first blood up on the other side of the map. It's mid lane. The roam from Licorice setting it up and getting it done, putting Palafox in a black and white screen.
Yeah, I want to see how that happened because Licorice, as you said, was proxying, went down through the enemy jungle, and then I wasn't watching the minimap. I was actually watching the play on screen, so I didn't see how he got that kill, probably with the equalizer, which is on cooldown, but able to get a kill on the Palafox, so they survive on bot side, and it's now a pretty significant early game advantage.
Yeah, Licorice is just having the time of his life.
Smurfing, man.
But NRG might look for a bot dive. Don't have a wave, though. Golden Guardians are aware of it. Yep, the procs.
Gory now in some trouble. Palafox coming in, but
Dokla goes all out. A little bit of
But he could die to Licorice. He
miscommunication
could die
there
here
on
now.
the ultis. Puts Dokla in a bad spot. I feel like he's traded 100% here. Yeah, that one could have gone a little bit better as they use the FBI ulti trying to take Stixxay down, but he flashes out of the way of the feathers before they can fly. Contract still waiting around here as Ignar goes in, finds the lockdown on the enemy support. Contract still standing around nearby, but they don't want to overcommit to a dive. A TP coming in to reinforce the Golden Guardians as Energy is forced back. Here's the Weaver's wall going in after Ignar. Seismic shove, not going to find a target here just yet, but he tosses Contracts to the side. Stixxay's ready to jump in there, and that's the third kill of the game for the Golden Guardians.
That was so well played by Golden Guardians, and this is what you love to see when one lane gets an advantage and they move that advantage around the map. Licorice wins top, goes mid, gets a kill there. Guess what? That means Gory has his TP to answer the play bot. He goes bot, gets them a kill, and it's this snowball effect that you always want to see from top level teams.
Fox, bro, you can't just be eating like this when Dormo is proxying top. You know he has a timer to roam or base. He just goes all in. Maybe a communication error again there for NRG. Same here.
This is anti-synergy. He was dead to right for free because
it's just the worst option of the two to even use the Xante ult because you put yourself in so much danger by going into the towers. So
that seems like they're just not communicating in that.
Yeah,
in that
Dokla
spot.
is playing here, and then the top side thing where Rumble is proxying, so you know he's gonna be able to run to jungle, just base probably, but he also go mid, right? So Fox goes all in, and honestly, Golden Guardians is playing a really good game here.
Do you think Dokla might have thought that the all-out was only going to take the Taliyah back through the Azir wall instead of through the entire terrain
honestly
itself?
no idea how, like...
I'm trying to make sense of this.
My thought is he probably didn't know Azir had ult. And he was just mashing it. That's what makes the most sense to me because Cassante ult takes you over like everything. You just have to be a little bit close to the wall and you're going through it.
Not sure how it works with like player-made walls, like Trundle pillars or Azir ults, Jarvan ults.
It just connects as part of the additional wall.
Yeah, I think so too. That would make sense at least. Never known these days in this game, but that would make sense. But Golden Guardians, like you said, doing a very good job of paying it forward. Like once one guy gets a lead, he helps the mid laner helps someone else, and then now Stixxay and Hui, who were losing lane a little bit earlier in the game, taking some bad trades.
Hui with a knock, couple and two. Contracts down here in the bottom lane as FBI flashes away from the engage of River. There's your Glacial Prison, finding the Golden Guardians jungler, who's now stuck in his own Cataclysm. A little bit more backup damage comes out. The feathers fly! The flag! One for one. The flag on his own corpse as he dies to take the Xayah with him.
That was actually sick flag from River. That was timed so well. That initial play, the flash had to be forced from FBI because he was a couple seconds away from ulti. And then with no flagging drag when he gets ulted there's no way out for River, so he just turns and fights. But the timing right as he's landing from the Xayah ult, that was like picture perfect.
He actually just solo killed FBI.
Yeah, that was sick.
Yeah.
River Jarvan, man. River Jarvan. 4-2 for the Golden Guardians so far in this one. 10.5 minutes in, they're up almost 2,500 gold. As Palafox finds a nice shuffle on Gory, forcing him back underneath the tier 1. Needs a little bit more damage to secure the kill though, and there it is. The Conquering Sands send the Golden Guardians mid laner back to the spawn platform, but the Guardians in the meanwhile recognize their opportunity with a man advantage in the bottom side of the map to go after the first Drake of the game. Pretty slow first Drake, but a TP's coming in and NRG are ready to fight for it. Ignar here in the front line, going to be bursted down very swiftly. Stixxay taking a kill on that one, but a lot of DPS right back into River. Takes out the Golden Guardians jungler. Stixxay finds a little bit of damage onto Palafox, but now it's Contracts who's looking to take the Drake. No, sir. Stixxay secures it for the Golden Guardians.
Contracts had no smite. I think he used it in the fight right before that, unfortunately. And they must have tracked that because they walk up for the auto attack. They drop the equalizer on the dragon to actually try to steal it. So that sucks for NRG. The initial play looked like it was going to be really good for Golden Guardians, but very quick TP from the Cassante, and it is a little bit of a late arrival from the Rumble.
Just pain losing the dragon like that after a good team fight. You use your TP on Cassante as well, and then you're like, oh, yoink.
Yeah, no smite. Let's see. It was down to 12. It was a Q.
Yeah,
Q
it was a
from,
KP and Rain.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It was one of those guys.
Just painful.
You hate to see it. Well, unless you're the Golden Guardians, in which case you're more than happy to take that outcome.
Honestly, I'm hoping for more games than just 3, so am I allowed to have bias as a caster?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Sure.
Oh, I am, but you guys aren't, right?
Yeah, we'll stay unbiased. You can be biased.
Yes, sir. Let's go Golden Guardians.
Okay. Sven's here for more games. As River, got to be careful. They're disengaging with the flag combo.
What are they going to do? Fire you?
Yeah.
Just go back to playing.
They probably could. Ban me or something?
You're fine.
Take the risk.
Yeah.
Ban you from Tournament Realm? I don't even know if Tournament Realm has ban
report function on it.
No, you're good. You'd have to go pretty far, I think, to get banned.
Nice swap here from Golden Guardians, using the power of the Rumble as well. Making sure that NRG has to answer them on their own side because they can't go on the other side against the Rumble ult. Use it on the wave.
Whoa! Oh, Contracts going in after Gory here. The Talia in some trouble. Not locked down for long enough, though, and now Palafox has to back away. Gory barely surviving there. Golden Guardians are happy with that outcome.
A good little sidestep there from Gory. It looked like he just kind of dodged down as Contracts came over the wall. Able to just barely avoid that Sejuani ulti. And
I think you could have just waited a little bit longer with the ultimate. You could just hit him a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Just melee him to death.
And now Palafox is the one who's in danger. He has to shift back out to make sure that he escapes as Huhi showed up to try to get the freebie kill.
The crown, saving him here. All the controversy about the crown build these days on the Asirs in the LCS. Hang on, River wants it really badly.
Oh, there's the flash dunk. 2 points for River. 6-5 now for the Golden Guardians. As Ignar might just end up giving over another one. Got to be careful about this one. Huhi coming around from the side to continue the assist here for the Golden Guardians. As they want that second plate, and they'll get it on their way out.
What's your thoughts on Crown? I don't think it's bad this game at all.
I think Crown first item is really fine on this here, but I think you gotta buy a lot of damage afterwards. You just can't
You
go
can't do
full
like Crown Banshees or Crown Zonias, that kind of garbage. That stuff is terrible. We can see the engage one more time. Huhi R flash hits the W, and Palafox was just narrowly able to get away from the initial play. They spent a lot to kill him though.
He just tanked it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that's all flash from Huhi, all flash from River. So at the very least, you're getting a lot of resources here. I do think it's worth making the play as River to be able to get that because they have eyes on Dokla on bot side. They have eyes on FBI on top side, so it's not like he's going to die for that. So still worth making the play, but at least Palafox made him pay for it.
It's definitely a fine play to make. I do think 2 flashes on your main engagers is pretty pricey for just one kill, especially when the Herald is coming up like this. You won't have those tools for this Herald fight. Ignar, forced to flash.
Yep, another summoner spell forced out there. Dokla just now completing his Iceborne Gauntlet. He is once again not having a good time in the Cassante versus Rumble matchup.
I will say Gory's build is pretty weird. He's building 2 things at once. Like he's going
happy meal here.
Yeah, he's going Seraphs and Everfrost basically at the exact same time, right? So I think it's one of those things where he just always wants to buy a component when he goes back to base and hasn't had completion money, but
power spiking every base.
It's going to be the biggest power spike ever, though. You know, one item power spike is good, but what if you complete both items on the same base?
Power spiking twice as hard. Once the Talia garage sale finally comes online, they'll be ready. But Palafox got to be careful here. Gory and River going in after him with a TP
again
for a potential counterattack from NRG.
Huhi's here as well, though. This should be fine.
Got to be careful about this. Nice footwork to get away from the Cataclysm. They're going to waste that ulti from River, who throws the flag over the wall, sees Contracts. So that means that they're not going to look for anything more.
Kind of looks like, once again, miscommunication there from Dokla and Palafox, where Palafox was, dashing away as Dokla started TPing.
Yeah.
Like they're not on the same page about fighting there.
They can't even really get anything on top side because like Herald's not there and Licorice has no TV, but who cares? Licorice is just pushing the tower.
Huhi's forcing the fight.
Yeah, Huhi's the target here at the very start, but they ain't gonna burst him down. Instead, it's Ignar killed first. Huhi with a beautiful stasis to prevent NRG from getting the kill back on him. Now River's here in the front, FBI's free firing. Palafox already got the kill on Huhi. Golden Guardians just found themselves in a real bad spot. It's a 3-for-1 for NRG.
Why do we engage in a 4v5? Our top laner is bottom without TP. What?
Yeah,
this happened in the first game too?
Yeah, I thought what they were going to do was like go in and just try to delay their bases and stuff.
Like a one shot and then out maybe?
Yeah, exactly. But they kind of just hard committed to the fight and they end up getting punished for it. It's a great ulti from Palafox that gets them a lot of kills. They get 3 kills at the end of the day. The gold was still somewhat even.
Oh my God, FBI with a beautiful outplay to make it a 1-for-1 in what looked like a dicey situation. He flashes forward into the face of Stixxay, spending both summoner spells to take him out with the feathers before he dies.
It looked cool, but it's not worth it.
It was cool though.
Both summoners against Jarvan as Saya. It's gonna be...
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
That's a pricey kill right there.
No sums, no all.
I can guarantee you River's gonna have a... He's gonna flash on his head next fight, no matter what.
Gonna have a fun time.
EQ, flash ult, rumble ult. He's just gonna die to rumble, I think, alone.
Yeah, it could be tough. So we can see this one more time. I thought, maybe going in for the initial play and then just trying to disengage after. And Azir's up on top side. Dokla's up on top side. Maybe they thought that Dokla wasn't gonna be able to get there in time or something, but after the initial kill, when they continued chasing, this is where I was really surprised. Like, if you just got the Nautilus and then ran for the hills, then maybe it works.
The first part of the fight was a 4v3 for Golden Guardians, but the second part of the fight was just a strap. What is it? Not sure what.
At first it looked to me like, oh crap, I died, and then it's like, oh, it's going well.
Maybe he's praying his teammates wins the fight after he dies. That's me sometimes too.
Battle Faker, please.
Oh boy, River just immediately goes in for the two-man dunk. There's what you guys are talking about. Jarvan builds the bucket, and it's full of Xayah stew. Season it with a little bit of side of Nautilus there. Two pickups, a double kill for Stixxay. The team with Kai'Sa gets a lot done in this series.
And they got tier 2 top. They just got that as well. So just like that 5.4K gold lead here for Golden Guardians, it's getting back to about what the lead was in game number 1.
Yeah.
They have to make sure that they play cleanly, though, to actually close this one out, because they are on match point.
Yeah, if you're going to use your flash for 1-for-1, you've
got to be like in front of Bear in that fight you're going to win or something.
Yeah, and you better, after you do it, you better hug your tower for a while, because this happens. I guess I thought since River was top using the Herald, that maybe he wouldn't be around mid lane, but still, not much to gain from being where FBI was.
Yeah.
Losing your top tower, tier 2, mid tower getting chunked, so much gold now in the pocket of Stixxay.
Seraph's completed on Gory's Talia. I'm going to make him very difficult to kill now. You've got the stopwatch as well as the proto belt done for Licorice there on his Rumble. Back in the inventory of Dokla, it's still just the Iceborne Gauntlet and a couple of tier 1 components that cost 400 gold each. Not the same look at all, but Licorice getting shuffled back towards FBI and contracts. The feathers fly. FBI nearly dies to the dot. Even when the Rumble is in stasis, Licorice is that far ahead, but not quite enough damage means he still gets picked.
That was Licorice's flash as well. We didn't see the initial part of that play. I don't know if he tried to flash over the ult and failed it or what exactly happened, but I heard his flash going off as we arrived, and it's on cooldown, so a big pick there onto Licorice. That should be a shutdown as well. It's also worth noting that Gory's actually going to go Leandry, so I'm more of a fan of that build. It is a really high damage build, so it looks like maybe just a bit of a face check situation here as Palafox saw him coming over across that ward. He's trying to get some vision down. Where does the flash? Oh, Palafox actually played that pretty well. He kept backing up because he knows that the only way out is the flash. So instead of actually moving towards him, he's moving into the river. The only way he can get out.
Yeah. If a series like a certain amount of space
it pulls you
behind
back.
You can't flash it aggressively. You have to wait for him to use it and then just flash. So Palafox playing nicely. Honestly, been playing very well this year so far. Found many good picks in the other games as well on Licorice. So he's been the main man, I think, for NRG this split. This series, it's been all about FBI until this game, at least.
Yeah, you were talking about how you were really impressed by FBI in the last series as well.
Yeah, I think that he had so far a very good playoffs. I think that he's been a little, I wouldn't say invisible on this team, but he's been
Or flipping. They just want to finish this.
They're sending it.
They want a full send. Licorice TPs into the pit. The Baron down to 3,500 HP. It's Sejuani flings the ulti into the pit, and Doko's ready to lead the way. Gory having to flash away from FBI here with the Xayah. Stixxay gets a killing spree, but it's stolen away by the side of NRG. Can they continue the fight? Re-engage coming out from River as his Jarvan drops. Contracts getting away from the DOT of the Equalizer as Licorice and Gory have to try to run. Palafox and Contracts in hot pursuit. FBI and Ignar coming around from the side as Palafox goes on a rampage. Licorice is down. It's a 2-for-1 trade plus a Baron steal for NRG.
Golden Guardians might have just thrown the series here, man.
I don't get it.
They're just full committed to that. Contracts got in the pit. That was such a risky play. And at the end of the day, Palafox takes the Baron. They lose the fight. And now NRG. Oh, no.
Wait, what?
Whoa, okay.
Oh, yeah, that was... all right, Spectator, thank you. Hop into Uber, Spectator. You might be a little drunk.
I feel like Golden Guardians...
They did not need to force it.
They ask themselves, what's the one way we can lose this game, guys? Go Baron right now and flip it. And then Gory is just doing...
I think Gory was, was trying to keep them out of the pit, but obviously it did not work out at all. He got hooked in.
Seer ult steals the Baron. Oh, man.
That is a crazy, crazy fight. Palafox, you know, they try to decide to go back in.
I feel like they have to keep fighting.
Yeah.
Almost like they're tilted from losing the Baron. They keep fighting a fight they can't win, and even more kills go to NRG. Probably some shutdowns as well. Yeah.
Right before this fight, I want to go back to what you guys were talking about earlier when you brought up the Crown and the Azir needing to follow it up with more DPS afterwards. Palafox completed the Nashor's Tooth right before this fight went down, so the Azir was in a great spot to be able to be a massive threat there. Now for NRG, you've already got plus 2,000 off of your Baron for the first half. Still 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go on it. You're going to get even more standing gold from these turrets. NRG has not taken a single turret so far in this game. They're going to pick up their first one. They're in mid lane with a tier 1. The Drake's spawning here in about 10 seconds, so they're going to have control for that as well. They stun up River, but he buffers through it with the EQ combo. Void Seeker's flying out from Stixay down here to the right, but like you said earlier, back in the draft, Sven, if he's playing the AD build, these are not the Void Seekers you're used to dodging.
He does nothing. He doesn't even max the second like the AP hit does, so it's all about the auto attacks this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a really hard game now for Golden Guardians, honestly.
They got to be a little tilted, honestly, at this point.
Yeah.
From how hard they threw both this game and the first game.
They're just playing so aggressively in these situations where it doesn't feel like they need to, you know? It's interesting. It's like my read on the game was definitely that the game state was fine, that they didn't need to force.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they're feeling pressure or if they're feeling like we're going to get outscaled or what it is.
Yeah.
But they're clearly forcing really hard in a lot of spots where it doesn't feel like they need to.
Yeah, in the first game they might have had a lot of confidence that they were ahead and they were winning the game. And in this game they might feel some sort of pressure.
Dunk coming out. River wants FBI. He finds him here with a star, but it ain't going to be enough to get the kill. FBI, however, trapped between the Weaver's wall and the Equalizer, has to continue trying to retreat. Gory keeping Dokla zoned away from the fight. A nice use of the seismic shove. The burst is enough. Stixay goes on a rampage, and the Golden Guardians shut down the energy push with a pick on Dokla.
It is a good pick, but at the end of the day, FBI surviving was so important.
And he held his flash through the whole time. Really impressive by him to not just, you know, flash the moment he hits the Jarvan ult. A lot of people do that. But he actually just uses the Feather Storm and just holds the flash, knows the damage isn't enough, and that flash is huge.
Yep. I mean, they get the kill on Dokla, but it doesn't really matter that much, honestly. There's nothing for them to take on the map.
It's a win for Golden Guardians, right? Just one kill, stopping the siege, but that one... Just so nice from that guy here, not flashing. He's behind a wall, inside the Jarvan ult and the Rumble ult, but there's no one else there. Gory was marked by Dokla once again.
Yeah.
That cost him his life, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, it does cost him his life. He was obviously a little bit frustrated from that, you can tell.
What was that?
Maybe a lot of it.
Just gotta stretch it out.
Next stretch.
Oh.
Stretch it out. Palafox versus Licorice. 1v1 here on the top side. Licorice just dives to him. Palafox with a stasis trying to buy enough time for his team to maybe come in and save him. The shield, he's still alive for now. Palafox getting away. The flag won't take him out. The shifting sands allow the energy mid laner to survive. And Golden Guardians lose 2.
Palafox coming up huge for energy there. Getting multiple kills and surviving with the stopwatch and the crown. Now they're going to take the tier 1. They can probably take the tier 2 as well. The gold lead is going to go to NRG after it was so far ahead for Golden Guardians.
The shield from Dokla and the Locket shield afterwards. Gotta be a tilter for Guardians.
Contract is ready to lead the charge for the Glacial Prison, locking down Gory, but they don't have the damage to kill him immediately. Depth charge ready to chase him down. It's going to find a twofer, and it's FBI getting both. Energy are actually taking the lead in this game.
Taiba minions, they are feeling it, NRG. They're playing this game so much better than Golden Guardians.
Yeah, they're playing really aggressive, and now it just has to be a defensive equalizer here from Licorice. Trying to see if he can get a flash out, but not going to be able to with Dokla there. But no one's with him, right? Yeah. Like, if he overchase, he'll just die on the
keep chasing, they might be able to stop recalls. Baron spawning in 1 minute. You can try to chase him down here, make them base late.
Yeah. If Stixay can get in range, maybe.
Gory has TP in 10 seconds.
Dokla sticking around a little bit there.
Yes,
Plasma tags Dokla. FBI's now got to be careful. He has to try to flash away. Oh, with a beautiful flag and drag. And he takes out 2. Ignar's dying next. And Golden Guardians aren't done with this game just yet.
River with the 3-man knockup makes it happen. And Baron is spawning here in 30 seconds. They're not going to be able to go immediately to an objective, but getting those 3 kills really big for the momentum in this game. And Stixay is picking up basically all of their kills.
So many people would just EQ as first as Jarvan and then ult, but River finding the angle to just ult and then saves EQ for the flash.
Beautiful.
Just beautiful.
River Jarvan, man. Golden Guardians up only 1,000 gold now after being up nearly 5,000 before.
Back to Baron, they're flipping it. They're just going to go.
Oh boy, okay. Golden Guardians are deciding the second time's the charm.
No TP on Dokla.
Dokla's still dead, FBI's still dead. They're only both respawning right now. There is no way for Energy to contest this one. So now Golden Guardians are going to get their objective. We'll see what they can do with it.
It feels like Golden Guardians made this exact mistake that Energy made in the first game when they got chased down and then lost Baron eventually.
That's PD done for Stixay. So Stixay's on 3 items, plus he has stopwatch. He's missing his flash, so that's actually pretty important that he did grab that stopwatch. He is really, really fed. But it's not the easiest game to play, I feel like, as AD Kaisa against Azir and Feathers, but they're going for another fight.
We got a fight, but Palafox isn't here. Contracts is going to die. They got to be careful about this. Oh. River with an engage on the FBI here into the back with the Feathers fly. Gory's got to be careful now, cutting back into the chicken pit. Dokla trying to re-engage. Palafox is here with a start. Stixay looking to outplay. Golden Guardians are gonna ace them here. Dokla just barely getting away back over the wall.
Oh my god, Dokla able to get the kill. He gets the shutdown, does survive, but it's another one fight here for Golden Guardians. Stixay got into the back line there, was able to help finish off FBI. Palafox arrived, but Licorice got so much done. As Palafox is diving into the back line, Licorice shows up on the Rumble and is just cooking him up.
Yeah.
But these Jarvan engages have just been so massive. River, it feels like, is pulling this game back.
Yeah. Stixay might be the one with all the kills and a pretty KDA, but River is doing all the hard work, for sure.
The gold grab for this game is going to look like a roller coaster. Let's take another look here at how this goes.
Yeah, it's River again, going in, finds the initial pick onto contracts. They flip him back. Stixay is focusing him down, and then the equalizer across multiple members, ults them in on top of that. Palafox decides, I'm going to go aggressive, so shifts in, flashes for the ulti, but Licorice arrives at the same time, so there's nowhere for Palafox really to go.
It just felt like the whole time Contracts was getting bursted down. Palafox having to play to the edges of the fight, wasn't able to do any DPS. The tank was absorbing while the guns weren't firing, and it meant that NRG couldn't keep up with the Golden Guardians.
Yeah.
A 4,000 gold lead now back in their possession again.
I mean, it was a really well-placed equalizer from Licorice, right? Palafox basically had to make the decision, do I full retreat from the fight and kind of just abandon ship, or do I send it? And he decided to go fully for it. Did spend his flash, did spend his ulti, ends up going down, so pretty costly fight. But Licorice now is level 16, so has the max rank ulti there and working on his 4th item as the Void Staff, so he is going to be cooking him up if River can lock him down. And Stixay is a huge threat too, so it's going to be tough, I think, to deal with what they have now in these fights.
I gotta say, for 10 kill Kai'Sa, his items aren't that, impressive. He only has 3 items right now: the PD, the Kraken Slayer, and the Navori of the Quick Blades, and the stopwatch that's broken. Hang on, he's looking for a flank here.
I mean,
or not.
He's
just marking them.
240 CS now, and we're almost at 30 minutes, right?
Yeah.
So he doesn't have crazy farm this game.
It just feels like if I saw right now, like a static shiv, some AP items like Ludens together with
Ludens, Nashers, static shiv.
Nashers too.
You're way more scared.
I feel like I'm way more scared right now because soon the voice stuff comes in and then it's over.
I mean, it's just hard. It's hard to play AD Kai'Sa. The range is so low.
Golden Guardians are going in. Contract's forced to flash back, but now Ignar jumps in, only to have to flash back out himself. Dokla can't find an entry off the side as Palafox has the equalizer dropped on top of him. Beautiful Cataclysm yet again, but this time River gets bursted down before he can do anything else, and the team can't follow up. Palafox goes over the wall. Shuffle only hits the enemy support. Palafox is down, and Licorice is the one burying him. Contracts dies next as Gory is still throwing another rock. Stixay needs the Acathian rain, and when it rains, it pours. Dokla will not get the kill, and Ignar and FBI have to fall back into the Nexus turrets. Golden Guardians continue their push down mid.
Man, Gory hit like 4 or 5 flipbacks in a row. It felt like the seismic shoves were massive, and now they could potentially push to end here. Stixay is low though, so it'd be risky, but they're staying around. They're making a call.
Ignar just gets shoved back again, not respecting the hitbox of the seismic shove. May just die. Has to use his stopwatch. All right, he stays alive. Nexus turret number 1. Not going to tell the same story.
Palafox has TP in 50 seconds. They could try to chase here. We've seen it so many times this series. Someone getting the recalls cancelled. FBI is not going to go for it though.
No good wards as well. That's a big difference. In the game 1, when they actually did look for the end, there was multiple TP wards for them to go for. River went a little too deep on the initial play here. They do go in, they look for the seismic shove off the knockoff. Contracts is able to disjoint it with that follow-up. And then Hui goes deep, and River says, I'm going to go far to the back line, right out of the ulti from FBI. He goes in, but this time the equalizer wasn't over top of the Cataclysm, so it was a little bit of a misplay there. But at this point, it just felt like it was all about Gory to me. He kept hitting seismic shove after seismic shove. He flips in the Azir, then he flips back Contracts, and then he finds Dokla as well. Like, he was making it happen in this fight.
Forced FPI's flash too with last one there. Really huge. Talia, not often a great team fighter, but Gory's making it work. Yeah, at least in this one. Early in the game, I think he had a few missteps, but so far, not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, if you're hitting people nonstop, with the threat of volleys, with your Qs, your DPS is pretty high in these late game fights, but it's hard to position in that where you're actually hitting effective targets, I think, and that is always the difficulty. And I think that's the difficulty just of Golden Guardians team in general, right? You're having to fight through Xayah Feathers, through the Azir soldiers, through all these tools, plus all the CC that's there if you step too far forward, so you've got to be really careful.
Palafox has taken the tier 2 turret in the bottom lane, but now he needs to regroup with the rest of NRG. They only have one inhibitor left standing. There is no flash on FBI. There is flash available on River. That's going to be the thing to watch out for. Over the wall they go. Everybody else from NRG trying to dogpile into the back and keep themselves protected. Dokla wants to get River, but he won't be able to find the damage. Licorice is on a rampage and Nautilus falls. River stays alive. NRG are collapsing. Palafox is down, and the Golden Guardians are going to take the game right here.
I think they've done it. They kill off FBI. He couldn't get the ulti off. Died without popping
Didn't have his
it.
flash from last team fight.
There it is.
Just doing so much work on this Jarvan.
Golden Guardians, 4 versus 2. They'll walk this one in. Dokla contracts, no match for them. The series ain't over yet. Golden Guardians get their first win of the best of 5.
When nothing works for you, back to comfort. Pick Jarvan for River, and he's just doing so much work in these fights. Both in the early game, pushing flashes left and right, ganking people. But in team fight, he actually did a lot of damage too. Like, he was actually killing people in these fights.
I mean, Stixxay, you already pointed it out earlier, had a great KDA. He was the one with all the big numbers there with the Kai'Sa, but it was River, easily my MVP for Golden Guardians this game.
Every team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to see how FBI actually died here, because he did have the ulti available, gets knocked up by Huhi, and then put into the Cataclysm, and just doesn't get it off, just doesn't respect the damage that was actually coming through there, just held on the ulti too long. Unfortunately goes down, and as soon as he went down, that was going to be the end of it. Golden Guardians do go back to comfort. At the end of the day, they make it work, but we gotta say, this one was scary as well.
Scrappy. That Baron throw. And it shouldn't have been.
Yeah, it looked like they were done to dominate. Game 1 and Game 3 are very, very similar games, and Golden Guardians really has to clean it up, I think, in the mid-game.
It's the LCS's wild ride, and game number 3 delivers as the Golden Guardians keep themselves alive. Let's head on over to the LCS Lounge to break it all down.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. You are right. This is a series in the LCS. That was a crazy, crazy game. It felt like both teams could easily won this one.
This is a reverse sweep.
No.
Is it?
You're calling it already?
This is a reverse sweep.
Jess put his stamp down.
Yeah. I mean,
you will have been right with your prediction.
It has all of the elements of a reverse sweep, right? An incredibly close game 1, a bad draft in game 2, and then the one where NRG had so much adrenaline going into game 3, and then almost won game 3, but then has the letdown.
Oof.
All those 3 things in sequence make it hard to come back.
Well, let's listen then on exactly how Golden Guardians are feeling. We have some replays with their comms. Let's see.
I'm clearing ball wave right now. I have ulti now. Is red up?
Ooh.
Okay. Yo, is this allowed? We're hitting?
I am still up.
This is Sedge.
I can look Jaya.
Yeah. I'm fine. Stop
No
punch.
ulti Jaya.
Help me,
No
help me,
ulti
help me.
Jaya. No ulti Jaya. 2 seconds. Come on, Azir. Azir dead?
Fighting.
Sante. Kai. If you don't die, we
I'm
win.
sure. I'm dead.
Nice try.
Can you go? Can you go?
No, I can't.
And they're calm.
I was gonna say the thing that impresses me is how calm they are in this, right? Like obviously we've kind of joked with Stixxay before about how he's been calm while the rest of his team is screaming for him to get a pentakill in previous GG comms we've listened to. But I'm shocked at how calm they were, especially when this game started so well for them and then kind of slipped away once again.
Definitely a crazy game. River in particular hulked out. I like what Sven was saying. We're like, yeah, Stixxay was picking up a lot of kills. Other people were playing well, but this was the River Jarvan game. You know, even the 3 wards that they highlighted level 1, which he then still finds a way to go flash for his mid. He had absolutely monstrous performance, but NRG did not go quietly, and I think that's the one thing to take note as we go forward. And why it won't be a reverse sweep, Jet, it'll be a 3-1 for NRG, is that no matter what kind of advantages GG get, NRG is always able to punch back. This, again, should have been a game with a relatively clean snowball that you would expect to see in the regular season, but against NRG, it ends up 2 Barons, they're going back and forth, there's pushes going down, it's absolute insanity.
Palafox had a couple angles where it felt like he might be able to carry the game. This was a nice avoidance at first, but then you saw River is literally just everywhere on Jarvan. This is how he gets in your head. You're like recalling.
Where am I safe?
And there's just nowhere that's safe, but we'll get to it in a bit. I think one of the pivotal fights for Palafox.
Yeah, I also think the big thing that we absolutely have to touch upon is still that this game was GG's to win. Like I feel like it was fully in their control, and they keep making unforced errors that allow NRG to get back in the game, whether it's choosing to fight when they shouldn't, whether it's their setups, whether it's just making a kind of like whoopsie in the side lane. I think both this game and game 1, if I'm GG, I'm looking at how I can eliminate a lot of these unforced errors to let NRG get a foothold and get back in the game through team fighting.
Definitely something Golden Guardians will want to do. If you look at their history as an organization, which we were highlighting at the start of the day. They have been an upwards trajectory for them after making it to MSI, after finishing 6th in the regular season. They then go to their first finals, they go to their first international appearance, they tie the regular season in first place, which made them, I think for a lot of people, myself included, very heavy favorites for this series. And the fact that they are now staring down a reverse sweep or handing over a world spot to NRG if they drop the next game, it's a big black eye at the end of what looks like should be an upward trajectory with an org that really hasn't had a ton of successes throughout their time.
13-5 record, best in their history. First time they've won more than 50% of their games in a split. There was that 10-win curse that they were able to break at the start. But I gotta say, even after the game 1 loss, the coach interview that you did with Choose, Emily, where he said, that was probably the worst way we could have won game 1, but everyone here has lost a lot. So we're going to be able to deal with it. Is, I think, interesting ammo for them as they try and pull off a reverse sweep here. Other tidbit, if Golden Guardians did flail out of playoffs and finish 4th place, I'd love to have them represent us in the NA versus EU game.
Oh, that's the optimism.
So, like, either way, the fans win, right? I think NRG getting their first Worlds in Org's history, or Golden Guardians pulling off the reverse sweep. But really, with the way they're playing, I'd be happy with these teams in the 4th place game.
Well, and then for NRG, who we just kind of saw, I want to see how they bounce back, right? Because obviously, you talked about it going in. I know, Mark, you also brought up anecdotally your experience with this. When you get super, super hyphy, you're up 2-0, you didn't expect to be, and then you lose game 3. And in this particular game 3, a game that GG did give them multiple windows of opportunity to win. Yeah, it was plenty of time experiencing reverse sweeps. You start to, you don't like talk about it, but it's impossible to stop those thoughts going in your head about going to Worlds and like if this upset happens, if we win one more. And I do think it's fair to say that they seemed more on separate pages this time for NRG. They're a team that are really aggressive, and sometimes they see the game the same way and they blow people out of the water. Sometimes they don't see it the same way. They're still both being aggressive, and you have Palafox pushing someone while Dokla ults him over the wall, and neither get what they want.
Yeah, these games, as much as the draft is going to matter, so much of what's happening right now is going to be mental game for these teams. Whether or not they can just find focus, be calm, and just be playing League of Legends rather than worrying about all these different implications of what's going to happen.
So as you see NRG choose red side, very interesting to see them stay on this side after dropping a game on red side.
They're not going to be able to control Kai'Sa, and Kai'Sa's been dominant in all 3 games of this series.
Well, we'll have to see what NRG want to do for it. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, game 4 is on the other side.
Guardians, are we ready?
Yep.
Yeah. Not quite yet. The way how we're playing.
We're ramping up a bit.
Yeah, Huhi's the target here at the very start, but they ain't gonna burst him down. Instead, it's Ignar killed first. Huhi with a beautiful stasis to prevent NRG from getting the kill back on him. Now Rivers here in the front, FBI's free firing. Palafox already got the kill on Huhi. Golden Guardians just found themselves in a real bad spot. It's a 3-for-1 for NRG.
Yona?
I can. Side.
No flash, yeah?
Yeah, go.
No flash. Yeah, that's the Baron.
You gotta fight, but Palafox isn't here. Contracts is gonna die. They gotta be careful about this. River with an engage with the FBI here into the back with the feathers flying. Gory's gotta be careful now, cutting back into the chicken pit. Dokla trying to re-engage. Palafox is here with a start. Stickside looking to outplay. Golden Guardians.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon. You get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30. It's your Verizon.
Yeah, I think in terms of my individual play right now, I am pretty confident that I can take down any bot lane in the league, honestly speaking. And in the past, I will say that my form has fluctuated time to time. You know, sometimes I'll play really well, sometimes play really bad. And I think at least for this play, I've just tried to focus a lot more on my health because I don't know, I'm getting pretty old these days, you know. So I think taking care of my health will allow me to be just more consistent.
Any bot lane in the league? You got any thoughts on that, Sven?
I don't think so, bro. But what do you think about this? If he's old, what are you guys?
Hey,
I'm dead. I'm like a reanimated skeleton or something, you know?
The necromancer.
Yeah. Clayton's the necromancer, and I just.
Oh yeah,
you raised me up for the cast.
That's the duo. That's the synergy right there.
But I mean, FBI has been playing well in playoffs.
Yeah.
So far, I think that he's making a case at least.
Yeah, and last game, he didn't get the Kai'Sa. The Xayah, yeah, he had the cool-looking play where he made the flash to get the 1-for-1, but then, of course, constantly getting stuck in those cataclysms. Is it a ban Jarvan angle, you guys think?
I mean, I feel like NRG should go blue side, first pick Kai'Sa, ban Rumble and Jax, and basically try to recreate the game 3 style. To me, that's like the clear recipe here.
You can ban Jarvan, but maybe in the 4-5. Okay. Second phase. I think early phase, you just don't have
carries for Licorice.
You have no spots for the Rumble ban.
Force them to ban Renekton and stuff. They're going red side, though, which I already think is really weird because Golden Guardians are just going to take Kai'Sa away. So, like, what is the adjustment then from NRG? Because I already don't really like with how we've seen the drafts go, them being on red.
Ban Rumble and Jax.
Yeah, I mean, you can ban both, but then you have to almost ban, like, even more.
They banned the Vi as well, the entire series. And they will keep doing so.
Again, the Vi ban to win.
I mean, they were on red side last game, and they didn't ban any of the carries top, and then it just felt like they didn't ban Kai'Sa, they didn't ban top carries, so it just felt like Golden Guardians got everything they wanted.
Maybe this time they'll go for the same draft in terms of bans, but change the picks, like maybe go for Rakan 1-2 instead of the Asir, or just Rakan Asir this time maybe, send Dogo to the 4-5, make him pick a tank like Xante or Ornn.
Yeah. I would just be a little bit nervous if I'm NRG because Golden Guardians has not been playing clean series.
Yeah.
But their early games have been still looking really good. So if you allow Golden Guardians to play comfort and they start to clean it up a little bit, this could go the other way very, very quickly, I think.
LeBlanc continuing to be banned, okay.
So there will be a Jax or Rumble in the game.
I mean, I think if they don't ban Kai'Sa on 3, I just like already don't like the draft.
Some teams play Kennen, like Summit does, into the Rumble. That could be a thing. Or they could go for something like John Renekton, like a strong 2v2. Rumble isn't that overpowered in 2v2. She's a good 1v1 laner.
Well, they want to keep the Jace away
Until 6
from Palafox.
Yeah.
What's the last ban here, NRG?
I feel like you should be banning Kai'Sa, but I don't think they're going to at this point.
You think it's just the Jax again?
I don't think they're going to ban Jax.
They might ban the Jax, give the Kai'Sa, and just say Rumble isn't that OP if he's forcing Kai'Sa to go AD build.
I mean, last game
I kind of agree with.
Yeah. Okay, so it's Rumble.
It's Rumble even, man.
Okay. So, I mean, I think you just first pick Kai'Sa and then Licorice plays Jax next.
He's just gonna first pick like that?
No, ain't no way. It's probably gonna be Kai'Sa. He's just telling him what he's gonna pick later. He's telling him what's coming.
They know. Oh, they know. I think we might just see a Renekton Jax matchup top lane, possibly.
Yeah, and I mean, which is fine, but I think that is a pretty skill-based matchup in which Jax can outscale heavily.
The join is really important in that matchup.
It is. So I think if you are gonna play Renekton, like you said, you have to go Renekton Sedge to give you the 2v2 edge to try to keep the Jax down, because I don't like the way that it's been looking, you know, from the NRG side for how good Licorice has been. So
Rakan.
Okay, well now you still could just go. You could just go Sedge here and then go Renekton on 3, right? Because they're not. I don't think Golden Guardians are going to take Renekton.
I think if you pick the Rakan, you gotta pick the Xayah as well.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I think the Xayah without Rakan is better than the Rakan without this. Rakan kind of needs Xayah or Kai'Sa these days, it feels like. So I feel like at this point, NRG is just committing to the Rakan Asir, what they didn't do last game. And then it's probably going to be Xayah on 3, I think, no matter what. So if Golden Guardians pick Jax here and NRG doesn't respond with top laner,
then Doko's going to play a tank.
Even more,
but he's just going to play a tank at that point. Then he's playing like Ornn or Sion or Xante, or like he's playing something like that.
He's an Ornn enjoyer.
He's an Ornn enjoyer for sure, but the Ornn is it's a very all-in on the tank versus Jax kind of thing where you lose really hard side lane.
Yep.
At least K'Sante can somewhat farm in that matchup.
No, I mean, I agree. I think K'Sante's obviously has more agency in the lane. It's just kind of what I'm expecting. If you don't pick it on 3, like if you're going Xayah like you think, then you probably ban K'Sante, you probably ban some other thing like that. And then he's just playing, take your dealer's choice of tanks.
Poppy has been one of those champions that's seen a couple bans so far in this series. Very good against both Rakan and Azir, shutting down the dashes. So
is
pick there. Yeah, and Gory not shy at all about locking in this Talia.
Talia, Poppy, anti-fun champs for dash enjoyers.
Yep.
I wonder, do you think this is top Poppy for Licorice?
Oh, man.
He is one of the few people that actually do play top lane.
Yeah.
It's a real flex pick for Golden Guardians, but I think that given this series, how it's going so far, he's going to go for a carry if he can.
But now Jax gets banned 100%.
Yeah, it has to be. I think.
And then you could ban Jax, Gwen, but if they ban Renekton and you play tank, then he could play Fiora. So like, I feel like you almost can't keep Licorice off of a carry from this point.
Yeah, I feel like Golden Guardians could have just picked a Jax, and then NRG has to choose between counter-picking top, well, counter-picking Jax for something that loses lane, but you get what I'm saying, or picking the
6-5,
or picking the Saya, and then it would make the top side really hard for NRG. But now they just kind of get to just match the lanes here, and it's very simple for them to draft this. Not playing the Jax yet. They do have last picks, so. Maybe they think that they can pick something like Sejuani on 4 and then pick Renekton themselves. Or maybe Jax themselves. I mean,
Licorice would blind the Jax for sure. I don't think Doko's going to play the Jax. I mean, he played one game of it this split.
Some people do think Renekton can win against Jax in the early game at least. Yeah. So maybe they think they have too much lane power. Sejuani is banned away.
Yeah, that's a smart ban because they could take it on 4 and go Renekton on 5, right? Like, I don't think Golden Guardians will take Renekton.
I agree.
But now it's just finding out if NRG are actually worried about Jax or not, because that's the big question, right? Like, do you ban Jax here or not? Because I think if not,
they could ban.
There you go.
I will say they could ban Nautilus as well, because when you play Kai'Sa against Rakan, it can be hard if you don't have one of the premier in-game supports like Rel and Nautilus.
Now I feel like they should ban Renekton personally, and then just play something like Gwen or whatever. But
Maokai.
Okay. Not what I would have expected, but some people do like it into the Poppy. Probably gonna see some sort of. Actually, contracts could go a lot of different ways here, but
yeah,
almost all the tanks are banned, besides Trundle, I guess, which was hovering earlier. The Viego feels like
it's not a lot of upfront burst.
They're playing really into what Golden Guardians have this game. You know, they're playing full go in, besides the LCS, of course, versus the Talia and the Poppy. So there's gonna be a lot of value in the Talia E and the Poppy W this game.
And now we just have to find out, is Licorice just playing a K'Sante game here, or does he actually have confidence to just kind of basically blind pick a carry? Because most of the blind pickable carries that you would want are already taken away.
Or
so it's Poppy top.
Yep, Poppy top, Jarvan in the jungle.
I mean, why not? It worked last game. You can just do it again.
But I guess then the problem with this is potentially then now you're playing against Gwen or something like that.
Yeah.
Right? And that's a really not a fun matchup. Sure, you can interrupt Gwen's E, but honestly, who cares?
Yeah.
Like that sort of matchup is really, really hard. And Hui bringing out the Amumu, so
he is a known Amumu enjoyer.
He is.
Even when no one else was playing it, he was always having that in his pocket as a secondary engaged type of support.
I really like Amumu against this kind of comp. I mean, I just feel like it's like Viego, Rakan go in, and then all of a sudden you're just getting Amumu ulted, you're locked down, and I feel like that is really hard to kind of play against.
People think Amumu's an engaged support. It's actually more of a counter engage, exactly. Oh, the Gangplank. I like this a lot from Dokes. He played earlier, I think, this split as well, the Gangplank, if I'm not mistaken.
He had one game on it, and it was a really good game.
Yeah, I think they did win that game. I remember him doing pretty well, at least later in the game.
Let me look it up. Yeah, 7-2 and 7. It was actually versus Golden Guardians, and they won against Golden Guardians with that.
Okay.
And what was the top lane matchup? This one was Jax versus GP.
The only thing is, NRG doesn't have a lot of setup for this Viego. So he's gonna have to play very, very slow in these fights. He can't really go in. There's no one to follow him up. Rakan can't engage against these champs. Poppy.
I feel like Viego's actually useless in this game.
Yeah, I don't want to say it, but I think so too.
I don't see how. I'm just trying to think about how you play the fight.
Yeah.
You're just kind of like strafing back and forth. There's gonna be Talia rocks down. There's gonna be Poppy W available. You're gonna get Moon ulted if you go in.
Yeah, the saving grace that Poppy's the top laner, so you won't see him for most of the game.
Yeah. But in 5v5, right?
I mean, Viego is a good early game jungler. He clears really fast. He has effective ganks in the early game, so that could be what they're thinking. Just full early game. They've been struggling.
You like the
early
Viego
game.
matchup against the Raptors, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Viego versus chickens is heavily Viego.
He's very good at PvEing.
Yeah.
We are getting a little bit of a remake. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but
I think it was a champion trade bug because I saw the definitely some goofy looking stuff in the way that the portraits were arranged at the end there for NRG. I'm like, I'm pretty sure we're not playing AD carry Viego and jungle Azir.
They're just bantering now in chat. You know, FBI's like, it's just a quick priority check on the draft. You know, FBI, the River Jarvan's so scary. Gankbot again. This is banter back and forth, but we are going to be
having time of his life right now. And I don't think I ever seen him talk that much, like that much shit. Earlier in the game as well, I think it was first game after you got the ace for the W on the Licorice, he stood up and was like, you know, what's up, guys?
He's just like, bye-bye.
Yeah.
I love it, man. Give me some more of that.
I feel like a lot of the NRG guys are kind of confidence-based players as well, right? When you think about Dokla and contracts, especially, to me, they are guys who can be really up, really down, depending on how the game is going. And so having that can be really big. It's one of those things that's not really talked about that much because as fans and as casters, you don't get to see it that much. But having a player on your team that's just like the excited pump-up type guy actually matters so much, especially in a BO5 where you can get really depressed really fast if things go bad. It's true, right?
Yeah, like, it is true. I've been there.
And you need that guy who's going to be able to make people laugh, or who's going to be able to say something that kind of actually builds some confidence to kind of restore the mental.
The spark plug who ignites others.
Who's the spark plug on your team?
I'm not actually sure.
Yeah. No spark plug. It's Doom.
If I'm having a good game, it's me. If I'm having a bad game, it's not me. But yeah,
you're just a self-mute.
You can save others, but you can't save yourself.
I think most people, when they have a bad game, they tend to talk a little bit less because they have less options in the game, less agency to do things. But
Captain Flower's full self-mutes. He's like, all right, I'll talk to you guys after the game.
It's what I have to do. It's what I have to do. I'm like, I'm just gonna be pissed. Just close Discord.
I'm muted, full clearing until it's over.
Or sometimes the game hasn't even started yet, but the opponent's picked Morgana in vain, and he's playing Skarner, and that one's gonna be a full mute for sure.
It's unplayable.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a Skarner hater, so I don't feel sorry for you.
Sven has some strong opinions on Skarner.
With Skarner.
Oh, true.
Unresolved issues with Skarner.
Yeah.
Some phantoms from the past.
I was actually outside yesterday, and I met Xmitty.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Did you get Skarner ulted?
Yep.
He like grabs you and pulls you in.
I can't escape, man. No matter where I go, he ganks me. He finds me when I least expect it.
You wake up, he reaches out from under the bed.
This guy, man. He's in my nightmares.
He's always waiting.
I go up once a year and I see Xmitty there, man. It's,
you got to keep a QSS on hand.
And now I'm here with a Skarner enjoyer. Like,
sorry, man.
What can I do, man? I can't escape.
It's kind of messed up.
Yeah, it really is.
Update for everybody. We are just now loading into the game. Everything. We just had to remake the draft. Everything was exactly the same way that you saw it picked earlier. No deviations to the champions picked or banned or anything like that. So now that the timer is counting down, we should be able to get into the game very quickly. This one's going to be interesting with the Poppy top specifically, just because I like the fact that you guys brought up. It's not usually a flex pick because a lot of top laners aren't actually willing to play it, but Licorice is one of those guys who sort of can pull that off and give Golden Guardians those flex options in the draft that puts River back on Jarvan, and we love River on Jarvan.
I mean, I think it's low-key a really good pick, but usually people who play a lot of Poppy top only play it as an answer, right? They love it into like solo P picks. Oh, that guy picked Riven blind. Time for some Poppy.
Not loud.
Right? Like, you can slam it in matchups like that, and you can actually blast lane.
Poppy actually is a good laner.
Yeah, really good.
Into melee times, especially against Gangplank.
No,
yeah, I'm not really like feeling it that much.
What are we blocking with the W here, guys?
But the one thing about Poppy top is that you get River on Jarvan.
Yeah.
And that's good.
A worthy trade.
It's worth it.
I mean, River was popping off in the last game. Honestly, the reason why Golden Guardians were able to turn it back around after it started going real south real fast.
But we do have to see, because, you know, through all the games, Licorice has been able to create pretty big advantages. He's been a big factor in the games as well. And so, you know, yes, River is going to be on a signature champ. That is great. But if Licorice gets blasted in this matchup, if Dokla actually gets a way in, that can be a big X factor, because this is one of those matchups that, especially if it goes bad early, it kind of just stays bad for us again.
Yeah. In both the Rumble games, he was a big point of pressure for them to get the first Herald, lane swapping, get some plates on Stixay, get him accelerated. So we'll see how to do without having his lane pressure.
He was also the follow-up, right? Like, you think about the River Jarvan ults, it was the equalizer over top that makes it so frightening. River can go backline in this game, but there's not really great dive alongside him, so it feels more like one of those games where you have to ult in and then EQ out, and just like, you're kind of just like the CC bot.
I like what we got to see from level 1 here for Golden Guardians, sending the 3-man squad up into the top lane brushes to be prepared to battle Gangplank over barrel control, but Dokla was expecting that, just waiting in the tri-brush instead. as River was the one sent bottom to make sure that NRG wasn't planning anything tricky in those brushes too, but Licorice with an immediate nice trade there.
He also gave him a ward here, level 1. That is his ward in that bush right there, helping Licorice, of course. The GPs do like to put their barrels in the bushes and use that to their advantage, so nice understanding of the matchup here. Small things like that.
Yeah.
Happens a lot with the Quinn at top as well. Range matchups, you put a ward in the bush for top level 1, has a little bit easier time in laning phase, so.
Because so much of these matchups is your trading pattern is you come out, you poke, you step into the brush to reset the aggro, right? And you just do it over and over and over. So that brush getting warded actually makes a tremendous amount of difference.
Of course, with GP, it's not about the mid aggro, it's more about the barrels, but the concept is the exact
Similar,
same. Of course, Poppy isn't actually a bad laner against GP. It's just that GP gets to farm for free for the most part, and then he gets more gold. He's hacking the game. He just gets more gold per minion.
And once you do hit a certain point, I mean, especially if GP gets ahead, it can be very difficult. You know, like in the early levels, the barrel cooldowns are so long and whatnot, but like once you're on an item or two, the barrel CD is almost nothing. And anytime you're trying to step up to get any CS, there's just a barrel in the minion wave, right? And then you're starting to get free poke. The true damage passive can be annoying, so.
If something goes wrong, it's definitely a big problem. Then he starts getting Sheen first base, and then suddenly he's just up 5 gold on you. And now he has like 4 items, full crit chance, and he's gonna one-shot someone.
And no one can play side against him either.
Yeah, that's true. This game, they don't have much silent presence. They do have Stixay, who can, you know, shadow behind his side laners.
Yep, and you have collapse and stuff from Corey, so there's some answers, but definitely Contract's spending a lot of time here.
Maybe a counter gang expecting River to be here, but this is the River full play I'm talking about, where him not doing anything is making other people afraid of him.
Well, and that's the power of having variance in how you play, especially as a jungler, right? Like, it's actually, you know, as much as some of these people talk about, like level 2 or bringing his ganks and these types of things, it's smart to mix it in occasionally, because then your opponents have to give respect that you could be doing it in every single game, right? So having those mix up every once in a while, it's something that I think in the past Santorin was always really good at as well. Even he would have these random games where he'd be playing Trundle or whatever and level 2 gank or something, and people are like, what the hell?
I've seen some things from Blabber's Rek'Sai. Blabber's Rek'Sai getting bought level 2 QW. Like because once it happens once,
that's cursed,
you're scarred forever. You will never forget it.
Oh, nicely played.
Little barrel chain there on the Licorice, who can get himself away.
He's winning hard here in the HP department. He has both his pot and his cookies still.
Licorice actually played that so well though, like getting the Q on him to actually get the slow, and then he ease away to the minion before he could get the trial by fire passive auto. Because in these kind of matchups, it's so much about being able to deny that trial by fire, because that's where a lot of the damage comes from. And if you can actually just see that up and then make him use it on minion first, the trades get really good, because you can just do this kind of buckler harass with grasp.
It's going to be hard for Douglas here to crash this wave and get a quick recall off.
I think without help.
He might have to take the L here in his base.
Contract is going to come top. I think Contract is going to help him push it out.
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah.
Seems to be the case.
Licorice is actually a bit low here.
This is getting spicy.
Earlier. He's playing very aggressively without vision.
Dokla does not have a lot of mana here still to work with. Steadfast Presence coming out from Licorice.
Think he's fine.
Contract still on the approach here. Drops the ward into the brush. Oh, Spectral Maw, swing and a miss. Licorice stays alive.
If he has damage to kill him anyways. But nonetheless, gets his GP in a nice base here, I think, after pushing the wave together.
It would be close, right? Because if he gets stunned there, maybe Dokla flashes in after as well.
Hit him with a double tap and then flash Q him again and not double tap.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, they got the GP, the base they wanted, and that's pretty much all they need here.
And he's got Sheen. He's got Sheen refillable. And now they can stop this at least with the flag. I don't think he goes for it, but that is so annoying.
Sheen purchase for the Gangplank, feeling good. Most Gangplanks like to move towards the Essence Reaver since it just turns your Q into an infinite mana battery. It costs 45, it restores like 70. Seems pretty good.
Just too convenient.
Yeah, really, really good stuff there. So that's probably what we're expecting to see him build towards. Meanwhile, down here in bottom lane, pretty much dead even farm between NRG and Golden Guardians with the 80 carries. It's once again a Stixay Kaisa game. FBI got to play his 2 Kaisa games earlier. Now Stixay is getting his 2 Kaisa games. If we go to game 5, I wonder if we'll see the champion at all, or if somebody will finally ban it.
And it is interesting because, you know, he could have potentially gone for AP in this game, but he's lethal tempo, so he's going to be going the AD build again.
I think with Jarvan and Poppy actually deals a lot of damage that people don't expect. And it's all physical damage as well, so you could actually have gone for the AP build. I think it wouldn't be better.
There's no tank.
Yeah, no tanks. No one's going to buy any like actual MR. I mean, they're going to buy Maw and stuff, but it's not that bad. It's still not tanks.
Maw shield is like a quarter of 1W.
Basically, yeah.
A lot of
Good trades
damage
here.
coming out there from Energy. Yeah, Ignar and FBI jumping, going aggro after Stixxay and Huhi, who have to retreat all the way back behind the turret to try to find the recall. Dokla still just farming up underneath the turret here, as there's a massive CS lead for Licorice compared to Dokla. More than 2 waves. That is going to be alleviated somewhat as he picks up a lot of the minions that are crashing into the turret now. But honestly, this early laning phase is going perfectly fine for Licorice.
Oh, this is actually really interesting. They wanted to go for the dive, but Gory moved down out of mid lane, and you could see there was like all-in pings above that banana brush above red.
Yeah.
So I think they were worried that Gory was going to come down, and that actually made them call off the dive on bot side.
Sometimes we have a term called kill the king, where you just kill the AD carry no matter what, and then whatever happens afterwards, it's worth it. Of course, not worth it.
Enemy team gets a pentakill.
Ooh, well, right now, FBI's the one who's got to try to back away a little bit, but Stixxay's under pressure now because of the Gangplank ulti. Stixxay and Huhi both surviving with under 100 HP as River and Contracts are in a 1v1 back in the jungle. Meanwhile, topside, Licorice now finding another advantage over Dokla. Steadfast presence looking for a little bit more. Keeper's verdict of minion. That probably wasn't intentional. Okay, the fight still continues here in bottom. Ignar having to dash back to the safety of his jungler as Gory's coming down. I feel like the seismic shove might get it done, but Contracts immediately just turns it right back around. Gory's going to trade it a 1-for-1. Contracts seeing for the flash bandage toss. Gory's still got the flash to try to get away. Contracts not going to chase him back over that wall. Even trade here on the bottom side.
I mean, Huhi going in against a different champion might have been good there to kind of set it up the kill, but not against Viego where you give him your body. And that ulti on top side, I don't know what that was. I don't know if that was one of those situations where like he wanted to go for a tap, like a tap knockup, but then held it too long and then realized he wasn't going to get the kill on GP, so he ulted backwards.
Maybe he wanted to ult the wave so that he could dive the GP with his own wave?
Yeah.
I'm not really sure.
Because I don't think he had enough damage with the ult to actually kill the GP. So I don't know if that was like...
This is one of those situations where we overanalyze the play so hard and they ask him, Licorice, what happened here? I just misclicked.
Wrong spot. All right, it looked a little goofy, a little unlucky there, but hey, still a perfectly good lane state for Licorice. 60-47 in farm, working on the components there for the Sunfire Cape. Makes it very easy for Poppy to win these trades. As you can see, Huhi was so low, Energy really wanted to force something.
Yeah, and it's just a trade of flashes here, and then they realize, okay, maybe we can go back. Nice little sidestep there from Ignar to avoid the initial bandage toss. And then I think Huhi knows this is a one-way trip, but he's trying to set up his team to get those 2 kills. But that just to me feels like you're disrespecting the fact that Viego gets the reset.
There is one thing though. Viego before 6 can't... Well, hang on.
Never mind, we got to play. Huhi and Gory both getting caught as Contracts shows up to secure the kill. That's a 2-1 lead now for NRG. Oh, is it going to be more? Hold on.
Pulse champ?
Nope, not quite. All right.
Dokla here, really low. Has to TP back to lane. I was saying earlier that Viego, before level 6, can actually change out of forms. So maybe Huhi thought if he dies and their Mumu, Viego becomes a Mumu, he isn't that useful as a Mumu at level 4 in a fight like that.
Yeah.
So maybe he thought his team could win the 2v2 afterwards. Wasn't the case, of course, but maybe.
Yeah. Again, Licorice doing really well in this 1v1. He's been playing it aggressively, as I think you have to in these matchups. We can watch what happened mid lane here. Huhi was just here trying to help him push out the wave, and Contracts and Ingar have matched the roam, and it's just going to be a turnaround.
Palafox engages on Azir have been really nice throughout this series today.
Palafox has been nice in general.
Yeah. NA mids, man.
Nice guy. Nice one.
Did you know that his real name is actually Palafox too?
Yeah. You know, someone told me that. I didn't believe them.
I didn't believe it either at first. I was like, no way, you're trolling. But it is.
I have to check it up on Wikipedia. But it is true.
As soon as Flowers found that out, he looks over me and he goes, "Is your real name Azael?"
Come on, man, I didn't know. Like at that point, it's hard to know what to believe. All right?
It was like everything he's ever known. He's got to re-examine the world.
Reality comes shattering down around you when you realize Palafox's real name is Palafox. All right,
name, but
yeah, he's doing all right here in the mid lane in this game. Honestly, very small gold lead for NRG as a whole, but the game stayed very close between these two teams now at 10 minutes in on the clock. If we take a look at how many plates have been taken, it's 1 mid, 1 bottom. NRG knocking those away from the Golden Guardians. Licorice is about to secure his first up here in the top lane, picking that one up. Honestly, the top lane diff has been pretty noticeable here in this series in terms of the impact that Licorice has been able to have winning these lanes early on, as the Drake is down to 2,000 HP. Ignar going in with the quickness, but he won't be able to find Stixxay just yet. FBI coming around from the side. He's got the Xayah ulti ready to go. The feathers fly and he lands back down. River, Stixxay, Huhi all trying to get away as Palafox goes in for the kill and River's going to be found. Contracts takes off Gory off to the side, and it means that Licorice and Huhi and Stixxay all gotta go the hell home. Drake secured by NRG.
Disaster. Licorice TPs as the only person of top laners and doesn't get anything, and lose the fight and the dragon. And now look at Dokla. He's gonna get 3 plates here, at least 1 or 2. Free push, 3 waves.
And they actually just stopped the
The
recall.
dream scenario of GP is just pressing R on your teammates fight and then just pushing and just watching the top laner.
Oh, Ignar thought he was going to... Oh, nice! Oh, and he gets back away too. Licorice thought he might have the kill there. Wait, he still has the flash. Does he really want to chase this all the way?
Oh, he's so mad.
Yeah, he
really wants something.
He is turbo mad. Okay, Ignar gets away. That was a little dicey there. The steadfast presence to stop the escape over the wall. But let's take a look at how the fight actually went.
Yeah, I mean, Gory, the idea is clearly that Gory's just going to ult and zone them out and be able to kind of hold them off to the side while they win on the other end. But FBI came in, created a lot of pressure here, it felt like.
He dodged the Amumu ult with the Featherstorm. He didn't actually have the cleanse available, but he dodged it with the ulti.
He dodged that with the ulti and then contracts with the timing on the Spectral Maw to punch Gory off of his surfboard and make him be stuck in that isolated 1v1. That right there is some that's some coach camaraderie behind the scenes.
Licorice's entire advantage is now gone. He had TP advantage, he had CS lead, he had a plate, and then now he has...
He was up like 20 CS.
Yeah, and now he has nothing. I'm sure he's down in gold too.
Yep,
to
for sure.
GP.
He's down about 200 gold. Not a massive advantage.
Not bad, yeah, but he was up a few seconds ago, had TP advantage, everything, and then lost 2 plates.
Yep. I mean, it's basically a 2-kill swing. Like, he was up a good 200, 300 gold, and now he's down a couple hundred. So
mentioned the breathing room that GP gets. Just now you can't play the game anymore. I mean, you can play, but GP is making the lane PvE now. He's got kill away in front of you, and you can't do anything about it at this point, right? So
yeah, there's no more bullying to be had at all. And Viego got 3 kills, which is kind of concerning as well. It's definitely looking a bit rough for Golden Guardians.
The Viego's the thing I got my eyes on. Back in draft, you guys were talking about how it can be hard to play this champion into something like Talia, like a Mumu. When you jump in, it just makes it hard to play the fights the way you want to pilot them. But when you have a big lead, when you're that far ahead, you sort of just go in and somebody dies. You're getting the reset.
I was kind of hoping that going to like a poke range comp with the Talia and the Poppy for disengage, and then using Kai'Sa as poke, and Viego would have to full send it. But this way, Golden Guardians playing with the Mumu and the AD Kai'Sa and Poppy, top lane, they have to actually go into the Viego, so there will be someone dying no matter what.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be AP Kai'Sa for sure.
Yeah.
I do think it's going to be, again, a difficult game. It's like, AD Kai'Sa always feels hard to me into things like Xayah and Zir, right? There's just, you can't just full send it with an R on top of him because he can respond with the ulti. A Zir outranges your auto attack so heavily with the soldiers, you have to play around feathers. You're going to be getting your GP ult dropped on your head and whatnot, so it does feel difficult.
The difference in power spike is also massive. Like, normally Kai'Sa gets stack shift in lane phase, and then lane phase ends, and then you're just farming for free. Now you're on 20 CS, you don't have your Q evolve yet, you don't have any evolves at all until you get 2 longswords at least, I believe it is, with the Kraken Slayer. So the power spike is very delayed compared to how strong stack shift Kai'Sa is when you actually buy it.
Doklo gonna get tackled here by Licorice. Doesn't want to use the flash until the Cataclysm comes down. Throws the ulti on his own head. Flashing away now. Cataclysm still comes after him, but they drop the wall in time. Licorice would have needed 1 more tower shot to die, so Doklo won't get anything. And Golden Guardians pick up a kill.
Nice play on the side lane. They need to relieve some pressure there. And River hadn't been able to get too involved in this game thus far, but on the other side, they're just going to start a peril.
I think he did kill the wave before he died, if I'm not mistaken. But there's like River's getting the bot tower right now.
Man, top 4 gold earners in the game are still all wearing energy colors. Not a great feeling for the side of Golden Guardians, who are still down about 1,000 gold overall here. 14 minutes and 45 seconds into the game. Contract's going to pick up this Rift Herald here for the side of NRG. The top lane tier 1 turret's not even going to need that to be knocked down, it looks like. FBI only needs a couple more auto attacks, and that one is gone. As now, Gory's in some trouble. Palafox with a nice shuffle into immediate reposition flash over the wall so he doesn't get jumped over, but he doesn't have enough damage to grab the kill, so Ignar's going to be killed instead. Licorice can just exit stage left. It was a play from NRG and an outplay from Golden Guardians.
Really nice, but Licorice to actually come to this fight. River kind of took over his lane after that gank in the bottom lane, so he moves up here. And Licorice,
Could be in some trouble though. Contracts jumping in with a Spectral Maw. Heartbreaker. Licorice, I don't think he gets away from these. Contracts makes it a 1-for-1 trade in the extended play.
Yeah, looking pretty good for NRG, honestly, at this point. Now 2.2k gold lead. They got Herald. They still have, excuse me, no, they're just coming in now. So they're going to get the tier 2 top as well. So creating a pretty massive advantage. And again, I just don't think you have a good answer for GP in the side lane, so I think that's why Licorice is grouping so much. You know, he's trying to make plays happen, they're trying to make some action happen, but it's looking tough.
Huhi ended up walking through the Sun Disc. Took about 40% health there from a couple of those summoned turret shots. Energy bringing over their own bottom lane to reinforce here. As
Licorice is looking for Dokla bot.
And Contracts were both completely undeterred by this. Dokla gonna get tackled underneath the turret, so he can't really do a whole lot of fighting back just yet. Finds the speed up there from the barrel. Yeah, no flash on either one of these top laners. Licorice using the steadfast presence to stay hastened up as a TP is gonna come in now from Energy, looking to punish this aggro from Licorice. Dokla eating the oranges at the very last second, but Licorice still might be able to find the kill here. Second part of the Q ain't gonna get it. Minion autos in the air, but the potion keeps the Energy top laner alive. The soldiers jump in, but the Conquering Sands aren't enough. Now it's Palafox who may die for Dokla's sins. He's stuck in a 1v4. He uses the shuffle, but it won't be enough. Stixxay takes the kill. It's the 4th one of the game for the Golden Guardians.
Man, I've got to say, Licorice is just like feeling like he's making so much happen for this team, right? You know, they're in such a bad spot. He makes a proactive play happen that results in Dokla getting pushed back and a kill on Palafox and a dragon for them. And it's because he can still win that 1v1 against Dokla.
Yeah, it was either a solo kill onto Dokla or Palafox TPs. Of course, he chased a little bit. He could just walk away, right? But they felt like they had to do something with that TP. Ignar.
Now another catch.
Yeah, Ignar was not where he needed to be.
Licorice on fire, man. He is just trying his hardest to win this series. But still, even with that, they're down a significant amount of gold, and I think it's a tough game. Dokla was greeding a little bit for this turret, and so Licorice goes for the TP and Tribrush, just kind of assuming that they wouldn't be watching that area to spot the TP. He doesn't see it. That's why he didn't TP defensive on the turret. Would have had the solo kill for sure, but Palafox arrives, and he's just barely able to kind of outplay this situation. That was, what, like 40 health or something that he survived with?
Both top laners barely walked away.
Oh my god, he got the buckler off the barrel. I was wondering where he got the buckler at the end there.
Oh, he's good.
Very good awareness there of the situation, and then Palafox was just left in a spot where there was no way.
That's kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that was really good.
He's the main character right now.
Yeah, he is.
That's for sure.
3,500 assists, career long in the LCS for
Not too shabby.
Not too bad at all.
I have no idea how many I have. Can we get some information on that?
Yeah.
Some data guy in the background, please. If anyone can hear me, please.
If I receive any updates in my ear throughout the rest of the game, we'll have to. I'll make sure I let you know.
Do you want us to let you know
one.
if you have less?
I think I have more kills than Huhi.
More kills. I would agree. Yeah.
I hope so, at least.
I would expect. I mean, you are both role swaps.
That is true.
I feel like how long has he been a support for though? What, like he's been a support for like 3 years?
Yeah, 2020 I think was his first year. So I might be behind in both categories. That would be a bad look for me. If I'm lower than him in both, don't join, please.
Yeah. All right. Only if the information is good enough do we want to hear.
You don't want to have any bad narratives.
I want to know if it makes me look good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Speaking of how everybody's looking here, let's take a look at the gold. It's still plus 500 for Dokla, even though his interactions with Licorice wouldn't lead you to believe so. In the jungle, plus 1,000 lead for Contracts up over that Jarvan. Mid lane plus 700 for Energy. Bottom lane, very, very close. The closest of all these so far as Licorice goes for the disengage, and now it's Contracts and Ignar who are in some danger. GP ulti over the top isn't going to guarantee anything traded back. Tier 1 turret might have survived, but Golden Guardians make the play and find a pick.
Yeah, but they're going to lose their bot lane tower. They were pushing out top as well. It's just the one kill, so really it's not actually good for them, right? They're losing more gold, but they don't feel that they can play through sides, and I kind of agree with them. So they're forced in a situation where they've got to find plays, but it's going to be tough to do.
Only argument you can make is that the bot tower was very low HP anyway, so it's like free gold at that point to the energy. So making a play like this, you know, kills are forever kind of thing. You can always get more kills, but you can't always get more towers. So standing gold or something like that.
So I got the info. You have 2,302 assists. He's got 3,500.
Dude,
You're only about 2/3 of him, man.
I'm down like 1,200 assists.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Tell Berserker to start getting some more kills.
Yeah, really.
What's going on with that?
He's
an alley-oop here.
He's the greediest man alive.
All right.
Like he says, he loves money.
Contracts and Ignar going in for the play. They've got the kill, and it's River down. Now Contracts going to need to reset. Flashes back away. He recognized the steadfast presence, was not going to let him escape with any sort of a dash.
They go
so
Baron.
he has to commit the summoner spell.
No jungle.
Enemy jungler's gone. Baron is up. It spawned 20 seconds ago, but we got to look at the resources spent. There's no quickness. There's no GP ulti. There's no Viego ulti. NRG are still going to commit for this objective. Golden Guardians want to come in and stop them. Keep your eyes on Licorice and your eyes on Huhi. Those are the guys who have the engage mechanism. Gory's still looking for an angle to maybe ride the wall. The Baron is secured by Contracts and NRG. Golden Guardians can't do anything but stand by.
It's looking like NRG have such a commanding lead in this game. If they play it out well from here, it is their series. This is match point here. This would be them grabbing their world spot and moving on to that bracket finals.
I'm pretty sure they outskill as well.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think the AD Kai'Sa scales anywhere near as well as Saya does. Asir and Gangplank are obviously monsters in the late game, so Golden Guardians must be feeling a lot of pressure right now in this game here.
The Viego also casually 5-0-0.
Yep.
2 fully completed items with the Trinity Force, the Black Cleaver. This guy is scary. If he can ever get on top of really any target that's not named Licorice, he just shreds them.
I mean, we doubted the Nidalee, doubted Viego in this game, but if you get ahead early game, anything can work.
Yeah.
And then he did.
Gonna have to start putting some more faith in Contracts, I guess, man.
My bad.
NRG with a 4,500 gold lead. The Drakes are even only at 1-1, but the next one is spawning here in about 20 seconds. Licorice is on a secret mission right now, hiding out in the crud brush.
He doesn't have TP, so this is him. This is his TP flank.
Okay, he's gonna keep the position, but
Poppy ult from the bush could the Poppy emote.
They have to go for it, man. I feel like this is maybe the best angle you're gonna find.
This is the hero play. Poppy ult from the Fog of War.
Poppy wants the Keeper's Verdict. But it only hits a minion, but Dokla's gonna be bursted down here on the front line. The feathers fly. FBI pulls him back, and now they're gonna find the reset. The first kill there with the Huhi as River jumps back after the NRG AD carry, but it ain't gonna work. He only builds his own grave. Licorice and Sticksafe fall back to the tier 3 turret, but it's still a 2-for-1 plus a tier 2 turret for NRG.
And it could be even more with this Baron. They're pushing in here. Contracts is just going aggressive on a Gory. Gory's in trouble.
Spectral Maw into more of those stabs from the Ruined King. Gory forced all the way back. He's got to go back to the fountain and heal. Licorice and Sticksail try to defend this, but it's still a 4v2 until Gory can heal back up. There's no Weaver's Wall to make a dramatic entrance into the fight either, so the inhibitor now eliminated NRG with a 6,000 gold lead.
Honestly, still think that was the best angle for Licorice to go for. I think he has to try something like that.
Yeah.
If the Keeper Vert actually hits someone, that could have been like a 4v5. Who's engaged are massive, but one kill onto Dokla isn't going to be good enough. He's going to fight.
Yeah, it's so tough. And I mean, because FBI had all those cooldowns, you need a lot. Like you say, you need to have ejected a couple members out to be able to actually win that fight afterwards. But they're just going to keep going.
Oh, Licorice wanted to find the wall bang there, but FBI fast enough on the flash to get away. Golden Guardians still thinking about fighting this. Ignar's over the wall. Rakan's got the flash and the quickness both ready to go. Barrel's being put down by Dokla here to try to have that zone of control as Hui's bandage toss ends up following Ignar over the wall with the blast cone. River's still ready to try to contest here for the Drake. Remember, it's only 1 Drake to 1. There's no immediate pressure on this objective for either one of the teams. River with the combo over the wall to position himself inside the pit. NRG still thinking about who they want to go in yet. They need FBI's ult. They want Gangplank's ult. Keeper's Verdict knocking the enemy mid laner away. Palafox ain't here. Stolen away by Contracts on the Viego. Ignar coming back, trying to help out his back line as FBI is shut down. And Sticksave's the one doing it. Licorice is taken low, but he won't be killed just yet. NRG trying to find the damage, but they just can't do it quite yet. Sticksafe firing some of those long-range Void Seekers. Palafox has the DPS, and Contracts is still alive. Beautiful conquering sands to once again knock Talia off the wall. Palafox keeps charging forward. The sands shift, and NRG's looking to bury Golden Guardians beneath them. The shutdown back to Palafox as Contracts fires off the Void Seeker with a stolen Kai'Sa body. He throws down the Harrowed Path. The Spectral Maw finds the stun. A stab to the back's not quite enough. River's still alive for now. The Contracts just needs another stun. There it is. The ace for NRG.
Look at the base. Palafox is going off in this fight. Six had a great start to the fight. Got in the back line, killed off FBI, kills off Dokla. But Palafox and Contracts run him over. The base is in shambles. You know, they're actually just, I think they lost a Nexus turret as well. Yeah, they did lose a Nexus turret. They lose the tier 2 mid. It is now nearly an 8,000 gold lead here. And insult to injury, Contracts even steals the dragon.
Yeah, this fight looks like the best thing possible for them to get, and they still lost it at the end there.
I mean, Amumu had a great ulti again.
If they can't win this fight, what fight can they win at this point, especially after all these kills on the Palafox and the Contracts?
Yeah, it is so hard.
Doing so much damage here, so much work. The chase down is great as well.
I mean, FBI had no cooldowns, right? And they got in the back line, and they're able to kill him off right off the bat. They kill off Dokla, and NRG has to know this game is almost entirely theirs now. It's definitely, theirs to lose. It's in their hands. They have a GA now, even on contracts, and contracts on 3 items. He's at the point where when you're playing Viego from this far ahead, there's 1 item on Gory. There's 2 items on 6A. You can basically just run straight out of carry like a madman and keep them out of the fight and trade out your GA while your carries just destroy the rest of the team.
The only bad part about playing Viego in this game state is that when you possess one of the enemy's dead dudes, you become significantly weaker because they don't have any items. They don't have any gold.
First world problems here for contracts.
Unfortunately for contracts, there's nothing valuable to steal from the enemy team.
It's just an R reset.
Yeah, unlucky, but NRG feeling great about the way this game is playing out here. 26 minutes in, 7,500 gold ahead. They're taking away everything in the enemy jungle. Less than 45 seconds until the Baron spawns. They will dare Golden Guardians to try to stop them.
I mean, he's just hoping that there's some sort of angle that he can find, right? Like,
we need a big flank here.
Everything is going to look silly when you're this far down.
I've been here, honestly.
Yeah.
Where you just have to, whatever it takes.
Yep, exactly. And I think that Golden Guardians, all they can do is keep fighting. So you just keep looking for it. That is the only way to have a small chance to win. If you play slow and you just allow them to take everything.
Okay, he's got the 3-man engage, but now he's got to get back. The route down onto River, who buys time with a stopwatch as Licorice is running around trying to distract him, but River's going to die to contracts if he ain't careful. Palafox hits 2 with the Emperor's Divide. Gory and Licorice trying to retreat as Hui once again re-engages, but Licorice and Hui are both about to drop. Finally, a kill comes in for the Golden Guardians, but it's only an FBI. A double kill back over to Stixay. He's trying to fight it out, but Contracts is hot on his trail. Stixay is kiting this out. Stixay, tooth and nail, fights to keep the Golden Guardians alive.
Oh my god, that fight was crazy. Gory flips him over the wall. That's a 1K shutdown if they can get it, but they're not going to be able to. Stixay played that fight insane. He was so aggressive in the backline. That's the only thing they can do. He gets in the backline, he kills off FBI, he kites out Contracts. Man, what a fight from Stixay. The initial
so
engage.
doomed for Golden Guardians in this fight. Stixay cleans up so well.
At this point,
it's good, but no follow-up at all.
Exactly. I mean, they can't really because it felt like Palafox was playing in between them to the side. So at this point, I'm thinking this is game over. They're about to get aced, and then Stixay just goes crazy here.
FBI in the back line, and then he flashes the Poppy E perfectly in a couple seconds here as he kills Ignar.
Yeah, I mean, that is just beautiful stuff.
And then he kites it. This is actually what Kaiser is good at as AD Kaiser. You have the move speed on the PD, I believe.
Yep.
Ghost as well, probably, so...
I mean, that was so well played. He had the E evolve there.
If Gory wasn't so useless here, he made it gonna kill. But
yeah, I mean, he's on 1 item, right? He doesn't do any damage.
Back to live. Energy starting up the Baron. They've already got it down to about 1,000. It's secured by Contracts, but now what about the fight? Licorice with a slam into the wall on Palafox. Seismic shove to follow it up, but Energy's mid laner is still safe for now. Stixay, massive multi-man ulti, and Palafox is going to die to Stixay. Dokla kills River with a counterattack, and Contracts and FBI have found the enemy AD carry. Energy with a 2-for-1 so far, but they ain't done yet. Contracts going forward with a Spectral Maw. He might have been hit by the Seismic shove, but it will not matter. A double kill to the Viego. A 3-for-1 for Energy, and they're looking for the throat.
Yeah, they're going to look to end the game here. Stixay's dead, Gory's dead. They have the wave through bot. They have the Baron buff. I think this is it.
Hui and Licorice without enough damage to pose any significant threat to these guys. Licorice getting stunned up, having to flash away from the grand entrance. FBI and Dokla here to supplement the damage. 8 seconds on River. Energy have the wave. They have 4 men alive with the Baron buff locked and loaded. Hui goes in on FBI trying to stop him, but Energy have their eyes set on the Nexus. They will earn themselves a 3-1 victory. They will earn themselves a trip to New Jersey, and they will earn themselves a spot at Worlds.
What a series from NRG coming into it. Everyone doubting them, but they step up when it matters most here in a monster final game here from Contracts. 12-0-4 on the
series,
Viego.
honestly. It was all about FBI in the first 2 games, but Contract has such a good series overall, not just in the 2 of the games, so...
And you can see the emotion on his face, man. Like, for these guys, for this crew that's been playing together for a long time, like, being able to secure that spot at Worlds, secure your spot at Finals weekend, guaranteed. What a showing.
This is a group of guys that have felt perennially underrated. You know, they're players that feel that they're not given the credit they deserve.
Not a single All-Pro.
Not a single All-Pro between this entire team, and they take down Golden Guardians, who all 5 were All-Pro, including multiple first-team All-Pro players. You know, this is something that they have kind of had as a chip on their shoulder over these last couple of years. They're able to make it happen. It's incredible.
Also, the first Worlds for, I believe, Dokla and Palafox.
Huge
Contracts
stuff.
the Worlds in
With
this time.
C9,
C9, yeah,
I believe.
So not his first time, but massive for the organization as well to get themselves, out of the shade of CLG. Even these days, people so often talk about how NRG is just CLG in new colors, right?
Non-rational gaming.
Yeah, something like that, right? This is really important for NRG to step up and no longer be, just CLG.
It's huge. You could see again, just what looks like a mixture of joy and relief on Contrax's face. Just pure, absolute joy on Palafox and Dokla. Like the grins are ear to ear, man. These guys are so happy with what they just achieved.
I mean, this is what it's all about, right? You work all year for these opportunities to try to win a championship, to try to make it to Worlds, to try to accomplish these things. That is the ultimate dream for these players. And even the guys who have made it to Worlds, it's been so long. You talk about Contract, he maybe made it back on Cloud9. That was like 2018. Ignar back, with Misfits and stuff, right? Like, this has been so long for these players. It's incredible.
And nothing feels better than the fruit of all your hard work. Finally seeing it all pay off. NRG, CLG came so close in playoffs for the last couple of years. They lost so many Game 5s to us, to Team Liquid, I believe, in the spring. So
finally getting it here. It feels awesome for these guys. And it's not like it was an easy series. This was a hard-fought battle for these guys. Game number 2 was their real stompy one with the poke comp. But game number 1, that one had to be a crazy comeback. Let's take another look at the final fight here in game 4.
I mean, this was, going to be a difficult fight to win no matter what for Golden Guardians. But again, it was really all up to Stixxay. Stixxay does have an opportunity here to make something happen, gets in the back line, takes off Palafox. But NRG realized Stixxay is the only threat. And when he's at this low in health, they full send everything at him.
Honestly, I will say they did a very good job of making competitive when it mattered most, but it wasn't enough.
And for Golden Guardians, when you're looking at on the other side, they have got to be thinking more than anything about that game number 1. That game was theirs to lose.
That's a filter to lose.
They were so far ahead.
It felt like the game 3 throw was the exact same.
We're going to...
Man.
I love it, man.
Let's go!
I miss when I was this excited to go to Worlds. Once you go so often, it starts to become more of an expectation than, like a surprise or like
that's the bar you set for yourself.
Yeah.
Well, NRG have set themselves a goal. They have achieved that goal. They have taken down the Golden Guardians, and it's time to join Mark, Dokla, Palafox, and Contrax for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much. Standing by with the top side of the map from NRG, fresh off their Worlds qualification. How are you guys feeling?
Feeling great, man. I mean, it's been a long time coming for a lot of us here at CLG and NRG, so to be able to make it, especially as Core 3, and shouts out to FBI and Ignar as well. Just very proud of everyone.
How about you two?
Honestly, I don't know what to feel. It hasn't set in, but yeah, I mean,
I'm the same as him. Like, I just can't believe it. It's just such a great feeling. I can't wait.
Nice. Well, you still have a lot of a road to get there first, but I do want to linger on Worlds a little bit. For Contrax, the last time you went was 2016 with C9, if I'm not mistaken.
2017.
2017, 2,101 days. Has this been something that you've always been dreaming about getting back to, or did you try to forget it to focus on your time clawing back up through Academy, through back into the LCS and all that kind of stuff?
I mean, once you get a taste of world competition and, just playing against the best players in the world, there's nothing more than, you wouldn't want to be anywhere else but there, right? And, it's been a long time coming for me. It's been 6 years since I've been at Worlds. So, I've had so many opportunities where I've been 1 game away, 2 games away. So to be able to finally get back is such an amazing feeling.
You talk about playing against the best players in the world. Faker potentially going up against actual Faker. Has that set in for you? And Dokla, the fact that you'll be going up against some of the best players in the world in just a couple months?
Has not set in. I mean, I'm ready to just get shit on, learn as much as I can. And yeah, don't want to get NA's hopes too high, but we'll do our best.
So as you guys said, the 3 core, it's been a long road. Palafox, you were the first one with contracts coming spring last year. You guys had a pretty rough spring season. Dokla joins you guys in summer. Don't end up getting through the long, regional play-in part there. You have a good spring split in the regular season, but again, kind of don't get it done in playoffs for your international appearances. You finally get it done. How does it feel with this being basically 4 splits in the making?
At least for me, I guess most of it is just trying to prove that, we're good players. I think that like, let's say all three of us, right? We've all had our stints in academy. It's been like up and down, and like I feel like everybody kind of wrote us off, and especially to like come here, make worlds, especially like we're 3-0, pretty much should have 3-0'd TL and GG, right? So like, kind of think that might be the best that NA has to offer here. So
yeah, there you go. Speaking of which, you think you're finally going to get an All-Pro nod next year, maybe with this performance?
No.
Probably not.
So that's all, actually a couple months away with Worlds and whatnot. But this also qualifies you for New Jersey. So this is similarly the first time I think you guys are going to a finals in quite a while. Are you guys excited for that?
I've never been to a finals, so like it's just.
I mean,
it's been 6 years.
Yeah,
I don't even remember anything.
I mean, I'm just excited to be in like a stadium. I don't know what it's gonna feel like, but it'll be just like something I was really looking forward to. So I'm really glad that we all could achieve it.
I mean, we're going for that championship. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, not just going to show up, going to win. Before you get there, of course, there'll be the games next weekend playing against Cloud9. How do you guys think about them? Because you had the 2-0 record over Golden Guardians. You showed that you can do it in the playoffs as well. Do you think you've maybe scared C9 a little bit with this series, showing that you can beat GG as well?
I kind of think that contracts or Juan kind of lives in Blabber's head a little bit.
Okay.
So
ran free.
Yeah. I think that also me and Dokla have made like really good strides to improve, and FBI and Ignar are like playing super, super well. So we'll feel like they're definitely scared. Yeah.
Okay, final thing here. Actually, I received word that Contracts, you actually picked up Player of the Series for that beastly Viego performance.
Oh my God! You only have to do well one game, I guess, eh?
I was gonna ask, how does it feel?
You guys should also put in the 5 sedge ults I missed in the last game as well.
We're not including those. Those don't make the cut.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, before we go, anything you guys want to say to the fans who have been sticking with you through all these ups and downs, through the franchise change for you guys as well, going from CLG to NRG? Anything for anyone who's been following your journeys?
I don't know. It's been a long time coming for us. We finally made it over the hump where we're always like failing just to like make it over. So, thanks for the support, and we'll do the best that we can.
Yeah. For me, just shout out to all the fans. Thank you for following. Shout out to Katie, my girlfriend. Got a girlfriend buff this split. So
let's go.
Yeah.
Contracts?
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't do it without you guys. None of this would be possible without any of you guys. So just very thankful.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you, guys. One more time for NRG. That's going to do it for us here on the stage. We're going to go to Jat, who's I think was Sven for this or that.
Welcome back to This or That, presented by Verizon. Special guest in place of Kobe, we have Sven.
What's up?
Yeah.
The new Kobe.
Yeah, we have to bounce in the show.
Oh, right. My bad.
It's really good. Okay, This or That with Sven and Jat. Slide number 1. Every slide submitted by YouTube or Discord comment. So we got Spencer says, who would you rather have on your team? Summit, but he only gets Gnar, or JoJo, but he only gets Ari. So you've had the Summit, no, you didn't have the Summit experience.
No, but I was witnessing it live every single day. I was watching their scrims and their stage games, and I think it's that.
Yeah, he actually he won MVP this split, except it was Summit, or it was Gnar or Jace.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say JoJo, but he only gets Ari, but that's also because Ari's like good right now and Gnar's not.
I think just in general, I would rather have JoJo on almost anything than Summit on anything right now, at least.
Fair. Slide number 2. This one's brought to you by Narguko from Discord. 10 fudges or 30 blabbers, what wins in a fight?
I think 10 fudges.
No way.
Really?
30 humans against 10 humans? He's not that much. He's not three times bigger than Blabber.
I think in weight, fudge actually is 2 times more than blabber. And also, we have morning workouts every morning in C9, and I see fudge like on the weights. He's big, not just.
Do you have any numbers?
I mean, at least like 300 in deadlifts, I think.
Oh.
Fudge is not a joke.
Whoa. Still 3.
Blabber, however, is a little bit of a slacker.
What?
So,
I mean, what is Blabber? Is he just doing bodyweight squats?
Blabber's just doing the bare minimum to not be flamed by our coaches.
Okay.
For the most part.
I'm still gonna say that because I really.
If it was a marathon, Blabber could win.
Oh, fair. But it's a fight. So what's more important to you and a teammate from Netrunner, synergy or individual skill?
That really depends.
It really does.
I think Berserker's individual skill carried us more than synergy in the series Sivir, Ghost run down meta, where it was better you carry wins, period.
But what are they trying to say here? They have young Sven for individual skill and
They're
current
saying
Sven for
that
synergy.
I was better than him when I was.
They're not
this
saying
version.
you had hands back then, and now you're relying on synergy.
Let's focus on what's more important. I think that synergy is really important for someone like Berserker who's adjusting to a new environment. I think that I'm really good at working with Korean people because I know how they learn English. Because I worked with Trick and Expect back in G2.
Yeah.
So I kind of have like an idea of how they progress as players.
Right. So basically, your synergy with Berserker is much more important than having.
Yeah.
I mean, especially even in your first split of super experienced
Exactly.
support. Now you've leveled.
We get
up,
along
so-
well both in the game and outside the game. So I would say for like Berserker synergy in right now, but in some splits, AD carry is just too fucking OP, right?
Yeah.
So then it's skill.
Yeah.
I shouldn't swear. My bad, guys.
It's fine. I mean, it's YouTube. It's edit it out. I agree with you. Which one would you rather be forced to play for the rest of your career? From Folius, Rel, or Rakan? We have no.
I feel like there's a higher chance that this guy right here is OP or more relevant for longer.
Yeah.
Whereas this one over here might just be nerfed or made into a jungler and then be very bad.
And I feel like Rakan is probably like more generalist. Like there seems to be a meta for Rakan.
He's always
almost
okay
always.
at the worst case.
Yeah, but sometimes Rel is just turbo bad.
Yeah.
And you would hate. You
Pretty
wouldn't
much.
be a pro player.
Yeah,
You'd be
exactly.
rude. Okay, so the answer is that. Next slide on this or that with Sven and Jat. If you had to field an LCS team with the top 5 in each role, who wins the split?
Wow, this team is so doomed.
Oh, 5 supports.
Okay. We can put Huhi in the mid lane.
Yeah, who's mid?
I can play ADC.
Core's AD you are core or ADC.
Okay, these guys up here are fine, but those two guys are gonna drag us down.
Oh no, because that's like your top.
We have to put one of these guys on a tank top. Actually, I think
So it's definitely that loses.
this guy's playing tank top no matter what. He's playing orange no matter what.
We're trying to figure out who
This
wins.
guy plays Karma mid.
Does Blabber even jungle on Team Jungler?
Okay, Team Jungle is also doomed. Team mid lane clears these guys so hard, no?
Well, okay, at least what do they play? Jensen tried to play AD that one time, so
Yeah.
let's put him there. What else does M&S play?
He plays top lane.
Okay.
He plays a mean, but I think all mid laners play top and mid in solo queue.
Fair.
So
jungle's a little tricky.
Whoever can go bot lane is the trickiest one.
Jungle support or just actual bot?
Jungle is probably okay for everyone. I think M&S can play Viego and Italy. I've seen that
Well, I
before.
legitimately think Jensen could play bot. Like better than Team Jungler could play bot.
Okay, actually, I think Team Support can beat Team Jungle, but Team Mid Lane might clear us. Because these guys, let's be real.
Yeah, so is it true, do you think, like, even if we had, like, Team Top Lane and Team AD, Team Mid Lane probably wins?
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
I think any Team Laner is going to be better than Team Support, Team Jungler.
Okay.
Like, even Team Top Lane can top laners are too, like, delusional. They're like...
They'd think they'd win.
There's more people in one lane than one person. How can I focus?
Better Mithy from Spires, Mithy support or Mithy coach?
Honestly,
first-hand experience, Van. I feel like this one's for you.
Mithy has a pretty good resume on both support and coach.
Yeah.
Well, he is the best coach I've ever had. Is he the best support I've ever had?
Oh.
Him or Vulcan?
Well, I mean, interesting. Yeah, you can make an.
He probably is best support and best coach I've ever had.
Yeah, I think that is the correct answer for the moment.
Given the
'cause
time,
he is still your coach.
Yeah, I can't really like.
Yeah.
I feel like if I say support, it's a problem for my current situation.
I'm gonna say it's Mithy coach because legitimately, even when he was to support, he would like get eliminated from Worlds and then go like join a coaching staff for the rest of the Worlds run. Like he was always
It's
the
true.
guy who wanted to talk about the game 24/7. So
I will say, even when he was coaching or supporting, he sometimes was coaching the team. You know, like he was
As the
always talking to
support.
other players, other teams from other regions, and trying to make us better. So
Yeah,
he's always a coach in one way.
Okay, who is the 4th seed from Kuchiri? We got to call it now. Golden Guardians, Evil Geniuses, or Team Liquid? Well, we got to math this out because all these teams could still actually win. So NRG and you can't get 4th. You're guaranteed top 3. So then it's these and Dignitas. One of them is going to get 3rd, and then who is going to get 4th? So I'm hoping, in the back of my head...
These guys are frauds.
So they're 5th. Because that could mean they're 4th. Like if they're going to beat Team Liquid, they're going to get 4th.
Golden Guardians can play better than they did against NRG, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So I feel like it has to be Golden Guardians.
I'm back of my head. I love you, Golden Guardians. I'm hoping they run it down to 4th place.
Why?
Because then they'll crush EU in that World's qualification game.
Oh, so we're playing for 4 seeds.
Yeah, 4th seeds really
We aren't actually
important.
playing to have the best seeding possible for our best team. We're just...
Well, that's what I want secretly. I think they're the best.
We
so
should
I
have
think they're,
griefed
I think
our
they're
series.
3rd or even
Why did we
second
send
or something.
C9 to the
4th seed.
Well, you should have thought of that.
We could have
before you
rolled
won.
like Matt Lyons or something.
You absolutely should have thought of that before you went to the
Big misplay from America here.
Yeah, okay,
But I
next
think
slide.
Golden Guardians goes.
Okay, Golden Guardians as 4th.
No,
Or as 3rd.
As 3rd.
Yeah, as 3rd. All right.
Yeah.
Apparently that's a wrap. This is that with
Apparently.
Jet. Good job, Sven. Loved having you.
Thanks for having me, Jet. Good job to you as well.
I hope to have you again. So send us your suggestions in the comments, Discord or YouTube. That is it for this or that. And now I'm heading over to Telestrator to close out the day with Emily, who has some news about player of the series.
Yeah. So the player of the series, if you were not listening to the interview that Mark was doing on the top side of NRG, is Contracts. I did want to shout out, obviously everyone's going to remember the 12-0-4 Viego
that really
game
pushed him over the top.
with the 84% kill participation. I want to say, being able to make Nidalee work and that creative early pathing that I pointed out where he went bot side instead of top, as you would expect with the Nidalee Renekton combo, in addition to having a Pope comp and having them play it out really well, actually really impressed me. Like, that was my favorite game from Contracts the series. Obviously, everyone's going to remember the Viego game anyway, but I'm just shouting that out. I know people hate the Nidalee, but he made it look great.
Yeah, I retracted my FBI vote for a Contracts vote. I might be a little emotional based off the game 4. FBI actually had a really, really good series, but, you know, it's done. The war's over. We know who it is.
Happens. And now let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week. I'm actually really curious. Wow. Revenge up there with the top 100 CS.
Ooh, smoked it. That was probably the Renekton game he had against Fudge.
Yeah. Double lift and fastest kill.
1 minute.
Oh, that was the
invade.
it's because it was the Nautilus invade.
Yeah, the invade during the Reignover interview. That was my favorite coach interview because he was the one coach who wasn't actually looking at the screen.
Yeah.
So you got to see him look up to the screen at the end and be like, oh,
yeah,
it's fine.
That was tough. I felt bad because he's trying to do the right thing by paying attention to Mark, but then the level 1 happens. Anyway, a reminder that Samsung has partnered with Sleeper and Fantasy LCS, and you can earn bonus points each week for drafting the fastest performers. Congrats to those who earned bonus points for this week. Plus, use code SSD990LCS through August 20th to get 10% off 990 Pro 1 and 2 terabyte SSDs. And now it's time.
We've done Player of the Series, but we have 4 series.
Player of the Week.
Drum roll. Berserker!
Woo! It's Berserker!
He just had such a visceral performance, I feel like. I just like, when we were doing that $15 game of pick who you would have on whatever team, I just couldn't not have Berserker on my team, even though he was max cost. Really just because I couldn't forget about the Ezreal game and his Kai'Sa ult timings and just how dominant he was in that entire series. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I think the big other thing that I pointed out during the series, but we'll see here again, not necessarily in that fight specifically, is that he is the first kind of 80 in the LCS to make Ashe look good as well.
Yeah.
I think C9 as a team, it also speaks to the way they play around the Ashe, but Berserker's Ashe is so different. That one where he's going to get the CS as he's winning the 1v1, and then the flanking Ezreal in a lot of these plays was just phenomenal. I love Berserker, man. He's so good.
Yeah, don't worry about his death to Renekton at the end here. He knew...
Yeah, don't pay attention to that. It was planes.
They were down like 4,000 gold before this fight even happened, so him getting the gold in this game was so crucial. And then at the end here, him and Sven kind of just 2v4ing the back end of a fight. Blabber flashes over to help secure it. Burns his flash just for fun because he knows the game's over.
Amazing.
He was so
I love Berserker. So good. Now we'll take a look at the bracket. Was this, obviously, NRG making it to Worlds?
Not expected.
That's such an awesome story, though. Like, I don't know. I love this NRG team. Watching them kind of come so close and then trip over the finish line so many times. It's great to see, especially for Palafox and Dokla, who are attending their first Worlds. And obviously, C9, number 1 seed. I'm fully expecting them to win, but I do think this is going to be a very interesting matchup, considering that, you know, a lot of rumblings around, okay, NRG are actually looking good in scrims, right? Like we heard Sven saying that before. NRG are kind of like, maybe they're afraid of us. I still think it's C9 favored, but it's going to be a really fun matchup.
NRG's exceptional record against top 4 teams, not a fluke. They carried it through to playoffs. They 3-1 both of the top 4 teams they played against so far. They're a real threat, and I think a super interesting part is that bottom 4 teams in the bracket, literally only one of them can make it to New York for the LCS Finals weekend. So there's a lot of pain left for those 4 teams down there, all with high aspirations.
I hate when we have to start eliminating teams. That will be it for us, but we will be back next Thursday for our next round of playoffs. 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific, to find out who will join C9 and NRG at both Finals Weekend and Worlds. Whew.
Wait, were you here for the 100 Days match yesterday?
Yeah.
Was the crowd full?
About like 10 minutes in, yeah.
Yeah, double lift, bro. Like, we need double lift in these playoffs, man.
Yeah, they come.
Can we do a trade? Yeah, let's just do a trade. Oh, okay. Can we fight?
Yeah, we're fighting here. Don't flash Maokai. Don't flash Maokai.
I'm coming, but
Don't flash Maokai.
I can go.
1 HP, 1 HP.
Nice. On top of the gargoyle, stone plate immediately as who he's dragged back into the sun disc, and FBI goes on a killing spree. Stick stays here with the front line, guns one down, but he won't be able to get himself back away. Ignar controlling Gory, keeping him out. Palafox slides forward with the conquering sands and conquers the Golden Guardians. A double kill back over to the Energy AD carry, and Energy out.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Oh, on us. Go, 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 go.
It looks good. It looks good. It looks really good.
Yeah, I'm looking at Viego.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trister. I'm coming too with ult if they ever can.
Looks good.
Huhi coming in here with a Nature's Grasp, trying to follow this one up. River is low, but he's still alive for now. Huhi, River, and Stixay looking to turn back on the Palafox, but FBI is going to kill her instinct, and River is down. There you go. Gory trying to go in, but he's going to be locked down and blown up before he even has the chance. Dokeless stasis prevents any sort of a counter punch as Huhi tries to walk it off, but a double kill over to FBI means the fight is already done. There's nobody left standing for the Golden Guardians. They're going to take the win in this one in 37 minutes. No way that River can hold on here. Energy are moving to match point 2-0 against the Golden Guardians.
Guardians, are we ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not quite yet. The way how we're playing.
We're ramping up a bit.
You wanna?
Can.
Nice.
Zai.
No flash, yeah?
Yeah, go.
He no flash.
Okay.
Let's do Baron.
You gotta fight, but Palafox isn't here. Contracts is gonna die. They gotta be careful about this.
Oh.
River with an engage with the FBI here into the back with the feathers fly. Gory's gotta be careful now, cutting back into the chicken pit. Tokla trying to re-engage. Palafox is here with a start. Stixay looking to outplay. Golden Guardians.
Mumu. Look at Mumu.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I'm a Tilia. Give me reset.
You're 1v1. You win.
Yeah.
They win this. Look.
They outplayed them. Engaged, but now he's got to get back. The route down onto River, who buys time with a stopwatch as Licorice is running around trying to distract him, but River's going to die to Contracts if he ain't careful. Palafox hits 2 with the Emperor's Divide. Gory and Licorice trying to retreat as Huhi once again re-engages, but Licorice and Huhi are both about to drop with the Baron buff locked and loaded. Huhi goes in on FBI trying to stop him, but Energy have their eyes set on the Nexus.
Yeah. Hit it.
They're going.
Go!